ठीक है सर,
आवाज नहीं आ रही है? हाँ जी,
ठीक है सर।
ओके। गुड मॉर्निंग सबको। नमस्ते।
गुड
गुड
मॉर्निंग मैडम।
मॉर्निंग मैम, गुड
Good
मॉर्निंग
morning.
मैम।
अभी हम स्टार्ट कर सकते हैं। काफी लोग जुड़े हैं, 92 लोग जुड़े हैं अभी। तो सोशल साइंस मैनेजमेंट वेलफेयर एसोसिएशन और सोशल स्टडीज टीचर्स फॉर्म ऑफ इंडोनेशिया तथा हेलो
बोलिए बोलिए मैडम बोलिए।
से प्रॉब्लम आ रही है बीच में आवाज किसी की। तो रेडियंट ग्रुप ऑफ इंस्टीट्यूशन के सौजन्य से वुमेन सेल सोशल साइंस डेवलपमेंट एसोसिएशन के मंच से आज का ये कार्यक्रम इस कार्यक्रम का आयोजन हो रहा है और इस कार्यक्रम में मैं आप सबका स्वागत करती हूँ। ये कार्यक्रम अंतर्राष्ट्रीय महिला दिवस के हम कह सकते हैं कि उस वीक में मनाया जा रहा है और मुझे बड़ा सौभाग्य प्राप्त हुआ है कि इस मंच से मैं आप सबका स्वागत कर सकूं और कुछ विचार जो है, मुझे 5 मिनट का समय दिया गया है तो मैं अपने विचार आप लोगों के बीच रखूंगी। कुछ अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मेहमान भी हमारे साथ जुड़े हैं, इसलिए थोड़ा सा विषय को मैं जो है थोड़ा सा इंग्लिश में भी रखूंगी, बीच में थोड़ा हिंदी भी आप लोगों के बीच रखूंगी। तो अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मेहमान भी हैं, तो इसलिए I welcome all of you in the international seminar today on the platform of Social Science Management Welfare Association Women Cell. The international seminar organized by the Social Science Management Welfare Association, Social Science teachers from of Indonesia, and the Radiant Group of Association. We have our international and national eminent scholars. I welcome all the national and international participants, eminent scholars, organizers, all the participants in international seminar. The program organized by the Women Cell of Social Science Management Association in the episode of International Women's Day Week. As a woman, I got the chance to coordinate the program. I am very thankful to Social Science Management Welfare Association, Jabalpur. On 8th March, the whole world celebrated this day as International Women's Day and has been celebrating it for many years. But then after that, how many cases of women exploitation and harassment come in the whole world? It is very sad and shameful for all human society in the world. So it is very necessary to think about it. And we, being educated women society, we have to try to change the mentality of this social setup. There is a great need which we have been ignoring. Today, the world has undoubtedly become very modern and technological, but even today, there is existence of underestimating women from men. In our social setup and practices, more or less percentage in the whole world, we cannot deny this fact. For centuries, as a woman, मैं कहूँगी कि शताब्दियों से for centuries and years, women have been playing their role towards the family and society. But at the same time, they have been also exploited. We all know that women have multi-dimensional personalities. हम देखते हैं कि समाज के किसी भी क्षेत्र में महिलाएं आगे आई, उन्होंने अपने जो है जौहर को दिखाया है, अपने व्यक्तित्व को जो है प्रदर्शित किया है. In 21st century, if we talk about few percentage of women in the context of India have been empowered in many fields. हम किसी की फील्ड की बात करें, एजुकेशन, सोशल सेटअप, अर्निंग, नेशनल सिक्योरिटी, जुडिशियल सिस्टम, गवर्नमेंट, हर क्षेत्र में जहाँ महिलाएं आगे आई हैं वहाँ पे अपनी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज को जो है महिलाओं ने निभाया है। हमारे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन जो है वहाँ पे चैप्टर 3 आर्टिकल 14 में इसका वर्णन भी किया गया है, इसमें हमें पूरा राइट्स दिया गया है। परंतु हमारा जो सोशल सेटअप है, मेल डोमिनेटेड जो सोसाइटी है, उसने केवल हमारे अधिकारों पर धूल डालने का काम, डस्ट डालने का काम किया है। और हमारी हम कह सकते हैं कि जो सोशल बिहेवियर आज ऐसा हो गया है कि कोई भी लॉ जब तक पनिशेबल ऑफेंस नहीं हो जाता है, तब तक डिक्लेयर नहीं किया जाता है, तब तक उस कानून का पालन हम नहीं करते हैं। तो हमारे साथ बहुत सारे गेस्ट हैं, बहुत ज्यादा ना कहते हुए अपने पहले गेस्ट को इनवाइट करूंगी। हमारे जो पहले गेस्ट है प्रोफेसर नादा रातकोविक, इंटरनेशनल कोऑर्डिनेटर सोशल साइंस मैनेजमेंट वेलफेयर एसोसिएशन एंड फैकल्टी ऑफ इकोनॉमिक्स एंड बिजनेस from Croatia. Ma'am, Naga Croatia, I welcome you.
Good morning.
Kindly,
greetings from.
Okay. Kindly, ma'am, share your experiences, valuable views for the all participants. Professor Nada, ma'am.
Very, very good morning from Croatia. Thank you for the social management for the invitation for this amazing one-day conference on the topic of Women Empowerment 2023. I'm grateful and honored to be here today. Miss Sunita already say a lot of things about this very important topic. My topic today is, like the topic of the year 2023 is digital innovation and technology. We need to break and balance the gender gap between a man and a woman today in innovation and technology. So I'm coming from Croatia, educator, researcher, author, writer. These are my two institutions. So I can say that I'm lucky that I really work on the university and in a high school, and that is great. All amazing women today on this platform will share their views. If we talk about my country, I'm coming from Croatia. Croatia has giving a big support to the women's empowerment, I can say, in all the fields, really in all the fields. So we are observing this International Women's Day. I can say that Women's Day is not only one day, every day. So all the women can get and accomplish everything what they want. And to all, I wish the best, because I know it is very hard still now be a woman in this society, especially if you are in the field of engineering, informatic, and I can say the men's field. Still now, women are thinking about this, that it is only a man's field, but that is not true. We are really great in this field, and we are getting so many great results in competitions, in research, and everything. So we need to empower women. And if we talk about the economic development, there's no economic growth without a woman. They're really in any field. So educational, economical, political, and psychological. Every field needs to be covered by the woman. And there are so many benefits of economic empowerment of women, especially today in the STEM. So by the definition of organization, economic country development, woman needs to contribute and benefit the economic activities, and that needs to be recognized. That needs to be given a big value for her contribution. And we will see how to break that bias. So if men can do something, women also can do everything. We can do really everything.
Yeah.
So that this digital model. Okay, let's start about this. First, we need to have all the skills, not only digital, media, financial, eco, all the skills. And if we want to have the skills, we need to practice all the skills. Then we need to have a modern approach to digitalization in education. This pedagogy is really important. And we know that we do this before Corona, by the time and now. And if we don't get the outcomes and if we don't use digital tools, I think that there will be no good outcomes. So in the medium, we start always from the Bloom's taxonomy. Bloom's taxonomy everywhere. So there are great women all around the world. Here, there are 50 top women in the STEM. And we need to follow this woman. We need to fight like this woman. And we need to work like this woman. I'm really a woman in science now from January till the end of April. We have the scientific discovery campaign in Europe. We are doing so many activities, so many competitions. This is one, let's say, exhibition. And you can make it in live. Now we are in live, but also we can make this using the digital tools, like example by the art steps or something. These women are 20 famous women scientists in the world. So on this way, we need to encourage women and also our students, and they need to have these skills, practice skills like problem solving, creativity, inquiry skills, math and science skills, engineering, design thinking, critical thinking, collaboration. Without collaboration, we cannot do nothing, especially if we are talking today about the inventions and innovations. I see in India, I monitor that there's so many women are today in the patents, in the inventions. So that is a big difference now, and I think that this time of Corona really encouraged women to do more inventions. If we look these occupations of the woman, we see that still they are in the biological sciences. What it means, we know that what is the woman's profession, like we have so many medical nurses, and that are, like we see here, the health related jobs, 74%. Then we're going with the life science jobs, med jobs, physical jobs, computer and engineering job. This is across the job cluster. So so we need to work, and we need to see, there is a big positive and strong, I can say, correlation between this in the woman and what is there here. This is some statistics for 2022. Here, before in 2020, we see here the breakdown in United States from this social medias, from Google, from Apple, from Facebook, from Amazon. What is the percent of the women in technology statistics? The newest data is that we today have 22% women who are doing good in the artificial intelligence. So that's really a big progress. This is a big progress between a man and woman. Still, it is 5, yes?
Someone has unmuted. Please mute. Nada madam is speaking.
Thank you. So these are the women which are occupations of the woman. We need to follow this. We need to make research. So today, if one woman wants to start in this field, first thing is that I think my suggestion is qualitative research, then can start with the quantitative research, especially if she is not coming from this field. This is a proportion of 2020 of science and engineers. We see here what is happening in Europe. So there still needs a big progress. There's still, this is a proportion from 2010 and 2019. We see that 2019, 44% of women have a bachelor degree or higher. So that is a good sign. That is a good sign, and still today women. But if we talk about the gender equality, we know that there are so many women around the world who don't have a chance for the education. So I think this year, we, especially we who are coming from different countries, we are working on the global level. We need to encourage the women, we need to help them, we need to give more free education, training session, workshops, and I'm sure that I know so many great science here from India and all over the world who is doing this. So let's see this. Let's hope that next year and this year's the progress will be bigger. Europe, we have a great and big platform, European platform for the women's science. We have the STEM careers, and if we talk about where from early childhood through the whole school, from like example today, that is fascinating how teachers in elementary school are already making robots with their students, because they are lifelong learners. They're giving they're growing. They know that these little kids really are great. And we have now for 1 month in Croatia, we have a festival of science. I can't wait that festival of science, because we will see the small children who are doing the robots, and especially if you see a beautiful little girl who is there. So we are breaking the barriers. There's still big barriers here. We need to give the woman the skills and the confidence. We need to improve and support education for girls in the early education. That is what I'm telling. Early education. Early education, already the children needs and girls needs to have informatics and learn that. So also this for improved job hiring, retention, and promotion. We need to promote this. Our voice need to be heard. Not only heard, we need to act, we need to show, we need to make, as I said, more education free, because we know that so many still today can't pay that and don't have to pay that things. So we are raising awareness that girls and women today are the same capable as the boys. Women have a big role. I can say a multicultural role of women today. We need to promote her mindset, empower all girls, support for all the opportunities. So I will go very quickly through this and show what is still today. Gender equality. We have an index that measures gender gaps adjusted for the all levels of achievement. We can make it by this equality index. And this is monitoring. This is monitoring by the institutions. And we are going and seeing, we can see from inequality to equality. What is the gender equality index today? In work, if we talk about the work, we know that they don't participate like the men's on the labor market. Also, their quality of work needs to be measured. If we talk about money today, still less money. They don't, the women have lower earnings and income than the men in European Union, and not only in European Union, all over around the world. If we say knowledge, still there are women who don't have access to the education. So women needs to have lifelong learning, and it is also low. It is also lower than the men. Time, women don't have a lot of time for her activities, because I can say she is a mother. She needs to take care about her children. And power. What about the power? We can find this in the economic women. We know that still today we don't have so many women in politics, but I think that more women needs to be here. Also, in the women entrepreneurs. So work about that, about the health. There is a gap to the access to the health, especially if we talk about the old woman. So this is measured here, and we see what is in the field of the work, what is about the health and all. So we need to work a lot on that. We need to work a lot on that and give the chance to all the institutions. As I said, in Europe, we have a scientific European Union. Last year, inspired by 2022. This year, inspired by 2023 STEM Discovery Campaign. I said, from me, this was last year. Now I'm preparing the new I said for 1 month, we will have a festival of science. We will have also a STEM week. So we will encourage the women, we encourage the students to do and be better in this field. And like a professor, when they make their CV, they already have this and they can show this in their CV, like an example of their work. This is one sad story from my town, from my country. This woman here, we have a girl which portrait costs 20 million, and she's still laying here in this grave. She comes from Austria. In the war. She was serving here, and you see, this is a place where she is, and her portrait of Valley Nozel, it is valued 20 million. So you see here equality. You see here what is happening before, and I can say that still this is happening in many poor countries, like this to what happened to Valley Nozel. So every woman needs to become faithful to her original nature, self-confidence, femininity, helpness, goodness, independence, good housewife. She knows how to make impression. These are only some characteristics: the ability to accept happiness, communication skills, grace, elegance, everything. I can say a woman always need to be and have be yourself always, even if it's hard to you in your life. Be yourself. So who knows how many wishes we have, but never know. Someday maybe your wishes comes true. So let's learn and grow together. Let's encourage the great women, the old women, the poor women, and that is the way. Not only talking. Act. I can say proudly that I'm a big humanitarian and social worker, empowering women's entrepreneurs, and in so many fields. This is only one field where I am empowering women and all over the world. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your valuable presence and highly informative data updated by you. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
अब हमारे जो नेक्स्ट गेस्ट हैं प्रोफेसर गीताली तिलक जी. ही इज आल्सो एमिनेंट स्कॉलर एंड वाइस चांसलर तिलक महाराष्ट्र विद्यापीठ डीम्ड यूनिवर्सिटी. आज हमारे बीच मतलब जो स्पीकर है उसके रूप में, परंतु वो हमारे बीच मध्य आज उपस्थित नहीं है. और मैं ब्रजेश जी से अनुरोध करूंगी कि उनका जो मैसेज है वो वीडियो के माध्यम से आया है वो हम सबके बीच रखें.
सुनीता मैडम.
जी सर.
Whether we have any time to interact with the Nada Ratkoik madam later?
सर मैं ब्रजेश जी से बात करके फिर आपको बताती हूँ ना।
Okay,
क्योंकि
okay,
हमारे
okay.
पास
Thank you,
पेपर
ma'am.
प्रेजेंटर सर 127 पेपर प्रेजेंटर है,
Okay,
प्रेजेंटेशन
okay,
करने
madam.
वाले
Thank
हैं
you.
जी। ठीक है सर, ओके
Thank
ओके।
you. It was nice presentation. I wish to interact on certain issues. No worries. If there is a
सर आवाज नहीं आ रही है, म्यूट है।
Sir, audio is not there in this video.
For their contribution and help them grow. Good morning, everyone. At the outset, I must congratulate Social Science and Management Welfare Association, Women's Cell, for organizing this one-day multidisciplinary international conference on women empowerment 2023. As we all know, women are the real architect of the society. Women are about half the population in the world. Even with such an acute understanding and knowledge, the sad reality prevails. In society and the world in which we live, women are often not given any part or role to play. Being from the great freedom fighters family, I would surely like to mention about the social reforms that my great grandfather Lokmanya Balgangadhar Tilak proposed in number of articles but were misinterpreted by many. Tilak wanted social reforms to run parallelly to the religious and patriotic feelings of the people. Mrs. Ramabai, Indian Christian lady, started a residential school for Indian girls, especially widows. Reformers helped her to establish the same and declared that secular education. Tilak came across a news item in Illustrated Christian Weekly of New York, 12th December 1889, stating that four students are learning Christianity. At last, Mr. Ranade and his followers had a tussle with Lokmanya Balgangadhar Tilak for a few years, that is from 1891 to 1893. Issue was not about the female education, but conversion to Christianity. At last, Ranade realized and accepted the fact and resigned from the institution. This decision of supporting Pandita Ramabai made to reduce women education popularity in education reforms. Lokmanya Tilak's suggestions or amendments in social reforms like girls and boys should not marry before age of 16 and 20 respectively. The men who wish to marry again should marry widows unless they are ready to do so, and disfigurement of widows should be stopped. Acceptance of dowry in marriages should be prohibited. Clearly shows that Lokmanya Tilak was a supporter of social reforms. He even mentioned that if a person marries a girl below the age, then he is penalized. Then who will take care of the girls who are married forcefully? Also, he proposed certain points about female education. He wrote in his articles in Kesari that the girls were married at the age of 10 or 12. Their household responsibilities and their future education was totally dependent on the husband's family. So the curriculum of girls and boys education should be different. Like was proposed by Karve of putting home sciences and other kind of subjects in the curriculum of girls education. Lokmanya Tilak had a strong commitment to the ethos and values of India. His opinions on issues like education and women empowerment still inspire many people. He was an institutional builder, nurturing numerous prestigious institutions that over the years have made groundbreaking contributions. He was totally opposed to gender discrimination and did not like Indian society's preference for a boy and a general neglect of a girl child. According to him, we cannot return our debts to Mother India or Mother Earth or women as mothers who have given us everything. We should remain true to them and cease to exploit. He was truly a visionary. Education is not only a fundamental right for the citizens but also a powerful tool for bringing equity in the society. Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru has said, if you educate a woman, you educate a whole family. Women empowered means Mother India empowered. If women who contribute half of the population are empowered, India will be empowered nation and sovereign country. Women have abundant potential which needs to be tapped. Education is a powerful tool which can be rightly used to bring out the hidden potential of women to strengthen the national economy. Empowerment is a very wide term. The general idea of empowerment, however, others who are often neglected in the decision making process. In this case, inclusion and acceptance of women in such role is empowerment. We cannot all succeed if half of us are held back. But we women are strong and not the weaker section of the society. We are born with multitasking and management skills. Earlier, the role of women in society was decided by men. But given how getting married at a young age and topics like dowry and torture are forms of abuse in marriage life. Now, women are stepping outside homes to work, earn a living, to support themselves and their families. Of course, this shift will not be overnight. This change is slow and gradual. The first step must be acknowledged and their contribution to the economic sphere must be accepted and recognized, and we ought to create more opportunities for them, be it in any sector like corporate, IT, edutech, culinary, law, banking, creative, and performing arts. When opportunities are created for women in terms of education and profession in their field of interest without any restrictions or limitations, it is empowerment. This gives all the girls and women the power to choose and decide what uplifts their status in the society. It is high time that the limitations of gender roles are challenged and norms are broken. Empowerment can be done in various ways. Social empowerment is when women are represented as evolved and worthy, being in the media instead of in a regressive way. Economical empowerment comes about when they are treated as contributions in the same way as men are and paid accordingly without any discrimination. We should rediscover status of women and give them full respect and support needed by them in domestic and other roles. Moreover, to make women empowered, we focused on national education, the most crucial form being educational empowerment because education is truly a leveler and it brings all on equal footing. When one is educated, it should not matter whether they are men or women as long as they get their jobs done. That is why education should not be denied to girls, which is still an unfortunate truth in many parts of India. Many a times, women do take a break in their lives or their family commitments, but they don't come back. These educated girls who become women with self confidence, intellect, and consciousness excel in every field and can become heads of the department and decision makers as well. Education is a great tool to empower women and it will bridge all the other gaps in our society. We as a nation will prosper. My grandmother, late Indutai Tirak, always mentioned that don't work or do a job for money alone or for a need. Don't be dependent on anyone for any reason. You have come alone in this world and be self sufficient. Give something to the society. My great grandmother too ran an orphanage to make girls independent in every way. I too am working in the ashram for more than 20 years now. I really feel proud to be a part of such a family who has totally dedicated its life for the society. Unlike men, women need to be proactive in the process of lifelong learning. That is empowerment. The time has come to shift focus from women for development to women in development. This quality change is quite essential for building a sustainable nation. I strongly believe that if we eliminate and ignore the discrimination, we can make the generations. Nation builders, strong decision and policy makers who will make India a Vishwaguru. Let's all honor, respect and adore all the amazing women in our life today. Thank you.
Hello. Great and eminent scholar from Women Society. She is performing in highest institution of education, गीताली मैम का धन्यवाद करना चाहेंगे। मैं उनके लिए 2 लाइनें कहूंगी। चाहे जो भी मैं बन जाऊं, चाहे जो भी मैं बन जाऊं, गर्व से नारी ही कहलाऊंगी। चाहे युग कोई सा आए, मैं ही जगत जननी कहलाऊंगी। थैंक यू मैम। आवर नेक्स्ट speaker is Dr. Annie Kusumti from Indonesia. Dr. Annie Kusumti from Indonesia. He is also advisory board member of Social Science Management Welfare Association. Hello. Hello. Madam Annie Kusumti. हमारे नेक्स्ट गेस्ट हैं डॉक्टर बीनू थॉमस, रजिस्ट्रार सिक्किम प्रोफेशनल यूनिवर्सिटी। डॉक्टर बीनू थॉमस, रजिस्ट्रार सिक्किम प्रोफेशनल यूनिवर्सिटी।
Good afternoon, everybody. I am Dr. Binu Thomas from Sikkim
वेलकम मैम।
Professional University. I would like to share my screen PowerPoint. I'm very happy that I could be a part of this program conference, which is women empowerment, which is the need of the hour for this time. And I am very happy and thankful to the organizers for giving me an opportunity for this presentation. Now, first thing, can you see my PowerPoint?
No, Dr. Bruno, no, nothing. Mm,
Can you see?
No,
No,
madam, it's not visible.
First of all, I would like to define what is women's empowerment. Women's empowerment. Women's empowerment can be defined to promoting women's sense of self-worth, which is their ability, that is their ability to determine their own choices and their right to influence social change for themselves and others. It is closely aligned with female empowerment, a fundamental human right that's all key to achieving more peaceful, prosperous world. In Western countries, female empowerment is often associated with specific phases of women's rights movement in history. This movement tends to be split into 3 waves. First, beginning in the 19th and early 20th century, where suffrage was a key feature. The second wave of 1960s included the sexual revolution and the role of women in a society. The third female feminism is often seen as the beginning in the 1990s. The Women's Empowerment Principles, let me just discuss, which was created in a collaboration between the UN Global Compact and UN Women. The Women's Empowerment Principles are used to empower women in the marketplace, workplace, and community. The 7 principles are: number 1, principle 1, that is create high level corporate leadership for gender equality. The second, to treat all the people fairly at work, respecting support, work, and supporting non-discrimination and human rights. Number 3, ensure the health, well-being, and safety of all workers, whether male or female. Now, the 4th principle is promote education, training, and professional development for women. Principle number 5, implement supply chain, market practices, and enterprise development that empower women. 6th principle, that is champion equality through community initiatives and advocacy. The 7th principle, measure and report publicly on progress to create gender equal. So when we talk about this, we will come to know that how important the women empowerment principles are for the women of the day. Now, let me just talk about the global landscape of women's empowerment. Gender equality is a basic human right, and it is also fundamental to having a peaceful and prosperous world. But girls and women continue to face significant challenges all over the world. Women are typically underrepresented in power and decision-making roles. They receive unequal pay for equal work, and they often face legal and other barriers that affect their opportunities at work. In the developing world, girls and women are often seen as less valuable than boys. Instead of being sent to school, they are often made to do domestic work at home or are married off for a dowry before they are adults. As many as 12 million underage girls are married every year. While some progress has been made in various parts of the world, there is still a great deal left to be done to right the problems of gender equality. Now, let me just talk about why empowering women and girls so important. Empowering women is essential to the health and social development of families, communities, and countries. When women are living safe, fulfilled, and productive lives, they can reach their full potential, contributing their skills to the workforce, and can raise happier and healthier children. They are also able to help fuel sustainable economies and benefit societies and humanity at a key part of this empowerment is through education. So for any basic women empowerment, education is the most important aspect. Girls who are educated can pursue meaningful work and contribute to their country's economy later in life. They are also 4 times less likely to get married young when they have 8 years of education, meaning that they and their families are healthier. Empowering girls is the key to economic growth, political stability, and social transformation. Now, when we talk about women empowerment, we are addressing gender inequality in education through community awareness sessions with parents, but changing behavior and customs that have lasted for generations requires persistence and determination. One can change the community, and that through the example, more girls will be available to continue studying. Until then, she will continue to keep taking notes and writing tests towards her global, towards her goal of finishing her education. Now, how can we empower women and girls? Standing with and investing in women is an important start. From workplace and schools to homes and communities, gender equality underpins all of world's vision work. And there are many great activities you can get involved to support the rights of women in developing countries. First of all, sponsor a girl. When you sponsor a girl, you can give her the tools to gain an education and take back the rights she deserves. This is a key way that girl can be empowered to grow up and influence their generation and the next. So what we are coming to the conclusion is, how can we empower women and girls? That is, the basic start is providing education. For that, we need to give a basic knowledge of how this is required. Now, educate yourselves by finding out about issues that affect girls, for instance, child marriage. So as I said, the basic aspect for women empowerment is education, and it is the need of the hour for giving grassroots level awareness in the community. So people should come out to the society, give awareness to the society that education is a must for child, women and girls. Change. By women empowerment against world's vision offers a variety of gifts that contribute to investing and building up women and girls. Now let me just talk about world's vision in helping empower women. We believe that healthy, educated and empowered women and girls are agents of change. When women and girls are supported, they gain opportunities to speak up for their rights and also to advocate for their communities. They are also be able to rise in social standing, and they can feed this into future generation. This means women's organizations, women's empowerment policies, women's charities can gain momentum and contribute to a stronger world. World Vision supports women and girls by sponsorship program. So when you sponsor a girl, you are not only help a girl opportunities she may have been denied, but our community focused approach means that her whole community benefits too, helping girls and women learn advocacy skills at all stages of life so that they can use their voices effectively for their own rights. Partnering with communities, that is, with faith leaders and governments to challenge and correct harmful social norms that keep women and girls from their potential. Raising awareness around the causes of poor health and well-being that are related to gender. Empowering women and girls through water, that is also an important thing. Sanitation and hygiene, health and nutrition, livelihood trainings. So even after getting educated, a person should be able to earn for the family and support the family. That is, livelihood trainings are important. Education programs to increase their opportunities and abilities to reach the full potential. Now, when we talk about other aspects, the issues, the empowerment and autonomy of women and the improvement of their political, social, economic and health status is a highly important end in itself. In addition, it is essential for the achievement of sustainable development. The full participation and partnership of both women and men is required in productive and reproductive life, including shared responsibilities for the care and nurturing of the children and maintenance of the household. So as a woman, a lady has all responsibilities for the care and nurturing of the children. And that is how the future generation can be brought up. A maintenance of the household, that is also very important for women. In all the parts of the world, women are facing threats to their lives, health, and well being as a result of being overburdened with work and of their lack of power and influence. This is because women, once when they are overburdened with work, because they are looking after the children, nurturing care given to the children, maintenance of the household, and on top of that, their work place also. In most regions of the world, women receive less formal education than men, and at the same time, women's own knowledge, abilities, and coping mechanisms often go unrecognized. The power relations that embed women's attainment of health and fulfilling lives operate at many levels of the society, from the most personal to the highly public. Achieving change requires policy and program actions that will improve women's access to secure livelihoods and economic resources, elevate their extreme responsibilities with regard to housework, remove legal impediments to their participation in public life, and raise social awareness through effective programs of education and mass communication. In addition, improving the status of women also enhances their decision making capacity at all levels in all spheres of life, especially in the area of sexuality and reproduction. This, in turn, is essential for the long-term success of population programs. Experience shows that population and development programs are the most effective when steps have simultaneously been taken to improve the status of the women. Now, as I've discussed before, education is one of the most important means of empowering women with knowledge, skills, and self-confidence necessary to participate fully in development process. More than 40 years ago, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights asserted that everyone has the right to education. In 1990, governments meeting at the World Conference on Education for All in Thailand committed themselves to the goal of universal access to basic education. More than one third of world's adults, most of them women, have no access to printed knowledge, to new skills, or to technologies that would improve the quality of their lives and help them shape and adapt to social and economic change. There are 130 million children who are not enrolled in primary school, and 70% of them are girls. That is the saddest part. So when you see that 130 million children are still not enrolled in primary school, and from that 70% of them are girls. And now what should we do? Countries should act to empower women and should take steps to eliminate inequalities between men and women as soon as possible by establishing mechanism for women's equal participation and equitable representations at all levels of the political process and public life in each community and society, and enabling women to articulate their concerns and needs. Number two, promoting the fulfillment of women's potential through education, skill development, and employment, giving paramount importance to the elimination of poverty. So when you give full importance for education, another aspect of it is to eliminate poverty, illiteracy, and ill health among women, eliminating all practices that discriminate women, assisting women to establish and realize their rights, including those that relate to reproductive and sexual health. Next one is adopting appropriate measures to improve women's ability to earn income beyond traditional occupations, achieve economic self-reliance, and ensure women's equal access to the labor market and social security systems. Next is very important aspect, that is eliminating violence against women. That is a very important aspect. Eliminating discriminatory practices by employers against women, such as those based on proof of contraceptive use or pregnancy status. making it possible through laws, regulations, and other appropriate measures for women to combine the roles of childbearing, breastfeeding, child rearing with participation in the workforce. So after they are educated or been trained for skill activities, these basic things, that is to combine the roles of childbearing, breastfeeding, child rearing with the with participation with the workforce. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your presence in seminar. This is very inspiring for women community. Your presence in education system, in administration, is a great achievement. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next guest speaker is Rania Lempu. Rania Lempu from Greece.
Good morning. I'm very honored and very happy to receive a kind invitation to participate in this conference on the occasion of the National Women's Day. And definitely women are those who can change the future. They can shape the future because they have unique transformational ideas. They can bring different perspectives, innovative, fresh new outlooks and ideas. And women at the same time can be central actors in pathways to sustainability and green transformation, because the challenges of building pathways to sustainability and enhancing gender equity are both urgent for moral, ethical, and practical reasons. First, a moral ethical imperative, because building more equitable gender relations that support the human rights, dignity, and capabilities of women intersected by differences of class, race, sexuality, age, and ability is a central requirement of an ethical world order. And second, given the fact that according to research data, women are those who suffer most from environmental, climatic, and economic shocks and stresses, which undermines, of course, their vital role in sustaining the families and communities, patterns must be redressed to help them not to become victims anymore. Today, I would like to focus more on women in science and technology, because women are a pivotal part of technological advancements, and young girls should be inspired not only to pursue science careers, but to become leaders and innovators in their own communities. So may I share now my presentation? Can you see now my presentation? Is it visible?
Yes, madam, it's visible.
Okay, thank you. So science and gender equality are vital for the achievement of the nationally agreed sustainable development goals. And over the past 15 years, the global community has made, of course, a lot of effort in inspiring and engaging women and girls in science. However, women and girls continue to be excluded from participating fully in science, and the 2030 agenda calls for a new vision to address these environmental, social, economic concerns. In order to achieve full and equal access and participation in science for women and girls, and further achieve gender equality and empowerment of women and girls, the United Nations General Assembly adopt this resolution declaring 11 February as the International Day of Women and Girls in Science. Of course, we'll know that historically, the role of women in the field of science has been in the background. With exceptions, the work of women scientists has been overlooked. Girls and women are systematically tracked away from science and maths throughout their education, limiting the training and option to go into this field as adults. What happens furthermore during the COVID pandemic? The COVID pandemic also had a significant impact, negative impact on women scientists, particularly affecting those who are at the early stages of the career, and therefore this contributed to widening the existing gender gap in science. And this revealed also the gender disparities in the scientific system, which need, of course, to be addressed by new policies, by new initiatives and mechanisms to support women and girls in science. Despite significant improvements in recent decades, education, of course, is not universally available and gender inequalities persist. A major concern in many countries is not only limiting numbers of girls going to school, but also limited education pathways. And this includes, more specifically, how to address the lower participation and learning achievement of girls in STEM. STEM underpins the 2030 agenda, and STEM education can provide learners with knowledge, skills, attitudes, and behaviors required for inclusive and sustainable societies. So leaving out girls and women in STEM education and careers is a loss for all. At present, less than 30% of researchers worldwide are women. Only around 30% of all female students select STEM-related fields in higher education. Globally, female students' enrollment is particularly low in ICT, 3% approximately, 8% engineering, manufacturing, construction, 5% in mathematics and statistics. And also, many studies have found that women in STEM field publish less, they are paid less for their research, and do not progress as far as men in their careers. Only 38% of women have a degree or studies in computer science, work in software and hardware companies, and things are even worse in engineering. Girls appear to lose interest in STEM subjects with age, particularly between early and late adolescence. And this lowered interest affects, of course, participation in advanced studies at secondary levels, what we call the leaky pipeline. When girls start with enthusiasm, but as they go through the levels of education, they start to leave away. So only 30% of the workforce in science are women. Women majoring in STEM fields in the US colleges are significantly outnumbered by men, with the exception of the biology. In all other fields, women in STEM are represented. And also there are differences, of course, that are also observed by disciplines, with female enrollment lowest in engineering, as said before, manufacturing, construction, and ICT fields. And among first-year college students, women are much less likely than men to say that they intend to major in STEM. So by graduation, men outnumber women in nearly every science and engineering field. And in some, such as physics and engineering, when difference is dramatic, with women earning only 20% of bachelor's degrees. Of course, you can understand that this gender disparity is alarming. It's alarming because STEM careers are considered to be the jobs of the future. Those jobs that drive innovation, social well-being, inclusion, growth, and sustainable development. Unfortunately, large gaps also exist in salaries because on average, men working in STEM fields make $85,000 more, while women make about $60,000, which means that men earn more than women. So what will be all the causes and the factor of this gender-based gap? Long-standing biases, of course, and gender stereotypes are steering girls and women away from science-related fields. We see that the root of the problem exists in school education and in certain biases and misconceptions regarding STEM fields in general. Gender stereotypes. STEM fields are often considered as masculine. In other words, they are not thought suitable for girls, or people think that they would be of little or no interest to them. And as a result, teachers and parents tend to underestimate girl math abilities and affinity for other STEM fields as early as preschool. Male prevailing cultures, because men are vastly more than women in STEM fields, they tend to dominate this culture. This means that STEM cultures has been formed mainly by men, so they are not flexible, they are exclusionary and very male dominated. So STEM workplaces cannot be supportive of women, and women may find them unattractive. Another case that you have remarked is that when women are portrayed in science, they are often shown through unflattering stereotypes as characters who have limited social lives or who are not physically appealing. Such, of course, caricatures can discourage girls from pursuing studies in science. Another very important factor is the lack of female role models, because boys have a lot of role models to choose when it comes to STEM fields, but it's not the same for girls. Women scientists seem to be underrepresented in textbooks, the news, the fiction. There are very few female characters in popular TV shows, in movies, in books and video games. What we call math anxiety is also interesting to highlight that the female teachers, the majority of teachers, seem to think that girls should try harder than boys when it comes to math. This is what we call math anxiety. This is the reason why female teachers seem to be stricter when they grade girls than they are with boys for the same work. And this tends, of course, to put girls off math and STEM in general, and it causes them to lack self-confidence when it comes to math. Another is what we call the confidence gap. It's one of the most, I would say, destructive myths or misconceptions that which is very prevailing. According to this myth, men's brain are better suited to math. Research has shown time and time again that it's not an innate cognitive biological difference between boys and girls when it comes to math. And this myth, unfortunately, causes a lot of teachers, mainly female, to push girls harder than boys when they teach math. And this causes, of course, many girls to lose confidence in their ability to understand and handle math by the time they get to the third grade. Boys, on the other hand, are way more confident, and most will say that they feel that they are good as early as in the second grade. Because of the way teachers treat girls when teaching math, boys may claim to be better than girls as math before any performance differences are evidenced. So what would be the strategies for this? It's a time for change. It's up to teachers, educators to fight those stereotypes. And of course, when it comes to teaching and learning STEM, we need to focus on the content, what is being taught, but at the same time on the context. In other words, the way in which STEM is taught and tested is just as important. In 2019, a consortium of 15 universities in Latin America began this project, Building the Future of Latin America, Engaging Women in STEM. It was a European program through Erasmus program, funded from the European Union. And what would be, in order to reduce the gender gap in STEM fields, this project has defined the following strategies. First of all, we need to keep track of and analyze gender equality in enrollment retention rates in STEM programs. Gender gaps need to be revealed, need to be studied, and this can only be done by collecting and analyzing data on a regular basis. So universities and colleges should implement strategies and tools that will allow them to constantly collect, organize, analyze, and monitor data relating to the number of female students enrolling and graduating for STEM and other similar programs. Another important thing is that the head of universities and other education institutions should be made aware of the gender gap in STEM studies, so strategies and organizational mechanisms that will make STEM program more attractive to female students should also be implemented. So we will have, it's important to highlight the founding of gender equality offices that will provide advice and information on gender issues, or members of staff, students who are parents. All this should be provided with childcare facilities for the children. Provide counseling regarding dropout prevention. Protocols for sexual harassment and discrimination could also be put in place. Colleges and universities already are developing campaigns aimed at girls in high school in order to raise awareness for the STEM programs and attract more female students, sensibilize them. Especially sensibilize female high school students. And these campaigns include activities such as webinars, workshops, social courses in topics like robotics or programming or coding. And online tools also, it's important that we will put in action the strategies or these strategies mentioned in order to increase retention rates. Apart from this, we could say that in general, what you should do, promote public awareness to parents about how they can encourage daughters as much as sons in math and science, supporting learning opportunities and positive messages about their abilities. Raise awareness that girls and women are as capable as boys when they're given encouragement and educational opportunities. Teach teachers and parents that math skills are learned and change over time. promoting this way growth mindset that empowers girls to embrace challenges. Expand after school or summer school, summer STEM opportunities for girls. Here in Greece, we have many initiatives about girls and coding. Promote mentorship, networking, incorporate male ally programs, increase awareness of higher education, career opportunities, pathway opportunities, emphasize strong and visible role models of women, and of course, in any case, design courses and change environment and practices that would be more welcoming for women, prioritize diverse, inclusive, and respectful environments, and make the entire academic community responsible for reducing and preventing sexual harassment, ensure transparency and accountability, of course, anything, learning content, teachers, materials, equipment, assessment methods, the whole learning environment, the socialization process in school are important in order to ensure girls' interest engagement with STEM studies. Teacher quality specialization system are essential for quality STEM education. The sex of STEM teachers also makes a difference because, as I said before, female STEM teachers have a positive influence on girls' performance and engagement with further STEM studies. And girls also appear to perform better when teaching strategies take into consideration their needs. Learning content materials, impact on girls in performance. We need curricula that should be gender balanced to take into account girls' interest when they are they suggest real-life situations. This can help girls' interest in STEM. Assessment, the context, tools, and processes can affect the girls' learning outcomes. Supporting learning environments, exposure to real-world learning opportunities through extracurricular activities, field trips, camps, apprenticeships. All these can help inspire and retain girls' interest. Mentoring also is beneficial for girls. Before concluding, I want to say that what I'm doing here in Greece, I'm organizing a lot of workshops and lectures in order to attract women and girls in astronomy. I'm a STEM instructor. The Greek Astronomy Space Company, and also I'm working with the Greek Ministry of Education, Directorate of Education, Technology and Innovation, where I'm writing STEM project for Greek schools. And in this way, I'm trying to help girls, especially the privileged girls who belong to vulnerable groups, such as refugees and children with special education needs, how to acquire some elements of scientific methods to collaborate in original projects, and how to increase, of course, their interest in science-related careers. Here you can see some of our workshops in astronomy. And my students also have created educational video about women scientists from Marie Curie till today, which was awarded the European competition organized by STEM Alliance in Scientists, and it was aired during the national television. This educational video combines the portraits of 30 eminent women scientists with their bios. Apart from this, I'm the founder, the national coordinator of a project about which is called Gender-Based Values, why peace is a much better option. It was implemented in Nigeria, public schools there with great success. It combines STEM with gender-based values awareness. And it's inspired by high rates of gender-based violence there. Apart from this, I have also contributed to the change of curriculum, modernization of curriculum in Zambia. I have written some STEM activities, mathematical activities for girls there. Forming also volunteers, women engineers who are conducting online lessons for the privileged children in order to help children in Africa. And for all these projects, I have received over 200 awards. So thank you very much for your attention. For any question.
Thank you so much, ma'am, being a part of this seminar, and also, of course, being a member of advisory member of this platform. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your valuable views and research shared with us. Thank you so much. Now, I would like to invite our next guest speaker, Dr. Rita Kumari from Ranchi University, रांची झारखंड. डॉक्टर रीता कुमारी.
नमस्कार सभी को, मेरा जोहार झारखंड. मैं झारखंड के रांची से हूँ. माय सेमिनार टॉपिक इज महिला सशक्तिकरण, women empowerment. वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट की बातें जो होती है वो काफी ज्यादा होती है। 8 मार्च को अंतर्राष्ट्रीय महिला दिवस मनाया जाता है। अब हम लोग काफी जागरूक हो चुके हैं, फिर भी इस पर बार बार इस विषय पे हम लोगों को बात करने की आवश्यकता होती है। तो मैं सिर्फ एक टॉपिक पे लेकर चल रही हूँ, ओनली फॉर वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट, महिला सशक्तिकरण। आज का युग ऐसा युग है जिसमें महिलाओं को संविधान में कई अधिकार दिए गए हैं। आज महिलाएं इस विकासशील भारत को विकसित बनाने के लिए अपना योगदान देती है, परंतु फिर भी उन्हें कई बार अलग अलग रूपों से प्रताड़ित किया जाता है और उनके अधिकारों का हनन किया जाता है। आज हर साल किसी भी परीक्षा में महिलाएं पुरुषों से ज्यादा रूप से शामिल होती हैं तथा कई बार तो ऐसा होता है कि वो पुरुषों से ज्यादा अंक लाती हैं, परंतु कहीं ना कहीं यह भी सच है कि पितृसत्ता समाज के कारण आज पुरुष को ही मान सम्मान दिया जाता है तथा आज भी ऐसे कई प्रांत हैं जहां बेटियों के होने पर निराशा जाहिर की जाती है। आज कई महिलाएं जैसे किरण बेदी, सुष्मिता सेन, पद्मावती बंदोपाध्याय, सुचेता कृपानी, रीतू कुमार आदि सशक्त हैं। इन्हीं की तरह हमें भी सशक्त बनना है। वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट मुख्य रूप से महिलाओं को स्वतंत्र बनाने की प्रथा को दर्शाता है, उसके रूपों को निखारता है, उनकी प्रतिभाओं को बाहर निकालता है ताकि वे स्वयं निर्णय ले सके और साथ ही बिना किसी पारिवारिक या सामाजिक प्रतिबंध के अपने जीवन को संभाल सके। सरल शब्दों में यह कहा जा सकता है कि यह महिलाओं को अपने स्वयं के व्यक्तिगत विकास की जिम्मेवारी लेने का अधिकार देता है। चूंकि पितृसत्ता समाज में महिलाएं हमेशा उत्पीड़ित रही हैं, रही हैं। इसीलिए महिला सशक्तिकरण का मुख्य उद्देश्य उन्हें पुरुष के समान सम्मान के रूप में खड़े होने की आवश्यकता है। यह देश के साथ साथ एक परिवार की समृद्धि सुनिश्चित करने के लिए एक मूलभूत कदम है। महिलाओं को सशक्त बनाने के लिए दुनिया निश्चित रूप से सेक्सुअल इक्वालिटी का गवाह बनती है और समाज के हर तबके के लोग महिलाओं को अपनी मर्जी से खड़े होने और अपनी इच्छा से अपने जीवन को चलाने में मदद करेगी, ये मेरा आशा और उम्मीद है। महिला सशक्तिकरण केवल यह सुनिश्चित करने से अधिक शामिल है कि महिलाओं को उनके मूल अधिकार मिले, जो बेसिक राइट्स है वो उनका दिया जाए। अपने सशक्त रूप में महिला सशक्तिकरण में स्वतंत्रता, समानता के साथ साथ अभिव्यक्ति की स्वतंत्रता भी शामिल हो। इसके माध्यम से वास्तविक प्रयास यह सुनिश्चित करने में निहित है कि हम सेक्सुअल इक्वालिटी लाएं। यही समर्थन दिए जाने पर महिलाएं हर क्षेत्र में शानदार प्रदर्शन किया। भारत में ही नहीं, हमने महिलाओं को विविध भूमिकाओं में भी, जैसे प्रधानमंत्री, अंतरिक्ष यात्री, उद्यमी, बैंकर और बहुत कुछ। इसके अलावा महिलाएं परिवार की रीढ़ होती है। घरेलू कार्यों से लेकर बच्चों के पालन पोषण तक वे कई जिम्मेवारियों को निभाती है। यही कारण है कि वे मल्टीटास्किंग में महान है, टाइम मैनेजमेंट में महान है। टाइम मैनेजमेंट से एक बात आई कि हमारे देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जब बच्चों को परीक्षा के समय कुछ टिप्स दे रहे थे, तो उन्होंने महिलाओं के, माताओं के टाइम मैनेजमेंट की उन्होंने बात किया था कि कैसे महिलाएं टाइम मैनेजमेंट के द्वारा सभी कार्यों को परफेक्ट टाइम में करती हैं। और अक्सर कई कामकाजी महिला पेशेवर और व्यक्तिगत जिम्मेदारियों के बीच कुशलता से बाजी मार लेती हैं। जहां शहरों में कामकाजी महिलाएं हैं, वही ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों ने अपने घर के कामों में उन्हें रोक दिया है। हम एक ऐसे राष्ट्र के रूप में समृद्ध होने की आकांक्षा कैसे कर सकते हैं जहां हर लड़की को शिक्षा या अपनी पसंद की सुविधा ना मिले। भारत एक ऐसा देश है जहां देवी देवताओं को पूजा जाता है, जबकि हम सेक्सुअल इक्वालिटी के बारे में सोचने से परेशान नहीं हैं। विश्व स्तर पर अपनी संस्कृति और विरासत के लिए प्रसिद्ध भारत विविध संस्कृतियों से भरा हुआ देश है, लेकिन भारतीय समाज हमेशा से एक पुरुष प्रधान समाज रहा है, पुरुष प्रधान देश रहा है। यही वजह है कि महिलाओं की शिक्षा और समानता जैसी बुनियादी मानव अधिकारों से लगातार वंचित रखा गया है। वे हमेशा दमन और घरेलू तक ही सीमित रहती हैं और बुनियादी शिक्षा पाने से, प्राप्त करने से उन्हें रोक दिया जाता है। जैविक एंड नैतिक, बायोलॉजिकल एंड मोरल, दोनों संदर्भों में महिलाओं के पास एक परिवार का भविष्य और विकास के साथ साथ पूरे समाज को विकसित करने के लिए अधिक क्षमताएं हैं, अधिक कैपेसिटी हैं। इस प्रकार हर महिला को एक व्यक्ति के रूप में पूरी तरह से विकसित होने और अपनी पसंद बनाने में मदद के लिए समान अवसर दिए जाने चाहिए। महादेवी वर्मा एक बहुत ही बड़ी कवित्री हैं, लेखिका हैं। उनके द्वारा एक कहानी है लक्ष्मा। उसमें एक 4 शब्दों में मैं बताना चाहूंगी कि उन्होंने लक्ष्मा में क्या कहा कि एक पुरुष के प्रति जब अन्याय होता है तो पूरा पुरुष समाज उस अन्याय के विरुद्ध लड़ पड़ता है, लेकिन यदि किसी स्त्री के साथ यदि ऐसा होता है तो स्त्री समाज ही, स्त्री जाति ही उस स्त्री को ही दोषी मानने लगते हैं। महिला सशक्तिकरण पर मेरी एक छोटी सी कविता है जो किसी दूसरे के द्वारा ही लिखा गया है, लेकिन मैं यहाँ पर इस मंच से पढ़ना चाहूंगी। क्यों होती है निराश, तू तो सहनशीलता का प्याला है, तो क्या हुआ तू मलाला नहीं, तूने घर तो संभाला है। तू निकले गलियों से, उसका कुछ नहीं कर सकते, ये ही हमेशा कहा जाता है। बुरी नजरों वाले, तेरा मुंह काला सिर्फ ट्रकों में लिखा जाता है। बस तू याद रख, बस तू याद रख, तेरा दुपट्टा ना सरकने पाए, ये कैसी विडंबना है। समान होने के वजूद हमें पीछे चलना है। लड़के घूमे कम कपड़ों में तो वो लगे सुंदर, लड़कियां पहने छोटे कपड़े संस्कार नहीं, ये फप्तियां कसते हैं। सशक्तिकरण अब हमें करना होगा, आगे हमें बढ़ना होगा। कंक्रीट से भरे रास्तों में भी नंगे पांव चलना होगा। अब हमें बढ़ना होगा। बहुत लोग हैं रोकने वाले, बहुत लोग हैं रोकने वाले, झांसी की रानी बनना होगा। महिलाओं जाग जाओ, सशक्तिकरण अब हमें करना होगा। हमारी सभी माताओं, बहनों, बेटियों के लिए हमें अखंडता का वातावरण तैयार करना चाहिए। हमें जीवन के हर चरण में अपने फैसले के लिए हमें सक्षम रूप से एक अधिकार होनी चाहिए। हम पर हमारे आत्मविश्वास को बढ़ावा मिलना चाहिए और इसी तरह हम महिला सशक्तिकरण की ओर, इस दिशा की ओर हम अग्रसर रहेंगे। इसका मतलब केवल संसाधनों पर बेहतर नियंत्रण नहीं है, बल्कि इसका आत्मविश्वास में वृद्धि और पुरुषों के बराबर बराबरी के अधिकार पर निर्णय करने की क्षमता से भी है। महिलाओं के सशक्तिकरण के लिए आवश्यक है कि पुरुष समाज स्त्रियों के साथ होने वाले भेदभावों के बारे में जागरूक बने, अपना नजरिया को बदले और उसे समाज के द्वारा बदलने की प्रक्रिया को में साथ दे। प्रत्येक विकसित समाज के निर्माण में स्त्री और पुरुष दोनों की सहभागिता आवश्यक है। भावी पीढ़ी के रूप में व्यक्ति से लेकर परिवार, समाज, राष्ट्र तक के चहुमुखी विकास की जिम्मेदारी में पुरुषों के साथ स्त्रियों की अपेक्षाकृत अधिक भागीदारी है। इस भागीदारी को सुनिश्चित करने के लिए परिवार की धुरी मतलब महिलाओं का सशक्तिकरण होना अति आवश्यक है। इस सशक्तिकरण के लिए हमें शिक्षा भी बहुत जरूरी है। शिक्षा नहीं होने से ये हमारी जो शब्द है एम्पावरमेंट, सशक्तिकरण, वो नकारा हो जाता है। शिक्षा ही वह एक उपकरण है जिसमें महिला समाज में अपनी सशक्त, समान और उपयोगी भूमिका दर्ज करा सकती हैं। दुनिया के जो भी देश हैं आज समृद्ध और शक्तिशाली हैं, वे शिक्षा के बल पर ही आगे बढ़े हैं। इसीलिए आज समाज की आधी आबादी अर्थात महिलाएं जो कि विकास की मुख्य धारा से बाहर हैं, उन्हें शिक्षित बनाना हमारी पहली प्राथमिकता होनी चाहिए। इस संदर्भ में राधा कृष्ण आयोग ने कहा है कि स्त्रियों के शिक्षित हुए बिना किसी समाज के लोग शिक्षित नहीं हो सकते हैं। यदि सामान्य स्त्रियां शिक्षा पुरुषों के बराबर एक साथ देना शुरू कर दे तो आज इस महिला सशक्तिकरण 8 मार्च अंतर्राष्ट्रीय दिवस मनाने की आवश्यकता नहीं पड़ेगी, क्योंकि कहा जाता है कि महिला और पुरुष एक ही सिक्के के दो पहलू होते हैं। इस पहलू को आगे पीढ़ी दर पीढ़ी जो लेकर चलते हैं उसमें महिलाओं का काफी ज्यादा हाथ रहता है। वर्तमान समय में महिला शिक्षा पर बहुत अधिक महत्व दिया गया है। जब हम लोग बातें करते हैं तो बहुत पीछे चले जाते हैं, लेकिन आज के वर्तमान समय में सच में हर माँ, हर पिता अपने बेटियों को शिक्षित करने के लिए अग्रसर हैं। जिस प्रकार जीवन जीने हेतु किसी व्यक्ति को ऑक्सीजन की आवश्यकता पड़ती है, उसी तरह से हमारे देश को विकसित करने के लिए सबसे पहले महिलाओं को शिक्षित करने की आवश्यकता पड़ती है और पढ़ रही है और हो रही है। अगर महिलाएं शिक्षित होंगी तो समाज जागरूक होगा, और ये नहीं कहेंगे कि सिर्फ महिलाएं शिक्षित होगी तो समाज जागरूक होगा। महिलाएं भी समाज को उस दृष्टिकोण से देखेंगी जिस दृष्टिकोण से पुरुष देखते हैं, क्योंकि महिलाओं को हर बार ये कहा जाता है कि तुमको कुछ समझ नहीं आता है, तुम इस चीज को किस तरह से हैंडल करोगी, इस तरह की बातें कहकर उनको दबा दिया जाता है। यदि महिलाएं शिक्षित होंगी तो वो अपनी बातों के द्वारा अपने विचारों को व्यक्त कर सकती हैं। पारिवारिक दृष्टि से अगर हम देखें तो महिला शिक्षा अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण है। कहते हैं किसी भी समाज के लिए, किसी भी मनुष्य के लिए, किसी भी परिवार के लिए सर्वप्रथम गुरु उसकी माँ होती है। बचपन में ही माँ अपने बच्चे को सही और गलत सीख प्रदान करती है। अगर महिला शिक्षित है तो अपने बच्चे को हमेशा शिक्षित करने की ओर बाधित रहेगी और कोशिश करेगी और प्रेरित करेगी। अगर महिला शिक्षित नहीं है तो उसे शिक्षा का महत्व समझ में नहीं आएगा। आर्थिक दृष्टि से भी महिला को शिक्षा का महत्व समझना चाहिए। अगर महिला शिक्षित है तो वह आर्थिक दृष्टि से भी परिवार को आगे बढ़ा सकती है। महिला किसी भी क्षेत्र में पुरुषों के समान मेहनत करके अपने परिवार का पालन पोषण, भरण पोषण कर परिवार की आर्थिक स्थिति में मदद कर सकती है, और महिलाएं आज कर रही हैं। सामाजिक दृष्टि से भी महिला का शिक्षा में महत्व, समाज में महिला शिक्षा का अत्यधिक महत्व है। अगर महिला शिक्षित है तो समाज में उसकी भागीदारी हर जगह बढ़ जाती है। महिला अगर शिक्षित होती है तो समाज में उसका एक सकारात्मक पहलू, पॉजिटिव एस्पेक्ट सामने आता है और समाज के हर निर्णय में भागीदारी के रूप में वो सामने खड़ी होती है और एक अच्छे समाज का निर्माण होता है। अधिक समय नहीं लेते हुए मैं अपने शब्दों को विराम करती हूँ। थैंक यू सो मच सुनीता मैडम।
थैंक यू मैम, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद मैम। आपने सच कहा कि महिलाओं को जो है सशक्त होना है तो खुद को जो है पहले महिलाओं को सशक्त करना होगा, क्योंकि मुझे भी लगता है कि किसी सामाजिक आंदोलन से, सोशल मूवमेंट से या कोई कानून बना देने से जो है महिलाएं सशक्त नहीं हो सकती हैं, क्योंकि महिलाओं को सशक्त होने के लिए खुद को ही एफर्ट्स करना पड़ेगा। जैसे हमारे पास सावित्रीबाई फुले का उदाहरण है कि उन्होंने एक छोटी सी आयु में जब उनका विवाह हुआ और उसके बाद उन्होंने शिक्षा ग्रहण की, शिक्षा ग्रहण करने के बाद जो है समाज का उद्धार करने निकली, क्योंकि कोई किसी का उद्धार नहीं कर सकता, खुद को आगे लाने के लिए खुद ही आगे आना पड़ता है, कोई किसी का जो है सहारा नहीं बन सकता। इसलिए महिला सशक्तिकरण के लिए महिलाओं का शिक्षित होना और महिलाओं को खुद आगे आना जो है बहुत ज्यादा जरूरी है। और हमारे पास हमारे लास्ट स्पीकर हैं, और उससे पहले मैं बता दूं कि हमारा जो नेक्स्ट सेशन रहेगा वो पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन का रहेगा। अब मैं बुलाऊंगी प्रोफेसर मधु लक्ष्मी शर्मा जी को, जो स्टेट कोऑर्डिनेटर है सोशल साइंस मैनेजमेंट वेलफेयर एसोसिएशन की। प्रोफेसर मधु लक्ष्मी जी, आप अपना विचार व्यक्त करें, अपने विचार जो है सबके बीच साझा करें।
मैं भी महिला थोड़ा सा मैं डिस्टर्ब करना चाहता हूँ।
हेलो, हाँ जी
मैम, आपका कैमरा उनका उल्टा है, थोड़ा कहें सीधा कर दें।
फिर वो मेरा वीडियो ऑन ऑफ हो जाएगा, सीधा तो मैं कर दूँ। ओके, महिलाओं के सशक्तिकरण की ही बात मैं करूंगी। महिलाओं के सशक्तिकरण की आवश्यकता हमें क्यों पड़ी? क्योंकि पुरुषों द्वारा सदियों से महिलाओं का शोषण और भेदभाव किया जाता रहा। महिलाओं के खिलाफ अपराध, अत्याचार से निपटने के लिए समाज में पुरानी सोच वाले लोगों के मन को सामाजिक योजनाओं और संवेदीकरण कार्यक्रमों के माध्यम से ही बदलना होगा। पूर्व में राजा राम मोहन राय, स्वामी विवेकानंद जी, आचार्य विनोबा भावे और ईश्वर चंद्र विद्यासागर आदि ने सती और बाल विवाह जैसी कुप्रथाओं को समाप्त किया और भारत में महिलाओं के उत्थान में लगातार काम किया। वहीं से बात शुरू होती है महिलाओं के सशक्तिकरण। सशक्तिकरण महिलाओं को इसलिए आवश्यक है, उनको शिक्षित करने के लिए, उनको बराबरी के साथ सम्मान दिलाने के लिए और उनमें कर्तव्य की भावना पैदा करने के लिए। साधारण शब्दों में हम कह सकते हैं कि महिलाओं के सशक्तिकरण का मतलब है कि महिलाओं को अपनी जिंदगी का फैसला करने की स्वतंत्रता देना या उनमें ऐसी क्षमताएं पैदा करना ताकि वे समाज में अपना सही स्थान स्थापित कर सके। महिला सशक्तिकरण मुख्य रूप से महिलाओं को स्वतंत्र बनाने की प्रथा को दर्शाता है, जिससे कि वो अपना निर्णय स्वयं ले सके और बिना किसी पारिवारिक या सामाजिक प्रतिबंध के अपने जीवन में आगे बढ़ सके। सरल शब्दों में यह कहा जा सकता है कि महिला सशक्तिकरण व्यक्तिगत विकास की जिम्मेदारी लेने का अधिकार देता है। महिला सशक्तिकरण का राष्ट्रीय उद्देश्य महिलाओं की प्रगति और उनमें आत्मविश्वास का संचार पैदा करना है। महिला सशक्तिकरण देश के विकास के लिए बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है, क्योंकि महिलाएं रचनाकार होती हैं। अगर सशक्तिकरण के आयाम देखें महिलाओं के, तो वो आर्थिक, सामाजिक, राजनीतिक एवं धार्मिक सभी आयाम हैं उनके। इनसे उन्हें रोजगार, शिक्षा, आर्थिक तरक्की, बराबरी के मौके, सामाजिक स्वतंत्रता सभी चीजें प्राप्त होती हैं। महिलाएं भी पुरुषों की तरह अपनी हर आकांक्षाओं को पूरी कर सकती हैं, उच्च साक्षरता दर हो सकती है और समान काम के लिए समान वेतनमान के साथ साथ महिलाएं आर्थिक रूप से आगे बढ़कर गरीबी से बाहर निकलने में सक्षम होती हैं। सशक्तिकरण के कारण महिलाओं में आत्ममूल्य की भावना पैदा होती है, उनको अधिकार मिलते हैं और अपनी बात को रखने की स्वतंत्रता प्राप्त होती है, समान अवसर मिलते हैं और सभी प्रकार के संसाधनों पर पहुंचने का अधिकार पुरुषों के बराबर मिलता है। घर के अंदर बाहर अपने स्वयं के जीवन को नियमित करने और नियंत्रित करने का भी अधिकार मिलता है। सामाजिक और आर्थिक व्यवस्था को बनाने में योगदान करने की क्षमता का विकास होता है। प्राचीन काल से लेकर आधुनिक काल तक की महिला की स्थिति सामाजिक, राजनीतिक और आर्थिक रूप से समान नहीं रही है। महिलाओं के हालातों में कई बार बदलाव हुए हैं। प्राचीन काल में तो महिलाओं को पुरुषों के समान दर्जा प्राप्त था। शुरुआत वैदिक काल में देखा जाए तो महिलाएं शिक्षित थीं, जैसा कि हमारे प्राचीन ग्रंथों में मैत्रेयी जैसी महिला संतों के उदाहरण भी हैं। सभी प्रकार की भेदभावपूर्ण प्रथाएं, बाल विवाह, देवदासी प्रणाली, नगर वधू, सती प्रथा आदि से शुरू हुई। महिलाओं के सामाजिक और राजनीतिक अधिकारों को धीरे धीरे कम कर दिया गया, जिससे वो परिवार शिक्षा के अधिकार, काम करने के अधिकार, खुद को के लिए फैसला करने का अधिकार सभी उनसे धीरे छीन लिए गए। मध्य युगीन काल में जब मुस्लिम शासकों का आगमन हुआ, उसके तत्पश्चात राजा राम मोहन राय, ईश्वर चंद्र, विद्यासागर, स्वामी विवेकानंद जी, आचार्य विनोबा भावे जी आदि सामाजिक सुधारकों ने भारत में महिलाओं के उत्थान के लिए कई काम किए। भारत का संविधान भी दुनिया में सबसे अच्छी तरह से महिलाओं को समानता प्रदान करने का एक महत्वपूर्ण दस्तावेज है। यह दस्तावेज विशेष रूप से जेंडर समानता को सुरक्षित करने का प्रावधान देता है। इस संविधान में विभिन्न लेख जो है वो सामाजिक, राजनीतिक और आर्थिक रूप से पुरुषों के समान अधिकार प्रदान करते हैं। संविधान में अनुच्छेद 14, अनुच्छेद 15(1) और 15(3), अनुच्छेद 16 ये ऐसे अनुच्छेद हैं जो महिलाओं के मौलिक अधिकार हैं और अदालत भी न्याय संगत हैं और सरकार भी उन अनुच्छेदों का पालन करने के लिए बाध्य है। संसद ने भी महिलाओं के सशक्तिकरण के संवैधानिक दायित्वों को करने के लिए लागू किए गए हैं। समान पारिश्रमिक अधिनियम 1971, दहेज निषेध अधिनियम 1961, अनैतिक रोकथाम 1956, मातृत्व लाभ अधिनियम 1961, गर्भावस्था अधिनियम 1971, सती आयोग अधिनियम 1987, कार्यस्थल पर महिलाओं के यौन उत्पीड़न अधिनियम 2013 और भी कई कानून हैं जो कि महिलाओं को कानूनी अधिकार देते हैं, उनकी सुरक्षा करते हैं और उनमें सशक्तिकरण की भावना भी पैदा करते हैं। भारत विभिन्न अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सम्मेलनों और संधियों से जुड़ा हुआ है, जहां पर महिलाओं को समान अधिकारों को सुरक्षित करने के लिए वो देश भी प्रतिबद्ध हैं। 2001 में भारत ने महिला सरकार सशक्तिकरण के लिए एक राष्ट्रीय नीति का शुभारंभ किया और इस नीति में कई सकारात्मक आर्थिक, सामाजिक, राजनीतिक, सांस्कृतिक, नागरिक, मौलिक, मानवाधिकार सभी क्षेत्रों में महिलाओं को समान अधिकार दिए हैं। महिला एवं बाल विकास मंत्रालय भी महिलाओं के कल्याण, विकास और सशक्तिकरण से संबंधित सभी मामलों के लिए नोडल एजेंसी है। मंत्रालय की भी विभिन्न योजनाएं आर्थिक सशक्तिकरण करने में संभव होती हैं। महिलाओं की आर्थिक और सामाजिक स्थिति में महत्वपूर्ण तरीके से दिन ब दिन सुधार होता जा रहा है, लेकिन यह सुधार या परिवर्तन में ज्यादातर महानगरों या शहरी क्षेत्रों में दिखाई देता है। अर्ध शहरी क्षेत्रों और गांवों की स्थिति में कोई विशेष सुधार नहीं है। महिलाओं का जो भी सुधार अथवा सशक्तिकरण हुआ है, वह विशेष रूप से उनके स्वयं के प्रयासों और संघर्षों के कारण ही हुआ है। केवल सरकार योजनाएं काम नहीं कर सकती जब तक स्वयं संघर्ष के लिए प्रयासरत ना हो। हमारे देश के सावित्री फुले, भगिनी निवेदिता, एनी बेसेंट, सरोजिनी नायडू, प्रेम माथुर, विजयलक्ष्मी पंडित, अन्ना चंडी, सुचेता कृपलानी, कमला देवी चट्टोपाध्याय, इंदिरा गांधी, किरण बेदी, मदर टेरेसा, बचेंद्री पाल, सुरेखा यादव, फातिमा बीबी, प्रिया झिंगन, प्रतिभा पाटिल आदि महिलाएं रही हैं जो अपने अपने क्षेत्रों में सर्वोत्तम रही हैं। हम खुद को आधुनिक कहने लगे हैं, लेकिन सच में तो हम विचारों से पिछड़े हुए हैं। महिलाएं आज कुशल गृहिणी से लेकर एक सफल व्यवसायी की भूमिका भी बहुत बेहतर तरीके से निभा रही हैं। नई पीढ़ी की महिला तो स्वयं को पुरुषों से बेहतर साबित करने का कोई भी मौका गंवाना नहीं चाहती और न वो गंवाती हैं। हमें महिलाओं की समस्याओं के बारे में समाज में पुरुष सदस्यों को संवेदनशील बनाना होगा। उनके बीच एकजुटता और समानता की भावना पैदा करना होगा और यह सभी प्रयास घर से प्रारंभ होते हैं, हमारे परिवार से प्रारंभ होते हैं, जहाँ किसी भेदभाव के बिना शिक्षा, स्वास्थ्य, पोषण और निर्णय लेने के समान अवसर महिला परिवार सदस्यों को करके सशक्त करना चाहिए। राष्ट्र तभी शक्तिशाली बन सकता है जब यह वास्तव में अपनी महिलाओं को शक्ति प्रदान करता है और सशक्तिकरण देता है। थैंक
यू। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद मैम। आपके लिए 2 लाइनें हैं। अब बदल सी गई है ये पहचान और परिभाषा, अब बदल सी गई है ये पहचान और परिभाषा, वाणी अभी भी मधुर सी, वाणी अभी भी मधुर सी, पर कुछ कर गुजरने की है प्रबल है आशा, पर कुछ कर गुजरने की है प्रबल सी है आशा। धन्यवाद मैम आपका। Before starting next session, I request Dr. Brajesh ji play video of our guest Annie Kuswati. Dr. Brajesh ji, Annie Kuswati जी का वीडियो प्ले करें।
Yes, madam.
सर आवाज नहीं आ रही है। सर साउंड नहीं है।
हेलो सुनीता मैडम, हेलो हेलो
हाँ जी सर बोलिए।
मैम टेक्निकल प्रॉब्लम है, प्लीज
ओके सर,
कंक्लूड
ओके
एंड
सर,
प्लीज।
ओके। फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन के सभी डिग्नेटरीज जो हैं मैं उनका सबका आभार व्यक्त करना चाहती हूँ, और इसके बाद हम सबका आभार व्यक्त करते हैं कि आप सभी ने अपना बहुमूल्य समय दिया और इस सेमिनार में जुड़े और सभी पार्टिसिपेंट्स का मार्गदर्शन किया। अब हम जो है नेक्स्ट सेशन शुरू करते हैं। नेक्स्ट सेशन में सभी समय का ध्यान रखें और बेस्ट पेपर प्रेजेंटर जो होंगे उनको बेस्ट पेपर प्रेजेंटर का सर्टिफिकेट दिया जाएगा। सभी अपने पीपीटीज जो है वो ईमेल के माध्यम से जो है डॉक्टर ब्रजेश जी को भेजें। और अब हमारा जो नेक्स्ट सेशन शुरू हो रहा है वो पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन का है। मैं पहले पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन के लिए आमंत्रित करने से पहले हेलो मैं सबको कहना चाहूँगी कि सभी जो पार्टिसिपेंट्स हैं, those who are going to read the paper in today's international seminar are requested to keep their topics in a brief so that everyone gets a chance to read the paper. सभी कोशिश करें कि
चलो
2 से 3
मैम
प्लीज।
my name is Santosh Ganigir. When I am a session में
प्लीज सर। हाँ जी हेलो
संतोष गानगिर मैडम।
हाँ जी क्या क्वारी है सर आपकी?
व्हाट मैम?
अच्छा ओके, तो सभी लोग कोशिश करें कि 2 से 3 मिनट में जो है अपना पेपर प्रेजेंट करें, ज़्यादा समय ना लें क्योंकि 127 पेपर प्रेजेंटर है हमारे पास, तो सभी को मौका मिले इस चीज़ का ध्यान रखें। तो सबसे पहले मैं आमंत्रित करती हूँ डॉक्टर मंजुला केपी, डॉक्टर मंजुला केपी पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन के लिए कर्नाटका से, असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर सोशियोलॉजी कर्नाटका से डॉक्टर मंजुला केपी। आर यू प्रेजेंट मैम? नेक्स्ट पेपर प्रेजेंटर है डॉक्टर प्रगति। डॉक्टर प्रगति, डॉक्टर प्रगति दरभंगा, फ्रॉम दरभंगा। पेपर प्रेजेंटर प्लीज बी रेडी। नेक्स्ट मोहम्मद काजिम।
Yes, ma'am. Present, ma'am.
Okay,
Okay, ma'am.
you can present.
I
Okay.
will share my PPT.
Email also, sir.
Yes, sir. I have already did, ma'am.
Okay.
Is my PPT sharing? Hello.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Please continue.
Okay, thank you. A very good afternoon to one and all. This is Muhammad Kazim, research scholar, Department of Education and Training, Maulana Azad National Urdu University, Hyderabad. First of all, I would like to thank all the organizing members, especially convener and coordinator of the program, for giving me this great opportunity. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, sir. So without taking much time, I will start my presentation, which is about parental perception toward women education in Ladakh region of India, a case study in Kargil. Movies to illustrate, the main objective of this study was to find out the parental perception towards female education. Quantitative research design was used and sample size of 200 respondents was selected for the study. Interview schedule was used to collect the data. This study is limited to Kargil district, further delimited to Barsonala, a block of Kargil district. And the study result demonstrates that there is significant association or relationship between parental education and their female child education. Moves to introduction part. If you've seen in the screen, education is the fundamental right. Yes, education is the fundamental right of every human being. It is not only the right of men but women as well. When we talk about education, we cannot neglect the women education in the society. Importance of women education is mandatory to develop the nation. Without educating women, it is not possible. Women education is need of the hour. Women education is need of the hour like men. Once Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru said that if we educate a man, we educate a man only. We educate an individual only. If we educate a woman, we educate the entire family or we educate the whole family. So educating the woman is very important. As I have said earlier that importance of women education is mandatory to develop any country. Without educating women, it is not possible. As we all know that women have three basic roles. First as a daughter, second as a wife, and third as a mother. Apart from these duties, they have to prove good citizens as well. As you seen in the screen that nation's progress is impossible without trained and educated mothers. If the women of any country are not educated, about half of the people will be ignorant. Napoleon answered this about the development of France. The result is that such a country will not be able to go along with other nations in development and progress. In the context of Ladakh, when we talk about the women education, there are many barriers occurs in their life. In Ladakhi society, patriarchal values are heavily in social structure. Male is socially assigned to complete the household services and women to the reproductive role. Source of income generated is associated with men. That are why male education is important rather female. There is large gap in rural and urban areas of Ladakh about female education. The main towns in Ladakh like Skalzang, Shushot, Phiangle, Changchik, and Baru Kargil, female education is increasing due to facilities and better chance of getting education. But in rural areas of Ladakh like Barso, Zanskar, Batalik, and Dras, the situation is totally different. Moves to objectives of study. First is to know the parental perception towards women education in Kargil district of Ladakh region. Second, to identify the problems, issues of women education in Kargil district of Ladakh region. Third one is to suggest the solution of their problems. Moves on hypothesis. There is relationship between parents education and female
Dr.
education.
Kazim, please conclude. Conclude.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Now I will conclude my presentation. Parents have a significant influence in the education of women, but the researchers in the current study conclude that social, cultural, and traditional restrictions are to blame for women's under education. In the society and in positions of authority, male literacy predominates because household expenditure relates to men. Male education was preferred over over female education. So it is all about my presentation. Due to last time, I will not present the entire PPT. So sorry for that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Kazim.
Ji, ma'am, thank you.
Mr. Amarjeet Singh from Sant Baba Bhag Singh University. Mr. Amarjeet Singh. Mr. Amarjeet Singh or Professor Dr. Vijay Dheer from Sant Baba Bhag Singh University. Next, Dr. Soumya Praveen.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. Present here.
Okay.
Okay, I'll share the PPT, ma'am. Yeah. Can you see the PPT, ma'am? Hello?
Yes.
Yes. Let's continue.
Okay.
Yes,
Good
madam.
afternoon to all. Myself, Dr. Soumya Praveen, from Govind, Assistant Professor in Commerce, Govindas College, Surathkal. This is a joint paper prepared by myself and my friend, Dr. Rekha Jian. The title of the paper is Women Empowerment Through Self-Help Group, a study with reference to Puttur Taluka of Dakshina Kannada district of Karnataka state. Introduction. Women play a dynamic role in the economy. If a woman is educated, trained, then she will guide whole family. She is the guiding spirit for entire family. Women's empowerment can be well defined as promoting women's sense of self-confidence, their ability to define their own choices, and their right to influence social changes for themselves and others. On this area, self-help groups play a vital role. Self-help groups are informal associations of people who choose to come together to find means to develop their living conditions. These are the small groups of poor people. It is a financial intermediary committee, usually composed of 12 to 25 local women between the age of 18 to 50. Objectives. The main objectives of the study are to study about self-help group, to know the concept of women empowerment, to study the role of self-help group in women empowerment. Methodology. So this paper includes both primary and secondary data. Primary data is collected with the help of structured questionnaire and interview method because few of the respondents are not able to read the questionnaire. That's the reason interview method is also used here. And secondary data is used with the help of reviewing the literatures, articles, publications, and so on. Sample size. The total sample size chosen for the study is 100 women respondents from the village of Dakshina Kannada district. Sample area. The area chosen for the study is Puttur Taluka of Dakshina Kannada district of Karnataka state. Sampling techniques. The sampling here we have used simple random sampling method to collect the information from the respondents. Sampling tools. For the analysis of the articles, researcher has used percentage method and means. Demographic profile of the respondents. So we have chosen only women respondents. That's the reason entire studies covers only women respondents. And among the respondents, 87% of them are married and 9% of the respondents were single. 75% of the respondents belongs to the age group of 20 to 40 years and 6% of the respondents belongs to less than 20 years of age. Among the respondents, 69% of them have educational qualification of less than SSLC, and only 4% of the respondents were holding degrees. 26% of the respondents have the monthly income is less than 5,000, and 74% of them are getting more than 5,000 rupees. And 32% of the respondents involves into BD rolling because in coastal areas, BD rolling is the main occupation done by the housewife people, and 27% of them do maintenance work. Survey question is in that the study shows that 57% of the respondents have the membership of self-help group from last 5 to 10 years, and 21% of them are having the membership of less than 5 years, and 22% of them have the membership for more than 5 years. Next, the impact of the respondents after joining self-help groups. The study shows that 65% of the respondents agree for the statement that after joining self-help group, their literacy level has improved, there will be increased or better standard of living and increased confidence level of the employee respondents as well as increased status. And 60% of the respondents agree that their public relation is improved after joining self-help group because confidence level has increased. That's the reason. And they are economically independent. And 63% of the respondents agree that after becoming a member of self-help group, their leadership qualities have been increased with a mean value of 4.075. And 50% of the respondents strongly agree that their saving habits have increased a lot because the main intention of joining the self-help group is to inculcate the saving habits.
Conclude, Soumya.
Yes, ma'am.
Conclude.
Yeah, sure. So as per the conclusion, the study it is found that socio-economic factors has been changed after joining self-help groups. The saving habits among the people is increased a lot. This enhanced the standard of living capacity of the people. Though the rural area people face lot of problem, but if they join any associations like self-help groups, these problems can be redressed at the earliest. Thank you. The presentation is.
Thank you, Soumya. Very nice and technical presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next,
email ID.
Next, okay, we will send. Next, Dr. Sonali Channawar,
Yes,
postdoctoral research fellow, ICSSR, Delhi.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Kindly present.
Yes,
समय का ध्यान रखें.
जी जी बिल्कुल मैम. मैंने अपनी पीपीटी नहीं बनाई है मैम ड्यू टू आई इन्फेक्शन. आई जस्ट रीड माय एमएस.
ओके ओके
ओके ओके. Ma'am, PPT visible, my MS Word file visible or not, ma'am?
Yes. You can start.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Dr. Sonali Channawar. My topic is the role of women empowerment in literacy. The main focus area of the women empowerment is the literacy. The article shows that the woman empowerment in literacy, that is the important factor for the our society and nation. The woman empowerment means give power, being strength and space in her family, society, and also in the nation. He deserves a better life in a better life in society. When we see the woman empowerment in literacy, the education play a very important role for playing the good quality enhancement in society and nation. The woman empowerment in literacy that plays the education, political approaches, and the educational attainment, culture, happiness, these all things are very important in literacy. And the major objective for this literacy factor is the create high level corporate leadership in gender equality, treat all people fairly, work respecting and supporting discrimination, human rights, promote educational training and professional development for the women empowerment, measures and report publicly on and progress to create great equalizer, gender equalizer. Everyone raise your hand together and take women empowerment forward to preserve the country heritage and the form of mother earth. The woman keeps to statue a Lakshmi Saraswati for the country of strive to the progress. That means that everywhere the woman play a very important role, and literacy play a very key factor to success of nation. And here is the woman empowerment in literacy. That means the literacy helps human to develop the critical like the decision making, problem solving, logical skills. And there is not any difference between men and women, but in the place of women we face the so many problems for the empowerment. And nowadays we are raised the empowerment in the sustainable development of women in every places, and literacy play the very key role in the country. That's he improve the child development and the society development. At the last, I want to say that the Prime Minister Narendra Modi has said that in the 82 एडिशन मन की बात में उन्होंने एक चीज कहा था, उन्होंने कही थी कि अगर हम देश में वुमन एम्पावरमेंट को रेस करते हैं तो डेफिनेटली अपने देश के हर क्षेत्र में हर जगह पे हम हर चीज को बढ़ा सकते हैं. इसलिए उन्होंने कहा था कि बेटी बचाओ बेटी पढ़ाओ. तो हर क्षेत्र में हम लिटरेसी के थ्रू वुमेन्स को रेस कर सकते हैं, उनके क्वालिटीज को इम्प्रूव कर सकते हैं. तो यही चीज मैं यहाँ पे कहना चाहती हूँ कि हर क्षेत्र का जो हर एरिया रहता है वहां पे हमें लिटरेसी के थ्रू वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट को बढ़ाना चाहिए. थैंक यू.
थैंक यू डॉक्टर सोनाली चन्नावर. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. नेक्स्ट पेपर प्रेजेंटर इज डॉक्टर ज्योर्ली पीजोए, इंग्लिश
Yes.
लिटरेचर. Okay, ma'am. Okay, kindly present your paper.
Good afternoon, one and all here. First of all, I thank the organizing committee for giving me this wonderful opportunity to present a paper. I am Dr. Jolly P. Joy, Faculty, School of Languages, Amity University, Mumbai. My paper title, Buthini in the novel, Buthini by Sarah Joseph, is an eco-refugee. And we know refugee is a worldwide discussed term and topic. This paper tries to locate a woman character, the heroine, the woman character, Buthini Mejan, as an internally displaced eco-refugee. This girl, Buthini Mejan, got displaced due to a developmental activity in her native land, Jharkhand, and somewhere near the side of Bengal. And she was forced brutally to move from her own place to other unknown space. And Buthini, a 2019 published novel in Malayalam literature by the well-known writer and the social activist and the founder of women empowerment movements in Kerala in South, Sarah Joseph describes the pathetic life of women and especially the woman character Buthini Mejan. The novel is produced after a real journey to this life of Sandal tribe in Jharkhand by the novelist with her friends. And while writing the novel, author gets to know that her heroine is alive in 70s, and later she go to meet the heroine, the historical woman, with a full of curiosity and empathy. You know, the Prime Minister of 1959, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, had gone to submit the Panjit Dam across the Damodar River on 6th December 1959. And unfortunately, the 15-year-old girl, Buthini Mejan, was chosen to garland the Prime Minister as a welcoming ceremony and placing a tikka on his forehead. That was the turn of her life. And Damodar Valley Corporation chosen this lady, this girl, as a natural act of ceremony. But this particular act was a violation of Santhal tradition, tribal tradition. She was expelled from her village and was dismissed from her job. The village people said that she married an outsider, a Dikku. She belongs to none except Nehru, the tribal bride of Nehru. And as per their norms, she is the wife of Nehru. And because of this act, she was totally displaced. Not only she, but lakhs of people, villagers, were forced to go away from their own region. And about 80,000 families were evacuated and hundreds of villages submerged. According to the 1951 United Nations Refugee Convention, refugees are defined as persons who, owing to a well-founded fear of persecution on the grounds of race, religion, a particular sector, or a membership of a social group, find themselves outside. And you know, the migrant and the refugees, especially these environmental refugees, are very totally different. You know, the nation loves the migrants, because from migrants they are getting more benefits and all positive things, and the refugees are displaced. And within the refugee system there is internally displaced people, that is IDPs. And you know, through the hardships of Buthini Mejan, she lost everything because of this environment. The dam. The dam is a project and the part of scientific and technology, the developmental activity, but she was totally and brutally displaced from her own place. Place is an emotional place and space.
Please conclude.
And the last line, Buthini says to the interviewer, Buthini ma, our nation has wronged to you to make it right. Nation, what nation? Which is my nation? So Buthini herself says that she belongs to no other region. She has no passport. She has no citizen. She has belong to any citizenship. So this is my paper. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next participant is Ranga Swami C. Bangalore North University, Karnataka. Ranga Swami. Next is Nisha from Firozabad. Nisha.
Good afternoon, ma'am, and good afternoon all of you. Myself, Nisha, Assistant Professor, Sociology Department, MG PG College, Firozabad. My topic is पर्यावरण के प्रति महिलाओं की चिंता, चिंतन और चेतना। प्रकृति का संरक्षण प्राकृतिक संसाधनों के संरक्षण से संबंधित है। इसमें मुख्यतः भूमि, गगन, वायु, जल, वातावरण, वनस्पति एवं जानवर शामिल है। हमारे ऋषि मुनियों को प्रकृति संरक्षण एवं मानव स्वभाव की गहरी जानकारी थी, इसलिए उन्होंने प्रकृति के साथ मानव संबंध स्थापित किए। इसमें विशेष तौर पर महिलाओं को पर्यावरण से जोड़ा। महिलाओं द्वारा व्रत, त्योहार के अवसर पर या प्रतिदिन के क्रियाकलापों एवं पूजा अर्चना में अनेक वृक्षों यथा पीपल, तुलसी, आंवला, बेल, शमी, नीम आदि तथा अनेक पुष्पों एवं विभिन्न पशुओं जैसे गाय, चूहा, बैल, सांप, बंदर आदि का समावेश होता है, जिसमें सहज ही प्रकृति से तादात्म्य स्थापित होता चला गया। सनातनी परंपराओं ने कहीं न कहीं प्रकृति का संरक्षण किया है। सनातन धर्म का प्रकृति से कितना गहरा संबंध है, इसका उदाहरण ऋग्वेद के प्रथम मंत्र जो अग्नि की स्तुति से रचा गया है से लगाया जा सकता है। आज के 7-8 दशक पहले महिलाओं के दिन की शुरुआत पर्यावरण एवं जल संरक्षण से होती थी। हाँ, ये जरूर था कि वो इस आधुनिक शब्द पर्यावरण और जल संरक्षण कर आज के संदर्भ में नहीं समझती थी, फिर भी उनके कार्य प्रत्यक्ष अप्रत्यक्ष रूप से समाहित थे। आज भी महिलाएं अपने स्तर से पर्यावरण के हित में काम कर रही हैं, क्योंकि महिलाओं का प्रकृति से जुड़ाव इस प्रकार से होता है जैसे माता का पुत्र से होता है। इसीलिए कहा गया है माता भूमि पुत्रो अहम पृथिव्या। स्वच्छ पर्यावरण हम सबकी सामूहिक जिम्मेदारी है, लेकिन भारत की लगभग आधी आबादी नारी शक्ति ने पर्यावरण संरक्षण आंदोलनों खासकर वनों के संरक्षण में महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाई है। राजस्थान का खेजड़ी आंदोलन, उत्तराखंड का चिपको आंदोलन, नवधव्या आंदोलन, नर्मदा बचाओ आंदोलन और जैविक खेती से संबंधित वंदना शिवा और अन्य पर्यावरणविद मेधा पाटेकर, वंदना शिवा, गौरा देवी, सुनीता नारायण, मीरा बेन, सरला बेन, विमला बेन, गौरा देवी जैसी अन्य महिलाओं का पर्यावरण संरक्षण में महत्वपूर्ण योगदान रहा है। महिलाओं के साथ साथ सुंदरलाल बहुगुणा, चंदी प्रसाद भट्ट, घनश्याम सैनानी और धूम सिंह नेगी जैसे महापुरुषों ने भी पर्यावरण संरक्षण के रूप में विशेष योगदान दिया है। अगर हम समाज के अत्यंत पिछड़े वर्ग को देखते हैं, जो ही बहुत ही पिछड़ा है, आदिवासी और पहाड़ी समाज जो अत्यंत ही पिछड़ा वर्ग है, जिनका जीवन पूर्णतः प्रकृति पर आश्रित है, मगर भूमंडलीकरण के बढ़ते प्रभाव ने प्रकृति प्रदत्त उनकी जीविका छीन ली। आज पलायन बढ़ रहा है। पहाड़ी महिलाओं का जीवन जंगल बचाओ आंदोलन भारत में नारीवादी आंदोलन का पहला कदम था, जिसे वह केवल पर्यावरण अथवा जंगल के संरक्षण के मुद्दों को ही नहीं उठाती, बल्कि अपने स्वयं के अस्तित्व के लिए भी संघर्ष करती हैं, क्योंकि उनका पूरा जीवन जल, जंगल, जमीन और अर्थात प्रकृति प्रदत्त संसाधनों पर ही आश्रित है। पर्यावरण की स्थिति बहुत चिंतनीय है और हमें चिंतन करने की आवश्यकता है। आज सूरज की तपती गर्मी के कारण पृथ्वी का तापमान लगातार बढ़ता जा रहा है। आज पृथ्वी पर प्रकृति का अभिशाप वायुमंडल के रूप में ग्लोबल वार्मिंग है। प्रदूषण, अम्ल वर्षा, जलवायु परिवर्तन, ओजोन परत जैसी पर्यावरणीय समस्याएं मनुष्य को अपनी जीवन शैली के बारे में पुनर्विचार करने के लिए प्रेरित कर रही हैं। आज के भौतिकवादी युग में एक और जहां विज्ञान और तकनीकी ने विभिन्न क्षेत्रों में नए नए आविष्कार हो रहे हैं, वहीं दूसरी ओर मानव परिवेश भी उसी गति से प्रभावित हो रहा है। आने वाली पीढ़ी को पर्यावरण में हो रहे परिवर्तनों का ज्ञान शिक्षा के माध्यम से होना आवश्यक है।
कंक्लूड सर।
ओके मैम। पर्यावरण के हितार्थ में 5R फार्मूले का प्रयोग कर पर्यावरण के नुकसान से बचा जा सकता है। फर्स्ट है रिफ्यूज, सेकंड रिड्यूस, थर्ड रीयूज, फोर्थ रीपर्पज एंड फिफ्थ रिसाइकिल। प्राचीन भारतीय संस्कृति पर्यावरण सुरक्षा के प्रति हमारे संस्कृति ने रूढ़िवादिता कहकर हमें पर्यावरण सुरक्षा से दूर कर दिया, किंतु आज पुनः हमें अपनी संस्कृति की ओर लौटकर पर्यावरण को संरक्षित करना होगा। भारतीय महिलाएं इस दिशा में महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाती आ रही। जब प्राप्ति संसाधनों और पारिस्थितिक तंत्र के प्रबंधन की बात आती है तो महिलाओं की जरूरतों, प्राथमिकताओं और ज्ञान को अक्सर अनदेखा कर दिया जाता है। इसका मतलब है करीब आधी आबादी वर्क फोर्स से दूर है और पर्यावरण संरक्षण संबंधी फैसले लेने से वंचित है। पर्यावरण संरक्षण में महिलाओं की महत्व भूमिका है। वन नीति में महिलाओं की भूमिका को महत्व दिया गया और यह समझ बनी कि वन नीति के लक्ष्य को पाने के लिए महिलाओं को साथ लेकर चलना आवश्यक है। हालांकि अभी भी 33% आरक्षण के बावजूद महिला को बोलने की और अपनी उपस्थिति दर्ज कराने की इतनी आजादी नहीं मिली है जितनी अपेक्षित है। हर क्षेत्र में बढ़ रही महिलाओं की भागीदारी महिला सशक्तिकरण का परिणाम है। प्लीज मैम 1 मिनट। चाहे वह पर्यावरण संरक्षण का क्षेत्र हो, स्वच्छ भारत मिशन का, जब महिलाएं पर्यावरण संरक्षण और जीर्णोद्धार से संबंधित नीतियों और कार्यक्रमों में भागीदार बनेंगी तो प्रभाव और बदलाव दोनों क्रांतिकारी सिद्ध होंगे। अगर सतत विकास के लक्ष्यों को प्राप्त करना है तो लैंगिक समानता के क्षेत्र में कार्य करना बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। हमें महिलाओं के प्रतिनिधित्व को स्वीकार करना होगा। थैंक यू मैम।
थैंक यू। नेक्स्ट इज शांति आर, मदर टेरेसा वुमेन यूनिवर्सिटी कोडियाकनाल। Are you present, Shanti R? Next, Dr. Purnima and Dr.
Yes,
Suresh.
Dr. Purnima is here.
Okay. Kindly present your
Yes.
presentation.
Yeah, good afternoon, ma'am. First of all,
Good
I would
afternoon.
like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to present a paper on women empowerment and development. I start with the presentation of my paper with a quotation of Swami Vivekananda, as there is no chance of the welfare of the world unless the condition of women is improved. It is not possible for a bird to fly with one wing. So Indian society and culture has respected women as a Shakti. She has been respected as mother and a giver of life and a caring daughter and an affectionate sister. However, the image of women in India is undergoing a tremendous change. In recent years, women empowerment is recognized as a central and to socio-economic development of a nation. This has gained a significance in the light of emphasis laid on women empowerment in India's National Population Policy 2000, as well as the Millennium Development Goal to which India is a party. The United Nations entity for gender equality of women, established in 2011, has the same core theme: gender equality and women empowerment. There are many strategies and approaches for the women development. First of all would be the education, where educated women create an educated family, because the family values and norms are developed around mother and she is more accessible to the children than the male counterparts. Vivekananda has aptly said here, education not only gives food for thought, but also wings to fly. And secondly, the economic empowerment. It is said that one who holds the purse holds the nation. True to this, any kind of equality, is fruitless without economic and financial independence. So economic empowerment includes the creating employment opportunity, capacity to generate and spend income, access to credit, ownership of land and assets, etc. Apart from that economic empowerment, even the political participation is also giving a way for the women empowerment. And in the 73rd and 74th Amendment of the Indian Constitution has given 33% of reservation for women in local self-government participation, which has created a tremendous change in giving an empowerment for the women. And also the psychological conditioning, this develops an inferiority complex and leading to a self-pity and insecurity, building the virtues of the self-esteem, self-respect, and self-sufficiency. And social conditions such as a freedom of choice, no discrimination against girl child, legal awareness programs, political awareness programs have made the tremendous strategies for the development of the women. And process in the levels of empowerment includes the individual level and societal level. So in the individual level, it has made the woman to take an own decision regarding the marriage, maternity, and employment or education. At the collective level, at the societal level, it has created a debate among the people afflicting the woman and the same to evolve alternatives to overcome them. So, and the national policy for the woman empowerment has given many opportunities and objectives for positive economic and social policies, human rights and fundamental freedoms, participation and decision making, strengthening the legal system. There are many programs and schemes relating to a woman under the government of India. That is, National Commission for Women has, which was initiated in the 1990s, has created an opportunity for women to declare themselves as and to overcome their problems and express their feelings. And also Indira Gandhi Maitriya Sahayog Yojana, where the pregnant women are giving treatment as well as identifying them for the nutritious food. Rajiv Gandhi scheme for empowerment and adolescent girl child, reproductive and child health program. Mahila Samyaka education for women, equality, science and technology program for women, and many scholarships are given as a Sanchi Honnama for the girls to come up in the educational field and to do the research products. Through these programs, many women organization has stood up on their own, such as Lijjat Papar, Mahila Udyog, and 5 women self-help groups, SHG, and Vanilla self-help group belonging to Kabila Palyam village with a total of 12 members. So I'll be concluding by saying that woman must be brought home to the in such a way that she will be empowered and to lead a very good and happy family. In every family and society, there is an ethical and spiritual space which has been traditionally dominated by the woman. The principal character of Bernard Shaw, why can't woman be like a man? The media can play a statutory and a liberating role to give the woman a distinctive and exclusive space which must belong to them and enable them to generate the ethical, moralizing impulses for the entire society. Thank you once again for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am. Next is Jinnat Merchant and Dr. Vinita Basantvi from Pipri, Pune.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Can you present paper, ma'am?
No, there's no presentation. I'm just going to present my paper. No PPT.
Okay.
The title of my paper is Portrayal of Women in the Poetic Renderings of Kamala Das and Imtiaz Zarkar. My name is Zinat Merchant, Head of English Department, Pune College of Arts, Science and Commerce. Traversing down Indian history, one finds a typical portrayal of women based on stereotypes. Conditioned by the dictum of Manu, who declared that a woman should be subordinate to her father in childhood, her husband in youth, and her son in old age, Indian society has been looking down upon or even ostracizing women who try to raise their voices against male hegemony. Despite the adversities, the images of two empowered women can be witnessed on the horizons of Indian literature, whose poetic works have been instrumental in creating an identity of their own, namely Imtiaz Dharkar, also known as Kamla Suraya, and Kamla Das. My story, which is an autobiography of Kamla Das, received much controversy from Indian society rooted in traditional values. Das's poems exhibit the explorations of the self, female sexuality, a woman's role in traditional Indian society, post-colonial identity, and the political as well as personal struggles of the marginalized. Exploring a sense of identity by drawing upon religious and domestic imagery, Das reveals intensely personal experiences, including her growth into womanhood and her unsuccessful quest for love in her poetic renderings. Kamla Das's poetry projects the agonies of women emerging from a state of subjugation and bondage and seeking to establish their identity. In the poem and introduction, Kamla Das enlists the prescriptive social norms based on the patriarchal ideology, which do not allow her personal freedom and tries to dictate. Dress in saris, be girl, be wife, they said. Be embroider, be cook, be a quarreler with servants. Fit in, oh, belong, cried the categorizers. Don't sit on walls or peep in through our laced windows. Be Amy or be Kamla, or better still, be Madhavi Kuti. With Kamla Das, one finds a yearning to be free. At the same time, she finds security in being bound in a relationship mainly on the basis of love, as she confesses. Freedom became my dancing shoe, how well I danced and danced without rest, until the shoes turned grimy on my feet and began to have doubts. Kamla Das's life's voyage can be aptly described in the words of Rebecca Smith, who states, sensitive female protagonists encounter the attempts of society to force them into stereotypical roles as they move from childhood to adulthood. They alternate between an acceptance, the path of least resistance, and rebellion, but finally they must attempt to live on their own terms and move through suffering to a new, authentic human role. Another bold voice on the literary horizons of Indian poetry in English is that of Imtiaz Dharkar. Although a Pakistan-born British poet who has an abode in Mumbai for the last few years, Dharkar has written anthologies based on subjugation of women and the stifling social and religious norms which thwart the psyche of women. Unlike Kamla Das, whose torments expressed in poetry are mostly autobiographical, Imtiaz Dharkar is a diasporic writer projecting the turmoil of marginalized women in verse. With Imtiaz Dharkar, in spite of a position of minority as a Muslim woman, it is a socio-economic background that has been instrumental in helping her to overcome the oppressive forces of a male-dominated society and given her the poetic license to express her feelings as a poet and as an artist. Although this may be viewed as an advantage, it can also have its own conservations. The poet's own liberation makes her take on a feminist stance as she ironically views the situation of women in Parda in her anthology Parda and Other Poems. It is important to note here that what may seem to be oppression to the poet is viewed as mere tradition by the women in Parda. The oppressed women in Parda, according to Dharkar, seeks relief in religion and the compassionate, merciful God, as seen in the poem Grace, but the woman is unwelcome, as the old man at the door shuns her. The poet persona thus tells her daughter Aisha that they should put their faith elsewhere and, as a sign of rebellion, suggests, I quote, let's dance on the crazy rooftops of Mumbai. Let's say we are in love. Let's admit we are mad. Referring to the stereotypical roles assigned to a woman, Imtiaz Dharkar takes on a humorous stance by objectifying the ladies in the poem at the Lohra Karai,
Ma'am,
saying,
conclude, please.
yes, ma'am. Pam Morris declares, creative forms of writing can offer special insight into human experience and sharpen our perception of social reality. Literary texts may therefore provide a more powerful understanding of the ways in which society works to the disadvantage of women. In addition, the strong emotional impact of imaginative writing can be brought into play to increase indignation at gender discrimination and hence helps us to end it. Positive image of female experiences qualities can be used to raise women's self-esteem and lend authority to political demands. Kamla Das and Imtiaz Dharkar have chosen not to melt into aphasia but become the representative voices of women who have faced predicaments which require a revolution but whose voices may have been nipped in the bud or even arrested at the penultimate step to liberation from the suffocating norms of a male-dominated society. Their poetic renderings shall not only serve as a portal for awareness but lead as a corollary to inspiration and consequent revolution. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, Miss Prithvi, Surana Education Institute, Bangalore, Karnataka.
विश्वास कैसे त्या सूर्या कहाँ से आ गई ये
Prithvi,
अब सूर्या कहाँ से आ गई
Dr. Fareed Khan, Indore. Dr. Fareed Khan, Indore. Next, Dr. Konkam Pulona, Manipur. Dr. Konkam Pulona, Manipur.
Yes.
Okay. Ma'am, present your paper.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello.
Hello, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, sure.
Present your paper, ma'am.
मेरा पेपर प्रेजेंट करने जा रही हूँ मैम.
Okay.
This is Pulona, and here in this occasion celebrating women empowerment, I will be presenting on the topic of empowering of women through economic independence and education with special reference to Manipuri society. Women empowerment is an essential tool to bring about changes in their economic, socio-economic conditions. Empowerment of women needs to, through with their participation in different spheres of life. Education is the most significant instrument of changing women's status in this regard. It is education that can bring about awareness related to their social status, injustice, and differentiation meted out to them. In Manipur, women play a significant role not only in economic development but also in social, political, and religious, etc. It is through education that women are empowered and succeed in changing their stereotypic images to more positive ones. As a Manipuri coming to Manipuri society, since early period, women were never allowed to take any education. This is because of the traditional belief that the primary duties of Manipuri females were to get training in household management, child rearing, income earning activities, as well as traditional occupations like handlooms, handicrafts, looking after their younger siblings, etc. The life cycle of Manipuri women begins at home and ends at home. This was mainly due to high illiteracy rate among the women, especially in villages areas, aided by the society being a primarily male-dominated society. Educating a female would improve not only her status but also improve her whole family. So, to bring a developed society, gender inequality in every person should be discouraged. Therefore, making them literate by providing proper education could bring a freedom of economy and improve their status as an independent individual. With time, Manipuri society has drastically changed. Many women are educated and have their own voice. They are entering various governmental and non-governmental jobs and being self-employed, thus earning in income to be economically independent. Nevertheless, this still does not guarantee complete eradications of gender discrimination, but there is hope that education can be the key to women empowerment. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Next presentation, Jaibunia Abdul Razak.
Good afternoon.
Department of English. Good afternoon.
I'll be sharing my PPT now. I hope it's visible, my PPT.
Yes.
The topic of my presentation is Women's Body is a Site of Rupture, and I'm going to reread Atya Hussein's story that is After the Storm. So before I begin, I would like to understand, or I would like to talk something about the idea of body. The idea of body remains to be an embedded testament while we unravel the matters of systemic and ethnic cleansing that happens regularly in any society. So, women's bodies today are often portrayed to be the carriers of cultural markers, and when subjected to conditioning or otherwise, they too are used as agents of balance for a particular community's quote virtuous status. As a result, when hit by mass exodus and violent clashes against the backdrop of partition, Indian women were positioned at the receiving end of trauma and pain. So, bodies of women had to be that site that witnessed violence of all forms. And a woman's body, hence, then, wasn't considered for its living essence as human being, but rather an object that had to bear the brunt of carrying the crown of honor. So, literary documentation of history proves that in war-torn society, where ethnic cleansing and pogroms are designed to carry forth a structured genocide, it was these women's bodies that faced the largest blow with violence like rape, murder, assault, abduction, etc., of all forms. So, this paper aims to bring out instances from this specific literary narrative named After the Storm by Atya Hussein that echoes the traumatic process which a female body had to undergo during the partition. In my paper, like just to put it briefly, I have spoken about partition, then move on to make a distinction or the idea of what is history and literature, and then a rigorous analysis of Atya Hussein's After the Storm with conclusion. So when we look at partition, it was something that proved devastating to both the newly formed nations. The horrors that followed this occurrence left many lives on the brims of destitution and cut their ties with family and beloved ones. So the time witnessed a count of 15 million refugees pouring in and out of borders, deeply affected by the atrocities that perpetuated and the alienation experienced after migration. So the bewilderment and human trauma that has caused by this tragedy occupies a central place in partition literature. I would like to say, like how it is put, it came as, the gift of freedom always came to us with, something like that of partition, which is considered to be not necessarily a boon. The narratives of partition usually were not written very rigorously, but it was considered to be something that is a dark underbelly to independence, and it was usually always brushed under the carpet. So when we speak of this form of literature, it comprises the agony, experience, and stories of individuals who were victimized to confront uprootedness, alienation, and violence of all forms. So when we look at this idea, we see that, partition stories broke the Indian tradition of harmony and plural culture and continuity between the communities. And one major thing that we have to understand in terms of the emergence of short story as a genre really did, start skyrocketing during the times of partition, because it was not the novels that made big noise, but rather these short stories that reached out to people tried to bring in, a significant difference. When we look at history and literature, they always go hand in hand. History is focused on the documentation of events, whereas it was definitely literature that had the powerful tool of linguistic essence to put forth these inexpressible experience. And one of the major genres that emerged during that time was partition. So women and children were the most common representatives.
Please conclude. Conclusion.
In conclusion, I would like to say that the plight of BB in this short story is something that we all have to think about. And her suffering is not expressed directly. It is evident that she has suppressed her violent past in order to survive its trauma. And these traumas have been in through their past, it tends to continue. And it tends to seep into the human psyche consciously and unconsciously, and that has come out greatly with the writings of Atya Hussein. So the partition failed to destroy the language of people. So literature, I would like to say, was not partitioned. When we read the story, you would definitely understand. And it kind of renders a meaningful tone of humanity. So the loss faced by a bygone era loses its intensity and relevance to the next era, but the humanistic outlook always makes them relevant and relatable for all generations to come. This is something that I have said. And in last, I would like to say that this paper solely lies upon foreshadowing these quintessential themes of partition narratives that include displacement, violence, and survival. Thank you, everyone, for giving me this.
Thank you, ma'am. Nice presentation.
Thank you so much.
Next, Dr. Vishnuvardhan Subhash. Dr. Vishnuvardhan Subhash. Next, Santosh Malappa.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, kindly present your paper.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, all of. My topic name: relationship between women empowerment and healthcare facilities in India. Abstract: relationship between women empowerment and healthcare facilities. Facilities are places that provide healthcare. They include hospitals, clinics, outpatient care centers, and specialized care centers such as breathing centers and psychiatric care centers. Health service refer to the patient care provided by medical professional, healthcare personnel, and healthcare organizations. Explore the type of health services and find out different types of healthcare service providers. My topic covers gender inequality in healthcare, women and cardiovascular disease of women, gender equality, and health empower women working in healthcare, and so on. Introduction. Health services consist of medical professionals, organizations, and healthcare workers who provide medical care to those in need. Health services serve patients, families, communities, and populations. They cover emergency preventions, long-term hospital diagnostic, primary home care, etc. These services are centered around making healthcare high quality and patient centered. Many different type of care and providers are necessary in order to offer successfully health services. Study of objectives. Women live longer with more unhealthy years with again than men. Gender equality in healthcare is progressing too slowly over time. Third one, women account for the majority of workers in healthcare but are unrepresented in leading position. So fourth one, by promoting their career development, women health will be simultaneously put higher on the agenda. Uh, its explanation. Totally, gender inequality in healthcare. The United Nations has estimated the worldwide 98 point million women in 2020 will be aged 50 and over. In 250, the figure will rise to 1.65 billion. In 2020, the total female population is 3.8 billion, and the estimate for 250 is 4.8 billion. First one, women health issues are often limited to sexual and reproductive issues, whereas sex and gender references are relevant to many medical disciplines and aspects of well-being healthcare. Second one, the time needed to access comparable medical diagnosis has been found
Sir,
the
please
server.
conclude. Please conclude.
Okay, ma'am. Over the past decades, progress in women health has been hampered worldwide by a large number of social, cultural, and political reasons. The current international general populace is the serious threat to the fundamentals and human rights. By improving leading position of women in healthcare and supporting their unique values, all them connected with women. Health will be put higher on the agenda, and this will speed up the realization of and 2030. Thank you.
Sir, next,
Thank you, ma'am.
is Ramji Aziz. Next, Saurabh Talapatra.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I am here.
Okay. Present. Sir, kindly time. We have
Yes, ma'am.
100 participants. Okay.
Okay, ma'am. I am taking short time. Just a minute. I am presenting my PPT. Yes, ma'am. Hello.
Yes, please continue, sir.
My my PPT is visible or not?
Not, sir. On but PPT not so. No problem, sir. Please direct
Okay,
presentation.
sir.
No problem.
Sir, I am sending my PPT on email.
No
Okay,
problem.
sir. I am
Direct speech. Direct speech.
okay.
Sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you. I am Saurabh Talapatra, research scholar of Second Skill University, Bolpur, Shantiniketan. My topic is study of test anxiety in relation to academic achievement of girl students of secondary schools in North Chব্বিশ Pargona district of West Bengal. The present study is an endeavor to find out the relationship between test anxiety and academic achievement. The panic faced by students when approaching an examination is test anxiety. It reflects in students' achievement when undertaking a test. High expectation from students induce them to show a good performance in exams, which in turn makes the students more anxious about examination. Students who cannot cope up with anxiety lag behind those who are not under stress, and they show poor academic achievement. My objective is to find out the relationship between test anxiety and academic achievement of girl students of secondary school. Null hypothesis is there is no significant relationship between test anxiety and academic achievement of girl students of secondary school. Methodology: the researcher has followed the survey method of to find out the relationship between test anxiety and academic achievement of class 10 girl students. Next, sample of the study. The sample of the study comprised class 10 girl students from 4th school of Barakpur Block 1, North Chব্বিশ Pargona district of West Bengal. Tools: data was collected by using the test anxiety inventory developed by Spielberg, which is a 4-point Likert scale with 20 items for finding out the test anxiety level of the students. And there is 2 variable in this study. One is test anxiety and other is academic achievement. First one is independent variable and second one is dependent variable. Result of the study: the Pearson product moment correlation method was used, and the value is negative, that is minus 0.17 between test anxiety and academic achievement of the girl students is negative and significant at 0.05 level, and the p-value is 0.041, is less than 0.05 for difficulty value 143. A negative correlation indicates that academic achievement decreases significantly as test anxiety increases. So the null hypothesis is rejected and alternate hypothesis is accepted. The conclusion part is showing the result of this study unveiled that there was a significant negative relationship between test anxiety and academic achievement. A sizable amount of students participated in the study experienced moderate to severe levels of test anxiety. It is necessary to help these secondary school girl students to cope with stress and reduce test anxiety efficiently through group work via students, parents, teachers, and other concerned parties. Further, secondary school girl students should be taught that ways to bring down the test anxiety for better academic achievement. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir. Nice presentation, well-designed paper. Next, Jaswant Singh, from Chhattisgarh, Bilaspur, Kota, Bilaspur, Chhattisgarh. Jaswant Singh. Next, Kishanji Dasar, Karnataka. Next, Vaishnavi from Bengaluru. Next, Sangamitra Roy. Next, Dr. Urmila G. Gamit.
Okay, yes, madam. Hello.
Okay, welcome.
Okay.
Okay, ma'am, welcome.
Hello.
Okay.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good
Hello.
afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Good
Hello.
afternoon. Ma'am,
Hello. I am Ramzia Azizi. Hello. Hello. Good afternoon, ma'am.
hello. Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Okay,
Hello.
मेरा I am
Kindly
Ramzia.
present paper, ma'am.
Very
Okay,
good
ma'am.
afternoon. This is Ramzia Azizi, research scholar from Mangalore University. At first, thanks to all for organizing this useful conference. I excuse regarding cannot share my PPT due to low internet connection. My topic is factor affecting on women participation in small medium enterprises in Afghanistan. Introduction. Small medium enterprises have significant contribution to economic growth and job creation tool to reduce poverty in developed countries. Women business leadership has a positive effect on the successful of and organizing. The women entrepreneurs will be strong suppliers of effect on these success employment. Women entrepreneurs for the agriculture and manufacturing may add substantial value to the development of the country. The private sector and women entrepreneurship in Afghanistan, small medium enterprises are the main drivers of Afghan local economic growth. Small medium enterprises account for 85% of all Afghan industry, contribute to Afghanistan GDP and recruit over one-third of the country's labor force. Small medium enterprises play a key role in the developing of the family members of businesswomen. Most of the women living in developing countries or without a protector or husband have a low income that is not enough for the number of family members of the family also work outside the home to provide for themselves and their children. Literature. Literature review. Sunita said conducted the factors influencing uh, the intention to use mobile value added service in the Pacific Island of Fuji. They used the sampling method. They found out the usage of technology has a positive effect on the growth of the economic, but they need to adopt to new technology. Micro enterprises and policy makers must make a network between industry head as an impact on social organization. Abdul Haq and others conducted a study
Kindly
in
conclude.
Pakistan.
Conclude, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, ma'am. This paper, Trend of Women Small Medium Enterprises in Afghanistan, had identified the key factors affecting women small medium enterprises development. This study found that improving the women small medium enterprises could increase the quality of life of Afghanistan women. Possible will contribute to the increase in national production, create international business relation, and create job opportunity. This study recommend that the women small medium enterprises need to promote both by the government of Afghanistan, private sector donors, and non-organizing institutions for the development of strategy that can enhance the effectiveness of women small medium enterprises to increase the GDP of a country and make the welfare of the people. This point of view that designing of policy makers for women small medium enterprises investment in Afghanistan especially should be more sensitive to the actual characteristic of the women small medium enterprises development. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, Dr.
Welcome.
Urmila ji. Dr. Urmila ji.
Okay. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I am Urmila ji, Assistant Professor, Sardar Patel University, गुजरात. मेरा आज का आर्टिकल का टाइटल है लैंगिक विविधता के कारण एवं उपाय। हम देखते हैं कि स्त्री पुरुष दोनों पहले व्यक्ति है और समाज के मूल आधार है। आज हम डिजिटल इंडिया की बात कर रहे हैं, विश्व गुरु बनने की बात कर रहे हैं, लेकिन देश आगे बढ़ता जा रहा है, लेकिन जो मूल आधार है स्त्री और पुरुष, उसमें जो हम असमानता देखते हैं, उसमें जो हम जेंडर बायस देखते हैं, उसके कई कारण देखने को मिलते हैं। कहा गया है कि स्त्री और पुरुष दोनों एक सिक्के के दो पहलू हैं, फिर भी उसमें जो भेदभाव देखा गया है वो हमारे विकास के द्वारा विकास के साथ उसमें अवरोध बनता है। उसके कई कारण है। पुरुष प्रधान हमारा देश है, वो पुरुष प्रधान समाज है। समाज में जागरूकता का अभाव है, सामाजिक कुप्रथाएं हैं, प्राचीन मान्यताएं हैं, सांस्कृतिक कुप्रथाएं, स्त्रियों की उपेक्षा, हिंदू आदर्श, पुरुष पर निर्भरता आदि कारण है जो हमें लैंगिक विविधता के कारण है। और उसके कारण हम देखते हैं कि स्त्री और पुरुष को हम समानता के जरिए नहीं देखते, उसमें भेदभाव देखते हैं। अगर हम उसको दोनों को समान करना चाहिए, लैंगिक विविधता को दूर करना चाहिए, तो हमें कौन से उपाय करने चाहिए? तो उसमें पहला है प्रशासनिक तरफ से प्रयास करना चाहिए। गलत सामाजिक एवं परंपराओं जो है उसको समाप्त करना चाहिए। सुरक्षात्मक वातावरण उपलब्ध करवाना चाहिए। शिक्षा का प्रचार एवं प्रसार होना चाहिए। महिला सशक्तिकरण पर जोर देना चाहिए। पुरुष एवं महिलाओं दोनों की मानसिकता बदलनी चाहिए। महिलाओं को व्यक्ति के रूप में स्वीकार करना चाहिए। जो मैंने लास्ट में 2 उपाय मैंने बताए हैं, मुझे लगता है कि हमें अगर महिलाओं को व्यक्ति के रूप, महिला के रूप में नहीं लेकिन व्यक्ति के रूप में उसका स्वीकार करेंगे, पुरुष और महिलाओं की जो मानसिकता है, मैं महिला हूं इसलिए ये काम कर सकते हैं, ये नहीं कर सकते, ऐसी जो हमारी मानसिकता है, पुरुषों की भी वही मानसिकता है। अगर उस मानसिकता से हम बाहर आएंगे तभी हम पुरुष और स्त्री में जो समानता जो समानता आनी चाहिए वो ला सकेंगे और समाज को आगे बढ़ा सकेंगे। मनुष्य का सृजन और अस्तित्व प्रकृति का अनूठा एवं श्रेष्ठ सृजन है, फिर भी हम आज ऐसे कारण के वजह से हम स्त्री और पुरुष में भेदभाव के जरिए देखते हो और उसमें जो भेदभाव है उसी कारण हमारे देश में विकास की आगे बढ़ना चाहिए, वो इतना नहीं बढ़ सकता। थैंक यू मैम।
मैम, मेरा आप सबसे अनुरोध रहेगा कि आप कोशिश करें कि एब्स्ट्रैक्ट ही पढ़े, क्योंकि अभी हमारे पास बहुत पेपर प्रेजेंटर है और सबको मौका मिले। अब अरुणा कुमारी।
जी मैम।
अरुणा कुमारी
जी। आज के इस एक दिवसीय बहुविषयी अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सम्मेलन में उपस्थित सभी विद्वज्जनों को मेरा जोहार, नमस्कार। मैम, मैं अपना पीपीटी के माध्यम से प्रेजेंट कर रही हूँ। मेरा पीपीटी दिखाई पड़ रहा है मैम?
मैम आप पीपीटी भेज दीजिए, आप प्रेजेंटेशन दीजिए।
मैम जस्ट शेयर
ईमेल
कर
कर दीजिए। हाँ जी,
मेल कर दी हूँ मैम, जस्ट दिखेगा।
ओके, तो आप पढ़िए क्योंकि समय का अभाव है, बहुत सारे लोग हैं, सबको मौका मिले।
जी
आपके पास 2 मिनट का टाइम है अभी।
जी मैम। मेरे शोध आलेख का विषय है महिला सशक्तिकरण और समकालीन लेखिकाएं। मैं आज की महिलाओं को व्यक्त करती चंद पंक्तियों के माध्यम से अपनी बात को शुरू करना चाहूंगी। कोमल है कमजोर नहीं तू, शक्ति का नाम ही नारी है। कोमल है कमजोर नहीं तू, शक्ति का नाम ही नारी है। जग को जीवन देने वाली मौत भी तुझसे हारी है। जग को जीवन देने वाली मौत भी तुझसे हारी है। प्राचीन काल से ही महिलाओं को सृष्टि रचना का मूल आधार कहा गया है। आदि ग्रंथों में नारी के महत्व को स्वीकार करते हुए कहा गया है कि यत्र नार्यस्तु पूज्यन्ते रमन्ते तत्र देवता, अर्थात जहाँ नारी की पूजा होती है वहाँ देवता निवास करते हैं। लेकिन विडंबना यह है कि नारी में इतनी शक्ति होने के बावजूद उसे सशक्तिकरण की आवश्यकता महसूस हो रही है। प्रसिद्ध दार्शनिक अरस्तु ने भी कहा है कि मनुष्य एक सामाजिक प्राणी है और किसी भी समाज एवं राष्ट्र का विकास महिलाओं के विकास के बिना संभव नहीं है। महिलाएं आरंभ से ही शोषित एवं पीड़ित रही हैं। पुरुष प्रधान समाज ने मान मर्यादा के आड़ में सदा उसे दबाकर रखना चाहा। परंपरागत पितृसत्तात्मक बेड़ियों को लांघने के लिए आज महिला सशक्तिकरण आवश्यक है, क्योंकि एक सशक्त महिला अपने जीवन से जुड़े हर फैसले स्वयं ले सकती है। महिला सशक्तिकरण का अर्थ है महिलाओं में आत्मसम्मान, आत्मनिर्भरता व आत्मविश्वास जागृत करना। वर्तमान समय में महिलाएं सक्रिय रूप से हर क्षेत्र में भाग ले रही हैं, चाहे वह शिक्षा हो, खेलकूद हो, राजनीति, कला, संस्कृति, साहित्य आदि। साहित्य के क्षेत्र में समकालीन महिलाओं का पदार्पण बड़े ही सशक्त रूप में हुआ है।
ना आप कंक्लूड करो प्लीज, 3 मिनट हो चुके हैं।
जी मैम, जी मैम। साहित्य के क्षेत्र में बहुत सारी महिलाओं ने योगदान दिया है। उनमें से कुछ प्रमुख नाम है सुनीता जैन, जिन्होंने अपनी नारी मुक्ति कविता में लिखती हैं, औरतें घर से बाहर निकली, उन्हें औरतों के लिए लड़ाई लड़नी थी। इसी प्रकार से निर्मला पुतुल, कृष्णा सोबती, उषा प्रियमवदा, मन्नू भंडारी आदि समकालीन महिला लेखिकाओं ने अपनी रचनाओं के जरिए स्त्री मन की अंतर्बाह्य परिस्थितियों को परत दर परत खोलकर रखने का काम किया है। इनकी रचनाओं में महिलाएं सारे बंधनों को तोड़कर उन्मुक्त आकाश में विचरण करना चाहती हैं। महिलाएं उदासीन समर्पण की राह छोड़कर संघर्ष की राह पर चलती हैं। महिलाओं के प्रति समाज में हो रहे शोषण, अन्याय एवं अत्याचार का विरोध करती हैं।
कंक्लूड मैम, कंक्लूड।
जी मैम। यह उनके साहस एवं क्रांति चेतना का ही परिचायक है। इन लेखिकाओं की रचनाओं में महिलाएं किसी एक परिवार की नहीं हैं, बल्कि वे पूरे समाज और राष्ट्र की स्त्री संवेदना को प्रकट करती हैं। इन लेखिकाओं ने पूरे भारतवर्ष की स्त्रियों की दुर्दशा को टटोला है।
मैम कंक्लूड करो।
जी मैम, जी।
टाइम चेक करें।
जी मैम। इस प्रकार समकालीन महिला लेखिकाएं महिला सशक्तिकरण के क्षेत्र में मिसाल कायम कर रही हैं। वर्तमान समय में उनकी लेखन को प्रोत्साहित करना और रेखांकित करना समय की मांग है, क्योंकि एक सशक्त महिला ही सशक्त समाज और सशक्त राष्ट्र का निर्माण कर सकती है। धन्यवाद।
मिस सुरभि, मिस सुरभि।
यस मैम, आई एम हियर। गुड आफ्टरनून।
एब्स्ट्रैक्ट पढ़े। गुड आफ्टरनून बेटा, ये एब्स्ट्रैक्ट पढ़ना आपने, टाइम नहीं है अब, है ना?
Certainly, certainly. This is Surbi, assistant professor from the ICFA University, and my paper is about the rights of tribal women. So as we all know that Indian society is going through a transition stage where women are substantially playing crucial role in building the nation and shaping the society. However, society's perspective towards women is transformed to some extent, but still there is some changes that are required, and there are some sections of the society which are not really empowered. If I talk about one such section, so that is the tribal women, and these women are suffering massive difference between the status that the women who are accommodating in the well-educated and economically sound sections. In the patriotic world where women are marginalized, if we glance peculiarly at the tribal women, their sufferings are massive. They are triply marginalized. First, they are women. Secondly, poor. And third, tribal. So the sufferings of women, they continue since beginning, but still we have some of the women who are contributing a lot. And one such name is Ratan Manjari. She hails from the Ribba village in Kannur, and she's contributing a lot to supporting the tribal women. It is true that government has established associations for scheduled and tribal people, but still there is a need to fetch a monitoring mechanism to keep an eye how these associations and agencies are functioning. Significantly, tribal women must be entitled for property rights. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Mr. Bimal Prakash.
Yes, ma'am. This is Dr. Veena from Government College, Hyderabad. Am I
Welcome,
audible,
ma'am.
ma'am?
Kindly present. Yes, yes. Kindly present paper, ma'am. Present your paper, ma'am.
Yes, good afternoon all. The topic of my presentation is role of women in growth of micro, small and medium enterprises. The year, as we know, 2001 has been declared as Women Empowerment by the Government of India to ensure the contribution of women in various aspects. Women's role in the growth of many industries need to be strengthened and streamlined to encourage more successful female entrepreneurs who are not afraid to take chances. India's women are becoming increasingly concerned to become self-reliant. So, if we talk about MSMEs, micro, small, and medium enterprises, this sector accounts for 95% of the industrial unit and approximately 50% of export. So, this is the definition of micro, small, and medium enterprises because it has been revised from June 2020. So, it is important to analyze the growth of women entrepreneurs in this sector. So the objective of my study is to study and analyze the growth of registered MSEs occupied by women entrepreneurs after the current amendment. So this paper is based on secondary data, and I have collected this data from 2020 to 2022 because this is the period of amendment, and all is calculated on the basis of percentage method. If we talk about 2021 to 2022, the ratio of female has been 18% in micro units, whereas it is 9.81% in small enterprises, whereas in medium it is only 5.09%. So if we talk about share of women in MSME quarter-wise, you can see that it has been 17.21% in October 2020, whereas it is 17% in November 2021. So it is.
Ma'am, please go to findings and conclude, please.
It is concluded, although there is improvement in the growth of women enterprises comparing with third and fourth census, as the share of female enterprises was only 10% and 9.43 respectively, but comparing with male, it is still very low. Due to some challenges faced by them, government developed programs should be started so that female entrepreneurs can handle all the problems. Thank you.
Nice presentation. Jitendra Kumar Sahu, Kota Bilaspur. Archana Basant Rao, Mr. Saurabh Singh Gujar. Mr. Saurabh Singh Gujar. Praveen Kumar. Praveen Kumar. Dr. Chandrakant Bala Sahib. Miss Anjali. Miss Anjali. Khushveer Kaur.
Ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Kindly present
My
the
name is
paper.
Khushveer Kaur. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, challenge and role of Indian government in both sense of personal control or influence and concern with actual social influence and legal rights. It is a multi-level construct referring to individuals, organization, and community. It is an international ongoing process centered in the local community, involving mutual respect, critical reflection, and caring and also participation to with people lacking an equal share of valued sources gain greater access to the control over these sources. Government schemes for women empowerment, Rajiv Gandhi scheme for empowerment of adolescents, girls 2010, the Rajiv Gandhi National Flexi Scheme for children of working mothers, Integrated Child Protection Scheme 2009 to 2010, Pradhan Mantri Matru Vandana Yojana 2019, Beti Bachao Beti Padhao Scheme 2015, Kanya Samriddhi Scheme 2015, Indian Evidence Act 1872, the Marriage Women Property Act 1874, the Age of Consent Act 1891. Challenges: perspective, economic backwardness, implementation, gaps, loopholes in the legal structure, lack of political will. Conclusion: the empowerment of women has become one of the most important concerns of 21st century, not only at national level but also at the international level. Effort by the government are on to ensure gender equality, but government initiative alone would not be sufficient to achieve this goal. Society must take initiative to create a climate in which there is no gender discrimination and women have full opportunity of self-decision making and participating in the social, political, and economic life of the country, where sense of equality, the most critical component of women's empowerment, is found to be education. It leads to improved economic growth, low fertility rate, health and sanitation, and awareness of factors that is empowered women. Work participation rate and political participation also grows in women's education. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Miss Anjali, kindly read only abstract, please. Miss
Thank
Anjali.
you, ma'am. Ma'am, Khushveer Kaur, ma'am.
Anjali.
Hello.
Miss Anjali, please read your paper. Please read.
Ma'am, you are not audible, I think.
Hello, Anjali? Anjali, you are not audible. Zafar Hamid Khan. Anjali, you are not audible.
Your voice not coming, ma'am. Please next one.
Zabar Hamid Khan. Zabar Hamid Khan. Miss Sakshi Jindal.
Yes, ma'am. Present here.
Present paper, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, organizing team, chairperson, and participants. I, Sakshi Jindal, working as an assistant professor in the 5 University, Himachal Pradesh. I would like to express my gratitude among organizing team for providing opportunity to present my paper. And the abstract of my paper: for human evolution and existence of the humanity, we need both man and women, as they are the essential component of the human society. Life cannot be sustained if there is a balance between these two components. So we can agree to this fact that one is not bigger or better than the other. Still, we have witnessed inhuman, unethical, and immoral practices against the women, such as child marriage, sati pratha, and female feticide, etc. In comparison to Indian men, women are doing extremely well in the modern society. This paper focuses on the highlighting the women involvement in handling the finance in India. The younger and the married women are metaphorically considered as Devi Lakshmi, the goddess of wealth. It is believed in India that women have the vision of saving for the future emergencies and unforeseen events, but due to the male domination, the utter behaviors of the Indians has led to the low self-esteem and low confidence among the women. But she is the power of herself and has always stood up against the every evil, as it can be seen how the nation started working when the women took its lead from the Rani Lakshmi Bai to Nirmala Sitaraman today. And the conclusion of my topic is: today, Nirmala Sitaraman is working as a finance minister. As the Nirmala Sitaraman working as a finance minister, every woman can do the finance work efficiently. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Dilawar Khan.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr.
Am I
Kindly
audible,
present
ma'am?
paper, sir. Yes,
Am I
yes, sir.
audible?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Okay,
sir.
ma'am.
Present.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Welcome.
Respected faculties and my participant, my PPT is visible?
Yes, sir. Please
Okay.
continue.
Thank you. Thank you. Topic of my paper is a study of tribal female literacy in India. Myself, Dr. Dilawar Khan and Pathan from district Bharuch, Gujarat. Let me fast forward on my topic. Main theme of my paper is human capital is a main factor for development of any country, and human capital is reflect in education and health. In education, there is a very more important female literacy than male literacy. So that's why I choose this topic. And objective of my paper is a study to tribal female literacy in India, tribal male literacy and female literacy gap in India, urban and rural tribal female literacy, and tribal female literacy among different states of India. This paper is based on secondary data. This paper is based on secondary data. Other previous research shows that tribal female literacy is not good in different states and different region in India. Tribal female literacy, this table shows that the total literacy in tribal, male literacy in tribal, and female literacy in tribal. And we can see that female literacy is lower than male literacy in total literacy from 1961 to 2001. It is increased. A gap between tribal male literacy and tribal female literacy gap is increased. But positive thing is after 2001, it is going to decrease. So it is very good point about tribal female literacy. Sorry, this is technically, but let me try. This table shows that male literacy and female literacy among tribal in different states and union territories in India. But I have already ready to small table that we can easily understand the female literacy among tribal, which is very lower. This table is very important part of the paper. First part shows that total tribal female literacy, less than 50% tribal female literacy, 11 states which have less than 50% tribal literacy. And we can see in rural area, that is increased number of states, that is 15 states which have less than 50% rural tribal female literacy. And if we can see that above 90%, there is no state which have more than 90% total tribal female literacy. And my main conclusion of my paper is this table. So this is in word format, conclusion of my paper. And this paper is totally based on secondary data. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thanks, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Dr.
I'm here, ma'am. I'm here. Yeah,
paper,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Hello, ma'am. I'm audible. Hello.
Yes.
My topic
audible,
is
ma'am.
study on. Okay, ma'am. A study on empowerment of women faculty working in higher education institution with reference to Dakshina Kannada district of Karnataka. My objective of the study is to examine the factors that influence the women in selecting the profession and choice of college to work. Second, to find out the perception of selected women members regarding the empowerment prospect in their job. Next, methodology. This paper includes both primary and secondary data. Primary data was collected from structured questionnaire and personal interview method. Secondary data was collected by reviewing the literature, article, and publication. Sample size
Ma'am,
for
go
this.
to finding, ma'am. Go to
Okay,
finding.
ma'am. Okay. Finding, while analyzing the various factors that influence selecting the profession, it is found that educational experience stood as the major factor influencing the women faculty members because it acts as the foundation for teaching profession. While analyzing the various factors that influence selecting the college, it is found that accessibility stood as the major factor influencing the women faculty member because women have a dual role of homemaker and employee, and they have to go for appropriate work-life balance. While analyzing the various social and cultural empowerment factors, the factor that influences the women faculty members entertaining guests stood as major influencing factor, followed by setting money aside for respondents' use. While analyzing the various factors relating to political empowerment, it is found that respondents very rarely participating as a leader in teacher union, followed by creating women network for development. While analyzing the various political empowerment factors, awareness about political right and responsibility and participating in decision-making policies stood as a major influencing factor for political empowerment. Next suggestion. Empowerment at work being the prime need of women faculty member, which is real indication of women development in education sector, is not up to the mark. This may lead to poor women growth in institution. So it is essential for the institution to go for various skill development program and give equal freedom to women faculty member to respond. Progress in the education sector.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay,
Thank you.
Okay, ma'am.
Thank you. Next, Dr. S.P. Bhardwaj. Dr. S.P. Bhardwaj. Next, Dr. Aparna Sharma. Next, Ankita Thakur.
Hello, good afternoon. Hello, good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Dr. Aparna Sharma.
Okay, I'm here, ma'am. I am Aparna Sharma, Assistant Professor of Home Science Department, Assistant Professor of Home Science, RLSY College, बेतिया वेस्ट चंपारण, BRA बिहार यूनिवर्सिटी मुजफ्फरपुर बिहार। आज के इस सेमिनार का मेरा टॉपिक है ग्रामीण महिलाओं की समस्याएं। हमारे देश की बहुत सारी समस्याओं में ग्रामीण महिलाओं की समस्या भी एक महत्वपूर्ण समस्या है और इसकी ओर विशेष ध्यान देने की आवश्यकता है। हमारे देश में ग्रामीण समाज में रहने वाली महिलाओं को उनको बचपन से लेकर वृद्धावस्था तक सारी समस्याओं का से जूझना पड़ता है और ये समस्याएं स्वास्थ्य, शिक्षा, शादी, पारिवारिक और आर्थिक स्थिति से संबंधित होती है। जैसे कि हम जानते हैं, ग्रामीण समाज में रहने वाली महिलाओं का जीवन अधिकतर खेती बाड़ी
पेपर के उद्देश्य पर जाइए मैम। आपके पेपर का मुख्य उद्देश्य क्या है, इस पे जाइए और कंक्लूड करिए प्लीज।
ओके मैम। का जीवन उनके अधिकतर खेती बाड़ी के साथ साथ उनको अपने घर के कामकाज, परिवार और बच्चों की भी देखभाल करनी पड़ती है, जिसके कारण उन्हें काफी सारी समस्याओं से सामना करना पड़ता है। उनके इन समस्याओं को इन बिंदुओं के माध्यम से समझा जा सकता है। जन्म के समय होने वाली समस्या, शिक्षा से संबंधित समस्याएं, पीरियड्स के समय होने वाली समस्याएं, शादी के समय होने वाली समस्याएं, पारिवारिक समस्या और आय से संबंधित समस्याएं। इन सारी समस्याओं से निपटने के लिए उन्हें सबसे पहले स्वयं जागरूक होना पड़ेगा। सरकार भी काफी सारी स्कीम लेके आ रही है उनके उत्थान के लिए और इसके साथ ही साथ उन्हें स्वयं से आगे बढ़ के इनमें शामिल होना पड़ेगा अपने जीवन को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए। वे जागरूकता जब तक नहीं दिखाएंगी तब तक वे आगे नहीं बढ़ पाएंगी। थैंक यू मैम।
Thank you. Ankita Thakur. Yes.
Yeah. Good afternoon, all of you. I'm Ankita Thakur, Assistant Professor in the Department of Political Science, Mahatma Gandhi Balika Vidyalaya, PG College, Firozabad. Today, the topic of my presentation is Role of National Commission for Women's Empowerment in India. So the process that enables women to be self-sufficient and gives them moral control over material and human resources at their disposal is known as empowerment. In a society in which males are in majority, empowering women means redistribution power to them so that they have equal access to opportunities. The involvement of women in a variety of disciplines, including social, economic, and political spheres, plays an important role in the development and evolution of a nation, which is why the empowerment of women is regarded to be one of the primary priorities of today's government. Since it enhances women's capacity for decision-making, the participation of women in political process is often seen as an essential aspect that contributes to the empowerment of women. In 1992, the National Commission for Women established protections to ensure that women may use their constitutionally granted legal rights. The National Commission to Empower Women in a Patriarchal Environment investigates and examines all issues and subjects pertaining to women. Its goal is to break down the barriers that prevents women from achieving their full potential. In the light of the above statement, this paper assesses the role of National Commission for Women in women's empowerment. I have divided my paper under various subheadings like what is empowerment, what is characteristics of women's empowerment, importance of women's empowerment, need for National Commission for Women, composition of National Commission for Women, objectives, working, functions, and role of National Commission for Women. I'm directly coming to the role of National Commission for Women's Empowerment. The National Commission for Women has been constantly organizing programs to break gender stereotypes in society. Complaints and counseling. Complaints may be presented verbally, in writing, or in the form of suo motu. The topics of the complaints include rape, domestic violence, sexual harassment at work, gender discrimination, dowry, and other forms of abusive relationship. Throughout the year 1990, the Commission received a total of 4,329 complaints about offences committed against women. The following tactics are used to address the aforesaid mentioned issues. Like investigations are taken up by police personnel, which is monitored. Counseling is used to resolve or comprise family disputes. In case of serious crimes, an inquiry committee is set up which makes inquiries, examines various witnesses, gathers evidence, and submits the reports with recommendations. Crime against women. The Commission is working hard to combat crime against women in conjunction with State Commission. Gender sensitization of police officials. The Commission and the Bureau of Police Research and Development signed a memorandum of understanding in order to bring about.
Conclude, ma'am. Conclude.
Okay, okay. So in spite of certain problems, the National Commission for Women accomplished most of what was required of it. It has made great strides in bettering the position and condition of women in India via its public hearing programs, law changes, complaint counseling cells, investigations, reports, and women-centered projects. The National Commission for Women's growing engagement and leadership in women's concern is indicative of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ma'am, good afternoon, ma'am.
Next, Deepak Kumar Pargana.
Ma'am, I am Shanti, ready to present, ma'am. Hello.
Ma'am, please wait.
Ma'am, serial number 110. Shanti.
Serial number 110.
Yes, ma'am. I am ready to present, ma'am.
Wait, please. Shanti. Present paper, ma'am. Present paper.
Okay, thank you.
Only abstract, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Only abstract, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. I am Shanti, PhD research scholar, Mother Teresa Women's University, Kodaikanal, Tamil Nadu district, Tamil Nadu state. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to all. Welcome to my presentation. What I would like to present today is jurisprudential inquiry model of teaching and learning. Experts in the field of education all over the world are seriously thinking about variety of approaches for teaching to achieve different instructional objectives. At present, we may require a number of ways to create the right environment for teaching and learning. Present trend indicates that education is changing by day due to changes taken place in global scenario. The traditional system of teaching, which was teacher-centered, has been changed and they are outdated and no longer valid. There is much need that while teaching learning process, the teacher should create such type of platform where deeper understanding would be developed among the students. Before COVID-19, the teaching learning process was different, but in present scenario, new strategies, methods, techniques should be adapted to improve outcome among the students during teaching learning process. According to National Policy of Education 2020, in teaching learning process, such subjects should be introduced which should be related to society so that students will be socially mature. The improvement in teaching learning process, teacher can use model of teaching in classroom. These models not only helps to the students, outcome of the students through deeper understanding, but also develops various competencies but help our students grow emotionally, physically, socially, democratically, politically, and intellectually.
Conclude, ma'am. Conclude, please.
Okay, ma'am. I have now come to the end of my presentation. In conclusion, jurisprudential inquiry model of teaching is an educational approach considered in making plans, enforcing, and assessment of curriculum in preference to even going in on the curriculum. It promises exercise degree of gaining knowledge for all students based totally on the achievement of really with attention to the appropriateness of teacher-learners development degree and assuring energetic and experience-based learning. By jurisprudential inquiry model of teaching, deeper understanding shall be made, hence the outcome-based education, which is need of the students, every student.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you,
ma'am. Mr.
Ma'am, good
Rajinder Singh. Mr.
Ma'am,
Rajinder
good
Singh.
afternoon, ma'am. My serial number is 131. Due to network issue, I missed my chance.
Sir, only abstract, please. We have no time because.
Yes, ma'am. Only within a minute I will explain.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ma'am,
My screen is visible. My screen is visible.
Yes, sir. Please read.
Yes, ma'am. I am Saurabh Singh Gujar from LNIP Gwalior, research scholar, and my research title is analysis of trigger movement in cricket through stance beam striker. And what is the trigger movement I'm discussing here? A trigger movement is a movement of the feet that takes place just before the ball is balled. The movement should be easily repeatable that so that it can be used before each delivery. Trigger movement help better to get themselves into a position from which they can easily play a front foot and back foot shot. They are also used so that batsmen can carry a little momentum into their shots rather than being completely still as the ball is bowled. Many batsmen find it easier to react to a fast ball if their feet are already in motion. You can see the my picture here. Here, the one side is Sachin is playing, and one side is another batsman is playing. Sachin is playing in a rhythmic manner. Their proper trigger movement. Due to this proper trigger movement, he can play a rhythmic shot. And here is he's breaking the trigger movement, breaking the rhythm. So he got caught out. So I have used my during my data collection. I have used my stance beam striker. That's my instrument. I have fixed top of the bottom bat of the handle, and this is the lateral batting lift angle. And whenever the batter is going to be batting in the nets or in the match, so whatever the figures are coming out through the instrument, the batsman how he is generating the shots power in there, and what was the impact in that. So through that stance beam striker, we got all these results. So the batsman get easily into his trigger moment. That's all, ma'am.
Ma'am, shall
Thank you.
I take only 2 minutes to present my
Yes, ma'am.
permit me, ma'am. Paper, ma'am.
Please. Please, the first play.
Yes, ma'am. And good afternoon, ma'am. Myself, Rajendra Singh, research scholar, Guru Kashi University, Talwandi Sabo, Bathinda, Punjab. I am presenting my paper on educational anxiety among girl students. I am reading only my abstract. This study concerned with the educational anxiety. Anxiety is a disorder that may affect students of all ages. When we talk about the education anxiety, it manifests as an excessive fear of activity associated in education institution, the ability to learn and function at school, anxiety associated with the social atmosphere also, and it plays a significant role in educational achievement among girl students. Anxiety may cause a variety of symptoms. Apart from social concern, there are variety of symptoms that might occur, including physical, mental, emotional, and behavioral issues. The objective of the research article is to identify the causes and symptoms regarding education anxiety among girl students. Thank you.
Shall I present my abstract, ma'am?
So much. Serial number?
Ma'am, this is Bhuvesh, serial number 107.
Oh my God. Kindly present
I will just
abstract.
take 2 minutes of your precious time, ma'am.
Only abstract, please.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. The paper is titled Women Empowerment, a Psychoanalytical Study of Bush's The Hungry Tide.
Kindly follow the serial number.
Women's empowerment is because we are short of time, I'm reading only the abstract, ma'am. Women's empowerment is the process of giving women more autonomy over their lives and decision-making ability. This can involve giving women the freedom to fully participate in politics and the economy, as well as freedom to decide for themselves what is best for their own health and well-being. The Hungry Tide illustrates the breakdown of cultural barriers and borders. It explores the idea that culture need not stand in the way of achieving one's objectives. Bush uses the voyage as a means of self-discovery in this book. In this paper, we study the psychoanalytical behavior of women with different socio-economic backgrounds, their struggle and love for nature, how they overpower all hurdles to pursue their service towards the needy. The psychology of various female characters, including Moina, Nilima Boss, and Piale Roy, is analyzed with special emphasis on empowerment of Moina, who rises from a backward village girl to a successful professional nurse. Nilima Boss's managerial skills are also reflected in the process of establishment of the Bada Bond Trust from scratch. That was my abstract, ma'am. And serial number 107, ma'am.
Thank you. Sakshi.
Yes, I'm present, ma'am.
Ma'am, I also want to present my paper. My
Yes,
serial
ma'am.
number is 47. Excuse me, ma'am.
मैम अब लास्ट पढ़ेंगे पहले, हाँ प्लीज पहले सीरियल वाइज पढ़ने दीजिए, उसके बाद ही मैं आप लोगों को बुलाऊंगी। पहले साक्षी प्लीज एब्स्ट्रैक्ट पढ़िए।
Yes, ma'am. My topic is correlating elementary schools and girl child enrollment, a study of Uttar Pradesh. Human Development Index, Sustainable Development Goals, Gender Gap Report. Almost every index of human development worldwide measures education as one of its indicator. It is one of the key demographic elements, which is an essential measurement tool of human progress towards development. It serves as a catalyst for social and advancement, enhancing the yields on investment made in nearly every area of development. The objective of my paper is to show the district-wise spatial distribution of elementary schools in Uttar Pradesh and measure the correlation between the enrollment of girl children, which is denoted by X, and the total number of elementary schools, which is denoted by Y, in 2011-12 in the 75 districts of Uttar Pradesh. The universe of my study is Uttar Pradesh, and the data has been conducted based on the secondary data. For analyzing the data, total number of schools and girl child enrollment district-wise, the district report card 2011-12 published by NEPA is used. Methodology, for the methodology, I have used Carl Pearson coefficient technique, which is in which the correlation is indicated by R value that is close to +1 or -1. A score near 0 denotes a poor relationship. While establishing the results, it is shown that the least number of concentration of elementary schools is found in the district 5. The 5 least concentration of elementary schools is found in the district of Bagpat, Gautam Budh Nagar, Mahoba, Shravasti, and Bhadohi. And the most concentration of elementary schools has been found in Azamgarh, Bijnor, Sitapur, and Hardoi. According to the District Elementary Education Report 2011-12, the enrollment of classes 1 to 8 is 3 crore 50 lakhs 47,979, out of which 1 crore 70 lakh 23,141 are girls, which account for 48.57% of the total enrollment. While establishing the correlation of enrollment of girl children and the total number of elementary school using the Carl Pearson coefficient correlation in 75 districts of Uttar Pradesh, it shows a score of 0.89, which is a very strong positive relation.
Conclude, ma'am.
The conclusion, I'm just concluding, ma'am. The correlation between the enrollment of girl children and total number of elementary schools shows a positive relation, but still the discussion shows that a large gender gap exists in the elementary school education. This projects that the state's actual level of literacy can be attributed to the number of factors, including insufficient school infrastructure, accessibility to schools, unfavorable daily attendance, a lack of the necessary number of teachers, and the problem with the teaching quality. Other factors include a very high prevalence of out-of-school children, high dropout rates, and low retention. Therefore, the government must complete a short-term and long-term strategy to reverse the system and utilize the energy of youthful population in order to attain a correct gender-wise educational performance. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Rakesh Kumar Singh. Rakesh Kumar Singh. Bhavna Agarwal. पायल शर्मा।
हेलो हेलो
राज पायल शर्मा, हाँ जी कौन?
Hello ma'am, my number is 116. If these candidates are not present, can I present my presentation? I will read only findings and conclusions.
Just wait, हाँ जी। राजविंदर कौर। राजविंदर कौर। Itika Sharma.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Itika Sharma.
Ma'am, good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank you for giving me the opportunity. And ma'am, this presentation is I will take your 1 minute only. Is basically a joint presentation with the Miss Neha Saigal, who is 87 number. 187 number, because of some personal reasons she is not able to present, and we both have okay. Ma'am, so my paper focuses on the working woman, how working woman is a basically blessing for a family. And ma'am, just a minute, let me open the screen first, my presentation. how working women are becoming a blessing for the family economically and supporting their family socially also. So, ma'am, my abstract contains that women empowerment, how education is playing an important role in uplifting a woman's career and how it helps a woman to improve uh, women's life personally and professionally, and what are the main challenges that are faced by working ladies, especially in India, in Indian society. And working women are now proving as a bliss to a family society, because if a family is developed properly, then only a society can be developed, and then the nation can be developed. And the improvement of the economic status of a family not only helps in improving the economic status of a society and helping to provide a good economic GDP to a particular country. So, ma'am, I'm not able to open the presentation, but I'm just reading it. The main
No
sectors
problem,
of the
kindly,
women.
no problem. Kindly conclude your paper.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, so some main factors for sectors in which working women are civil servants, they are professors, doctors, etc., etc. Now, benefits of a working woman to a lady: economic benefits, improving living standard of a particular society, family, nation, confidence level of a woman who is working, and it helps them to get updated with the changing scenario of the society. Now, some disadvantages: that less time for family, less focus on kids, less focus on their own health. Sometimes they feel frustrated, overburdened, depressed, anxiety disorders also develop. So, ma'am, main basically what are my findings and what are the suggestion for this paper is that main requirements for working women: proper motivation from family should be there, and our education system should be like this, that from since childhood males are also educated to help the women in the domestic course, that it is not only the criteria or the fixed things that women have to do. Support system should be there from family, emotional support from husband, from in-laws and from family members, and supportive life partner, and proper, if they are working, then crutches and other systems should be there to look after their kids, so that they will be able to concentrate on their working properly. So, ma'am, these are my main finding, that the working women should
Thank
have
you.
a emotional support.
Thank you, Ritika.
Okay,
Next,
ma'am.
Nidhi Patria. Nidhi.
Ma'am, I'm Dr. Sengada Silvi. I would like to present my paper.
Serial number?
Serial number 50.
Okay.
150.
Okay. Present paper, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, one and all
Sorry, I
present
missed
here.
your serial.
All right. It's okay, ma'am. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee for providing me this opportunity to present my paper. My paper title is Economic Empowerment of Women Through Self-Employment at Pulicat. So regarding the sources, the work relies primarily on secondary sources. The sources such as scholarly research articles, printed books, e-books, journals, and newspapers. So as we all know, empowerment takes on various forms for various people in various contexts. So empowering practices are ones in which we try to gain control, achieve necessary resources, and understand a person's social situations that are fundamental. So in this process of economic development, women and development ought to be linked. Women's economic empowerment, it includes access to income and assets, control of and benefit from economic gains, and power to make decisions. So here I am talking about Palaverkadu, that is also known as Pulicat, that is a historical town that is located in the Tiruvallur district of Tamil Nadu. So it consists of assortment of flora and fauna, and it is a prospective tourism destination in South India. Women in Pulicat region of Tamil Nadu, they have achieved empowerment through their craft work, gained financial independence, and therefore deserve respect in society. The traditional Pulicat system, it forbids women from being independently employed. So many self-help groups, they work to free women from the cultural barriers that is still present in Pulicat. So there are many self-help groups that are engaged in the empowerment of women. Some of them are governmental organizations, such as Fisher Women Cooperative Society, Integrated Fisher Folk Development Project that is happening, International Fund for Agricultural Development. There are some computer courses that is provided by Center for Research on New International Economic Order, that is known as CRENIO. It has trained about 184 village students in computer applications. There is also Lake Women's Advancement Project that is instituted for the upliftment of the women in Pulicat area. And there is this organization, this society that is helping in women empowerment, that is Pulicat Women Palm Leaf, Cane and Bamboo and other allied product workers, Industrial Cooperative Society.
Conclude, please, conclude.
Yes, ma'am. So here, as you mentioned above, they have empowered themselves with their craft and made use of the developmental activities and gained economic independence, and thus command the respect of society, which is evident from the facts that self-employment is a key for women empowerment at Pulicat. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, Jitendra Kaur. Manveen Buller. Miss Preeti Talwarkar. Mrs. Preeti. Suhana Begum. Dr. Arun.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Kindly present your paper. Kindly,
Yes, ma'am.
present your paper in short, please.
Okay. Myself, Suhana Begum, as an assistant professor in educational studies, NKCCT, Angul, Odisha. And today my topic is the role of education in women empowerment for nation building. My abstract is Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru once said, if you educate a man, you educate an individual. However, if you educate a woman, you educate a whole family. Women empowered means Mother India empowered. Today, the female literacy level according to literacy rate 2011 census are 65.46%, where the male literacy rate is over 80%. Even beyond literacy, there is much that education can do for women's right, dignity, and security. Education is the key to unlock the golden door of freedom for development on relevant, quality, and holistic education to ensure the desired result. Women education in India is a major concern for government and civil society. Women can play a very important role in nation building. Education is a milestone in women empowerment as it enables them to meet challenges, face their traditional role, and transform their lives. Women education is the most powerful tool for changing social status. Women education in India is need of the times because education is the cornerstone of women empowerment. This paper discusses the role of women education in the empowerment of women for nation building. Other things discussed in the paper include the role of women education in national building, problems against women education, and problems affecting women access to development service were made as a way forward in ensuring the education of women, because women education is fundamental for any meaningful national building. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, Dr. Arun Dasode. Poonam Dingha. Vidya Kishan. Professor Prarthana.
Hello, good evening. This is Vaishnavi. Can I present my paper?
Hello. Yes, yes.
Hello.
Serial
Number 20.
Serial
23.
Hello.
Serial number 23. 23. Vaishnavi.
No,
Yes.
it's ma'am, it's the serial number 60.
Arun Dasode, Shifali Kumarwar. Hello.
Arun Dasode, 57. Please present paper.
Yes, ma'am. Myself, Shifali Kumarwar.
57.
From working as a junior lecturer, SP College, Chandrapur. Presenting my paper. Abstracts. Women empowerment in sports, past history or embarking future. Abstract. Sport has huge potential to empower women and girls. Empowerment refers to making women powerful, to make them capable of deciding for themselves. Women have suffered a lot through the years at the hands of men. In earlier centuries, they were treated as almost not existent. Women in sports leadership can shape attitude towards women capabilities as leaders and decision makers, especially in traditional male domains. Women's involvement in sports make a significant contribution to public life and community development. Sports has been affected due to power of strength and domination, where men are given more importance as compared to women.
Such organizations should be established where women can participate in sports and develop their physical strength and capacity. Women in sports prove that they are not fragile and powerless. Sports can empower women and girls. If we create sports opportunity for them by promoting self-confidence, leadership, teamwork skills, and a sense of achievement, communities and societies help to empower women and girls on an individual level. The change has been occurring today, and the participation is no longer reserved for extremely talented or highly skilled girls or women, which is provided to every girl and woman as a part of their lives. Empowerment of women is indispensable for this society. We are a generation raised and nurtured by women, and the time has come when we realize their true value. Women should also consider their strength and move forward to unfold their true potential. They need to achieve their goals through self-development because empowerment cannot be brought and given, it needs to originate. Conclusion. The conclusion says, despite progress towards women empowerment, there is still a long way to go. Making women aware of their potential has now become a need of the time, and the government should implement measures such as sports, health, education, employment, women's awareness, and so on. Sports has been affected due to power of strength and domination, where men are given more importance as compared to women. Such organizations should be established where women can participate in sports and develop their physical strength and capacity. The change have been offered today are the participation is no longer reserved for extremely talented or highly skilled women and girls, which is provided to every society and every girl and woman as a part of their lives. Empowerment of women is indispensable for the society. We are a generation raised and nurtured by women, and the time has come that we realize their true value. Women should also consider their strength and move forward to unfold their true potential. They need to achieve their goals through self-development because empowerment cannot be brought and given. It needs to originate. Thank you.
Good evening, ma'am. Now I want to present my paper. My serial number was 47. I am myself Bhavna Agarwal, Assistant Professor, Satyam College of Education.
Yes, ma'am. Please continue.
Affiliated to SMDT University, Mumbai. And within a few minutes, I am presenting my paper. Just sharing my screen. So I want to start with the words, if the women are raised, then their children will by their noble actions glorify the name of the country, then will culture, knowledge, power and devotion awaken in the country. All nations have attained greatness by paying proper respect to the women. That country and that nation which do not respect the women have never become great nor will ever be in future. So men and women both are two inseparable parts of the human society, or we can say they are just like the two sides of the same coin. So in the ancient, I want to focus on women and education in ancient India. During ancient India, Urvashi, Visvara, Apala, Gargi and Gosha, etc. were the few ancient, we can say the ancient women who have done very great things in the our ancient text. Then the Mauryan dynasty has mentioned Ganikas as a high salaried hired female officers of the kingdom. Then we can take the name of Nayanika, queen of Andhra dynasty, where the women have administered the kingdom. Now, second thing I want to focus on education during Mughal period. But with the advent of Mughals, there was a downfall in the fields of women education. Opportunities like formal education got almost denied to women due to child marriage, Parda system, enforced widowhood and sati system. Then third thing I want to focus is pioneer of first education in India by Jyotirao Phule. As we all know that Jyotirao Phule is remembered as the pioneer or champion of women's education in India. He, along with his wife, Savitribai Phule, opened the first school for girls in 1848. Now the next is provisions in Indian constitutions. Article 14 confers as men and women equal rights and opportunities in political, economic and social sphere. Article 15 prohibits discrimination against any citizen on the ground of religion, race, caste, sex, or place of birth. Article 16 provides equality in opportunity matters of public employments for all citizens to any office under the state. Article 42 directs the state to make provisions for ensuring just and human conditions of work. Then the causes of lack of education. As we can say, quote here, Vivekanand has said, educate your women first and leave them to themselves. Then they will tell you what reforms are necessary to them. Then causes for the lack of education. There are many causes for the lack of education because the women have suffered a more and more, and if the girls are educated, then they get the ability to face challenges in life, to break all the obstacles, confront traditional roles, enjoy better status in family and society, directly or indirectly contribute to economic, social, and cultural development of a nation. Then there were different commissions of women. Now, role of education in women's life. Educating a girl is an investment, non-expenditure. Only with the help of education, women can stand up against all challenges. They can stand up against superstitions followed in the society, against the dowry system, against the abusive language and domestic violence. Educated women provide better education to their children. They are empowered, confident, and independent, participate in the decisions that most affect them, and marital rape, violence. Reduce infant mortality rate, can provide healthy life to the family with hygiene, strong, and contribute social, economic, and cultural development of a country, along with growth and prosperity. Educated women also lend a helping hand to downtrodden masses and their peer groups, and in fact stand up against all the atrocities and mistreatment. I can name some influential women in educational field. We can name Avni Chaturvedi, Monica Gopinath. Okay, ma'am. In the conclusion, I want to say, in India, in the words of Ambassador to UN, Cambodge, in India, there has been an enormous growth in the past 8 years to 9 years, and particularly today also. I think it is perhaps the best time to be a woman in India. Now, I want to draw the attention of all the educationists to raise their voice, as we have seen Taliban seized power in Afghanistan in August 2021, and since then, girls have been excluded from secondary schools and higher education since the return of the Taliban in Afghanistan. So girls are denied access to education, employment, and public spaces, as well as other basic freedom. Besides this, the nearly 1 month before, Taliban was also responsible to the suspected poisoning of 142 schoolgirls and their female teachers. So in this international conference, I want to raise my voice for the concern for the well-being and education of girls and women in Afghanistan. And please, I want to request all of you to please raise your voice against these atrocities against women education. Thank you all. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, Poonam Pingha. Poonam madam है क्या? 59 serial number Vidya Kishan.
Hello, sir. I would like to present my paper.
क्या नाम है?
Excuse me, organizers. It's a request, please. किसी को बीच में मत आने दीजिए. अभी जिसका आ रहा है नंबर, please उसको पहले कर दीजिए. It's a request, please.
Next, Professor Pratna from Latur Maharaj. Next, Rupam Kumari. 162 reference number.
Sir.
Rupam Kumari. Yes, ma'am. Please start.
Present. Yes, sir. Yes, Rupam Kumari.
Yes, please start, ma'am.
Yes, sir. मैं LNMU दरभंगा बिहार से रिसर्च स्कॉलर हूँ और मेरा टॉपिक है स्वच्छता एवं पर्यावरण संरक्षण में महिलाओं की भूमिका, एक समाजशास्त्रीय अध्ययन। वर्तमान समय में स्वच्छता की समस्या ने गंभीर रूप ले लिया है और साथ ही पर्यावरण की समस्या भी वैश्विक समस्या बनकर हमारे समाज में उभरी है। नगरीय और ग्रामीण समाजों में स्वच्छता पर व्यक्ति, खासकर महिलाएं, अत्यधिक जागरूक नहीं है, जिसके कारण पर्यावरणीय समस्या भी उभरकर समाज में सामने आ गई हैं। स्वच्छता और पर्यावरण घनिष्ठ रूप से एक दूसरे से इस प्रकार से जुड़े हैं कि स्वच्छता की स्थिति में ही पर्यावरण स्थिति स्वच्छ, स्वस्थ, संतुलित बनी रहेगी। हमारे जीवन में व्यक्तिगत रूप से, सामाजिक रूप से इसका गहरा प्रभाव देखने को प्राप्त होता है। सेहतमंद तन, स्वस्थ मन ही एक स्वस्थ, सुदृढ़ तथा विकसित राष्ट्र का निर्माण कर सकता है। इसीलिए हमारे देश, राज्य तथा जिला के स्वच्छता की ओर ध्यान देना अति आवश्यक है। महिलाओं की भूमिका को हम इन सभी पहलुओं में महत्वपूर्ण मानते हैं। निजी स्थानों पर भी एक बड़ी जिम्मेदारी महिलाओं की होती है और इनके सचेत रहने से कई तरह की सामाजिक, आर्थिक और व्यक्तिगत समस्या से छुटकारा पाया जा सकता है। आज की महिलाएं पुरुषों से कंधा मिलाकर चलती है और ऐसे में उनकी जिम्मेदारी और बढ़ जाती है। उन्हें घर के साथ साथ सभी चीजों का भी ध्यान रखना जरूरी हो जाता है। समाज की आत्मा महिलाएं हैं और शिक्षित महिलाएं ही पर्यावरण संरक्षण में महत्वपूर्ण योगदान दे सकती है। थैंक यू सर। थैंक यू एवरीवन।
Hello,
Thank you, ma'am.
myself Vaishnavi. Can I present my paper? Serial number
Next,
20.
Srishti Joshi. Srishti Joshi, madam.
Yes, good evening, everyone. I am Srishti Joshi, Assistant Professor, Faculty of Management Studies and Liberal Arts, the ICFA University, Himachal Pradesh. My today's topic is Women and Sustainable Development in India. Being the developing country, India has become up as a global leader who is working towards the betterment of the nation as a whole. It is a proud moment for all of us as India is holding a G20 Summit 2023. India is well recognized worldwide for its developmental strategies, medical advancement, and economic activities, etc. India is a part of 17 goals and is working towards achieving it every day. Equitable distribution of resources is a key factor of sustainable development, for which gender equality plays a major role. Women in India is regarded as an epitome of bliss, purity, love, devotion, and fertility. She is the Prakriti, that is the nature, which fulfills the Purusha, that is man. Without her, nothing is possible in this entire world. Women has played a vital role in various socio-environmental or political movements. Still, women in India is considered as a degraded gender, which is considered incapable to the men. Patriarchy has always played a major role in putting women down in the society. The heinous crimes are practiced against them, which sometimes goes unnoticed. To attain the perfect level of development at the global level, it is very important for India to bring women and men at the same grounds of equitable distribution. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Next, Pooja madam. पूजा मैडम है क्या? नेक्स्ट कुमारी शोभा रघुवंशी.
हाँ शोभा रघुवंशी
मैडम. यस मैडम, प्लीज स्टार्ट. ओनली 2 minutes प्लीज.
जी सर. हेलो मैम. हेलो सर. आई एम शोभा रघुवंशी. आई एम फ्रॉम उज्जैन विक्रम यूनिवर्सिटी एमपी. मेरा जो टॉपिक है वो है महिला कैदियों की समस्या और समाधान, जो कि विधि की छात्रा होने के नाते और विधि की शिक्षिका होने के नाते महिलाओं की जो जेल में समस्या है उस पर ये पूरा टॉपिक आधारित है. क्योंकि इंडिया में जितने भी जेल हैं, भारत में जितने भी जेल हैं, वो अधिकारी भी पुरुष थे और जो कैदी हैं वो पुरुषों के हिसाब से ही जेल भी बनाए गए. और इस कारण जो महिलाओं की सामान्य समस्याएं हैं उसमें मोला समिति की और कपूर समिति की सिफारिशों के बाद भी जो सिचुएशन है वो बदली नहीं है. तो इसी पे ये पूरा टॉपिक है कि महिलाओं के जो मासिक धर्म की समस्या होती है उस समय उनके सैनिटरी पैड की उपलब्धता, उनके जो हाइजीन की समस्या है, या फिर महिलाओं का मासिक धर्म के कारण भी और दूसरे सामाजिक और पारिवारिक रीजन से और अपराध के कारण जेल पे होने के कारण जो भी उनके मानसिक दशा का जो है किसी तरह का इलाज या फिर कोई साइकेट्रिक ट्रीटमेंट जो है महिलाओं को जेल में उपलब्ध नहीं करवाया जाता है. इसी पे पूरा मेरा जो पीएचडी का थीसिस है वो भी है. तो इस टॉपिक को लेके कुछ आंकड़ों के साथ जो गृह मंत्रालय, पुलिस अनुसंधान और विकास ब्यूरो और अधिकांश जेलों में जो विजिट की गई है उसके आधार पे कुछ जो है पॉइंट्स बनाए गए हैं जिसमें महिलाओं की जो स्थान की उपलब्धता है या जो स्थान की सफिशिएंट जो है नहीं है, उस पे बच्चों के पोषण पे, उनसे यदि बच्चे बड़े हैं तो उनके मिलने पर, तथा विधिक शिक्षा का जो अभाव है महिला कैदियों में उस पर पूरा जो है मॉडल जो है वो समस्याएं जो है वो तैयार की गई है। उपचारों में जो जेल मॉडल मैनुअल है उसको यदि पूरी तरह से क्रियान्वित किया जा सके, इसके अलावा यदि रिपोर्ट्स और जो समितियों का निरीक्षण है वो जेलों में बढ़ाया जाए, और राज्य और केंद्र सरकार यदि महिलाओं के, खासकर जो महिला कैदी हैं, उनकी स्थिति पर ध्यान दे, तो महिला कैदियों को जो है एक रहन सहन में, और जब वो जेल से छूटे तो एक सही जो है इकोनॉमिक उनके कंडीशन के साथ वो कुछ स्किल जो है सीख के वापस से नागरिक के तौर पे न केवल समाज के लिए, देश के लिए, बल्कि अपने परिवार के लिए भी संबल प्रदान कर सकती है। इसी पे आधारित था मेरा पेपर। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, ma'am. Good presentation. Okay, next, Miss Nalina N from Karnataka. Okay, next, Dr. Jeevan Devi, Deep Kumar. Okay, next one, Kavita Madam. 168 reference number. Okay, next one, Dr. Bhavna Ujjalia Madam.
सर डॉक्टर श्रद्धा साहू मैं बोल सकती सर के पास?
सीरियल नंबर में?
सर मुझे अवेलेबल नहीं हुआ सर सीरियल नंबर, मैं नहीं देख पाई हूँ।
प्लीज वेट मैम, लास्ट वन ओपन सेशन है ना, प्लीज वेट।
ओके, थैंक यू सर।
प्रोफेसर भावना फ्रॉम गुजरात।
हेलो
जी
जी 116 डॉक्टर प्रीति साहू।
कितना है मैम?
116 डॉक्टर प्रीति साहू।
Okay, ma'am. Please start. Only 2 minutes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. I will discuss only findings, sir. Okay. Good evening, all of you, respected teachers, dignitaries, and my dear friends. Today, my topic is analysis of issues, challenges, and strategies related to women empowerment. As we all know that we are discussing about the women empowerment, so I will try to bring your side towards the challenges, issues, and problems related to women empowerment, and we will also discuss about the strategies and various government policies to improve the condition of the women in society. I would like to discuss the findings of my study. My study is based on secondary data. I have gone through the views of many writers on women empowerment. I have got an opportunity to spend few of the time in rural areas. So I come to know or to these findings. I have divided my findings into 3 categories: middle class women, lower class women, and ultra lower class women. Regarding the middle class women, I have divided this middle class into upper middle class and lower middle class. I observed that in upper middle class, though the women belongs to a very good families, they are financially and socially settled. They are highly qualified and aware. Even then, very few of them go to work outside their home. Regarding the lower middle class, the percentage of working women is more than the upper middle class. Though they are not highly qualified, but they work to financially support to their families. Regarding the lower class, I have got an opportunity to visit the Sahdol village. It is near to Bandhavgarh National Park. I am talking about the region nearby the Riva city. The percentage of working women is more than the lower middle class. They are not much educated or rarely go to the school, but they do some type of work like handcraft, basket made by the bamboos, vegetable sellers, working in agriculture, factories, involved in weaving, dyeing, and spinning. Such type of works are done by these women. Now I'm going to discuss about the ultra lower class. Basically, this class includes the labor class women. Percentage of working women is more than the lower middle class. They will have to work because of their very, very poor financial condition. Here, near about the 80% of women work. Due to less employment opportunities, they move to other places to work. This category mainly includes the labor classes. Now, I would like to discuss with you the conclusion of my study, conclusion, strategies, and suggestions and government policies made to improve the condition of the women in the society in India. The first foremost priority should be given to the education of women, which is the grassroots of the problem. Awareness programs need to be organized for creating awareness among women. Some awareness programs are like countrywide legal awareness program for women and girls, National Commission for Women, NCW. It is working to seek the justice for women to promote women empowerment. NALSA, National Legal Services Authority, NALSA, it is also working to promote, to save the rights of the women. I would like to discuss with you the important government schemes and policies for the betterment of the women. The government schemes for women entrepreneurs, Mudra Yojana, this scheme to give the benefit to women to expand their business. Bharatiya Mahila Bank, Mudra Yojana scheme, Dena Shakti scheme. These are the schemes run by the government to promote the women for to become entrepreneurs. Government schemes for women's safety. Recently, Ministry has launched Mission Shakti, Integrated Women Empowerment Program. It aims to strengthen interventions for safety, security, and empowerment of the women. It mainly works for the safety of the women.
Okay. Okay.
Last line. Last line, sir. Last line. Law to Protect Women from Domestic Violence Act 2005. One more act by the government. Harassment at Workplace Prevention Act to protect the women from the harassment at workplace or outside the house. This is all about my study. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Good presentation. Next, Dinesh Sahib Rao. 171 reference number. Dinesh sir. Okay, next, Dr. Arpit Suman. Dr. Arpit Suman from Jharkhand. Okay, next, Nisha. Okay, next, Preeti Deepak. Preeti Deepak है क्या?
Hello, myself Vaishnavi. Can I present my paper?
Your serial number,
My
ma'am?
reference number is 123.
120.
3. Vaishnavi.
Oh, please wait, ma'am. Please wait. Okay, next, N Saba. N Saba है क्या? Okay, next, Alisha Rani from Gwalior. Alisha Rani. Okay, next one, Meenal madam है क्या? 177 reference number from Gwalior. Okay, next, Dr. Sukrati Ghosh. Okay, next, Dr. Abha Varshney. मैडम है क्या? ओके, मिस अलका वार्ष्णे मैडम है क्या? ओके, नेक्स्ट डॉक्टर मधु गुप्ता मैडम है क्या? मधु गुप्ता मैडम फ्रॉम ग्वालियर.
Yes, sir. I am present, sir. Dr. Madhu Gupta from Gwalior.
Okay, Dr. Madhu Gupta ma'am from
Yes,
Jivaji University, Gwalior. Okay, please, ma'am.
Sir, please kindly share my PPT, sir.
No
Which I have
problem.
sent it. Yes, sir.
Already late, ma'am. Please direct speech 2 minutes.
Excuse me, sir.
Please short, ma'am.
Sir,
Okay, please.
Mamata and Mankeshwar were supposed to do the presentation. Please let us also do the presentation, sir.
Please wait, ma'am. After open session, है ना? Please wait after 20 presentation.
Yes, sir.
Please, Madhu Gupta, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Sir.
Hello,
Sir, first of all, I, Dr. Madhu Gupta, Association Body, Jivaji University, Gwalior, want to congratulate all the organizing committee for organizing such kind of one-day multidisciplinary international conference on the very relevant topic, that is women empowerment. I am very, very thankful to you all for giving me a chance to say a few words on this relevant topic. Without taking much more time, let's start my presentation on women empowerment related to my topic. So, I want to say that most of the...
Please wait, Jyoti madam. Please wait. After you, madam.
Okay.
Hello.
Continue, Madhu madam.
Sir, just a minute. Most of the women in rural area, they are unemployed due to the lack of awareness, and also they don't know the government policies. So they have much more knowledgeable of medicinal plant, and they prepared kada and some other medicines for family members when they suffer from cough, cold, fever, and other. So apart from this, they women make very beautiful basket or other wooden articles, mattresses, even own ornaments, wooden decoratives. So these quality, they the rural women, they are unemployment. They are and they are also financially weaker. With these objective, I chosen this topic, which is the empowerment of financially weaker women through plant-based entrepreneurship, with special reference to the rural women. As we all know that over 3.6% of rural women are unemployed, means they have no means of sustainable income. The financial condition of women is very poor, especially in rural areas. They are unable to feed their children for both times, and many a time have to sleep without food. A large percentage of such unemployed women are very knowledgeable and are well aware about their environment. Many of them are expert in plants and their properties. So many women treat sick people by their indigenous prescription. Many other experts in making baskets, mattresses, wooden toys, and other household items. Unfortunately, this group of women is an unorganized group who are not aware about many schemes of government to promote their skill for eating bread and butter. So this paper, there are some suggestions which could be helpful in raising the economy of such women by way of involving them in small scale entrepreneurship. Suggestions or the conclusions are to provide training regarding proper identification of medicinal plant and preparation of recipes. Another suggestion to provide training for preparing toys and some items and how to sell them in market. To provide training for beautiful preparation of mats, baskets, wooden, lamps, hangings, and others. To provide training for preparation of cosmetics items from local herbs. And some suggestions are also there. To make them aware. Yes, sir. Well, this is the last. To make them aware about several government schemes about small scale industry. So these suggestions may play an important role in enhancing the economy of such poor women and uplifting their status. So thank you, sir, for giving me opportunity to present my paper. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Good presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Next, Princy Samaya, madam.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Please start, ma'am.
Yes.
Only 2 minutes, ma'am.
Yes,
Please
sir.
short.
Okay, sir. Tanesh? Hello, sir. Sir, I am Princy. This is दिख रहा है मेरा?
Yes, yes. Continue, ma'am.
Yes, sir. सर प्रिंसी समैया, पीएचडी शोधार्थी कला एवं मानविकी संकाय मध्यांचल प्रोफेशनल यूनिवर्सिटी भोपाल। सर मेरा जो टॉपिक है वर्तमान सामाजिक परिप्रेक्ष्य में भारत की शिक्षा के प्रति जागरूकता पर पाश्चात्य संस्कृति के प्रभाव का अध्ययन। ग्रामीण एवं शहरी स्रोत पर जबलपुर घरेलू महिलाओं की शिक्षा के प्रति जागरूकता पर पाश्चात्य संस्कृति के प्रभाव का अध्ययन। इस हेतु जबलपुर जिले के हमने 6 तहसीलों का चयन किया है, जिसमें हमने 3 ग्रामीण और 3 शहरी क्षेत्रों को लिया है तथा महिलाओं का जो चयन किया है वो हमने यादृच्छिक विधि के द्वारा किया है। और इसमें हमने पाश्चात्य संस्कृति के अध्ययन के लिए हमने प्रश्नावली का एक क्वेश्चनियर तैयार किया है, जिसमें हम आंकड़ों के द्वारा सांख्यिकी अपना तांत्रिक अनुपात और विलयन के द्वारा इसके माध्यम से ज्ञात करेंगे। और सर भारतीय महिलाएं हमारी महिलाओं की साक्षरता एवं पुरुषों की साक्षरता दर के लिए सरकार द्वारा सरकारी शिक्षा के अवसर बहुत से प्रदान किए जाते हैं, मगर इन सरकार के इन प्रयासों के बाद भी भारत देश में महिलाओं की साक्षरता स्तर को मुख्य रूप से गांव एवं ग्रामीण स्तर पर अभी तक शिक्षा की ये सब जो योजनाएं बनाई जाती है वो पहुंचाई नहीं जाती है, जिसके अभाव में ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों में विद्यालय दूर होने के कारण स्कूली शिक्षा में बालिकाओं व महिलाओं की शिक्षा पूरी नहीं हो पाती है, जिसके कारण वह शिक्षा आदि ही छोड़नी पड़ती है और उनका बाल विवाह कर दिया जाता है। इन सभी कुरीतियों एवं अंधविश्वासों व अशिक्षा को लेकर बहुत से मतलब शिक्षा के द्वारा ये सब चीजों से बालिकाओं को दूर रखा जाता है। इसके द्वारा हम ये शोध पत्र तैयार कर रहे हैं, जिसके द्वारा हम महिलाओं में जो पाश्चात्य संस्कृति के दुष्प्रभाव है उसका हम कारण और उसका अध्ययन करेंगे। और इसके कंक्लूजन के रूप में हम यह देखेंगे कि पाश्चात्य संस्कृति में जो ग्रामीण महिलाएं हैं उन पर और शहरी महिलाएं हैं उनकी जीवन शैली पर तथा उनकी शिक्षा पर तथा उनकी घरेलू महिलाओं की साक्षरता पर, उनके सामाजिक स्तर पर क्या प्रभाव पड़ता है, क्या उनमें अंतर पाया जाता है या नहीं पाया जाता। धन्यवाद सर।
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Good presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, next, Dr. Jaishree. Dr. Jaishree, madam.
Yeah, am I
From
audible,
Bengal.
sir? Yes.
Yes, madam.
I'm ready.
Yes,
Is
ma'am.
my screen visible?
No,
Is
ma'am.
my screen visible?
No, ma'am. No problem, ma'am. Direct speech, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, organizers. It's a pleasure and honor to be presenting my paper on sustainability or sustainable design and women empowerment. To put my topic into context, I would like to mention few points. One, women are born with creativity and intuition, and it is a great power in women that can be drawn in order to enhance the research ability in women. And another thing about my presentation, I would like to mention that whenever one goes about doing a research, the bottom line is the purpose and prosperity. And in today's time, it is very important that we look into what we call it as a sustainable design, that is, that contributes to social, economic, as well as the environmental issues. Now, why I'm making this point is because it is the stakeholders here are the people, planet, and the profit. And irrespective of the gender or anybody around the globe, the Maslow's hierarchy of needs is an important consideration, and women also look forward to this kind of a contentment and what do you call it as achievement. And here, I would like to also mention about another concept, that is the circular economy system, which is one of the major systems that has to be taken care by all the stakeholders, that are the users as well as the researchers. Now, in this context, I would like to highlight my research, which is on nursing pads, that is exclusively for the women who are nursing the young babies. And this is very much essential in today's times because women are multitasking. Women have to have the ability to perform all the different roles, not only in terms of their physical fitness, but also in terms of their role in the society and the development of the society. So my topic is on nursing pads for women. And I have incorporated the concept of plasma treatment, which is one of the waterless treatment in textiles. And I have incorporated this because the textile is one of the leading environmental pollutant. And here again, the sustainability design concept is incorporated. Further, my research is on the product development and its characteristics, where the product is nursing pads, which requires three major components, that is the absorbency, the water retention or the milk retention ability, as well as the comfort features for the women not to feel clammy while she wears this product. So as a researcher, these components have been taken up, and all the recent testing parameters have been evaluated in my research, and my presentation has all those data, and I would like to share it with the organizers and all the participants. And the point I would like to make in terms of their ability, the plasma treatment on these model cotton product has enhanced the performance ability of the nursing pads. Now, why this kind of a research is important is because, one, women both in locally as well as globally are engaged in employment, and this problem can be addressed by certain value-added products that are essential. And what more so, that women-specific products have not been considered for research for many years, and women as a whole and all the other researchers can contribute for women-specific products, and my research addresses these challenges, and my findings are supporting these objectives. Okay, so with this, I would like to conclude that my research is addressing the main theme of the conference, that is women empowerment. It is also addressing the challenges which are the sustainable development goals with respect to environment, with respect to economic conditions, as well as the social aspects, because water and women are also a major social concerns. And also, this is going to be like a multidisciplinary research that addresses management, technology, as well as science. So with these points, I would like to conclude that women-specific products is great, has a lot of scope for not only women in particular, but for all the researchers around the globe. And thank you, organizers, for giving me this opportunity, and also coming out with such a very meaningful and up-to-date theme for today. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Jayashree, madam, from Bangalore University. Thank you. Okay, next, Dinesh Kumar. Dinesh Kumar.
नमस्ते सर
जी प्लीज स्टार्ट सर, ओनली 2 minutes सर, है ना, प्लीज शॉर्ट.
ओके 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 सर. मैं दिनेश कुमार शोध छात्र, मानवाधिकार विभाग, विधि अध्ययन विद्यापीठ, बाबा साहब भीमराव अम्बेडकर यूनिवर्सिटी, लखनऊ. मेरा आज का जो पेपर प्रस्तुतिकरण का विषय है विमेन एम्पावरमेंट इन इंडिया मल्टी डायमेंशनल एस्पेक्ट. तो सबसे पहले हम ये चर्चा करते हैं कि क्या वजह है कि आज हम विमेन एम्पावरमेंट की बात करते हैं. अगर हम जो है प्राचीन समय में देखते हैं, प्राचीन भारत का इतिहास देखते हैं, तो इंडस सिविलाइजेशन में मात्र सत्तात्मक समाज था. वहां जगह महिलाओं की स्थिति सबसे अच्छी स्थिति थी, बहुत ही उन्नत व्यवस्था थी. इसके बाद जब हम वैदिक एज में आते हैं तो महिलाओं की स्थिति भी वहां ठीक ही रहती है, लेकिन उत्तर वैदिक काल आते आते वहां महिलाओं की स्थिति में थोड़ा गिरावट होता है. और मध्यकाल में हम देखते हैं कि महिलाओं के संबंध में काफी गिरावट आ जाती है. कुरीतियां, अंधविश्वास, पर्दा प्रथा और सती प्रथा, इस तरीके से कई कुरीतियां महिलाओं के विरुद्ध समाज में व्याप्त हो जाती हैं. तो धीरे धीरे जब हम देखते हैं कि जो है सामाजिक धार्मिक आंदोलन मध्य उत्तर काल में जब होता है तो वो स्त्रियों के सुधार के लिए ही किया जाता है. जैसे आधुनिक काल में हम आते हैं, देखते हैं कि भारतीय स्वतंत्रता आंदोलन स्टार्ट होता है, तो वहां जब कराची अधिवेशन होता है तो वहां मूल अधिकारों की बात की जाती है, वहां महिला समानता की बात की जाती है. और मूल अधिकारों में यह रखा जाता है कि मूल अधिकारों में कि स्त्री पुरुष दोनों समान होंगे, विधि की सम्मत समानता दी जाएगी उनको, और किसी भी प्रकार कोई भेद नहीं किया जाएगा. और जैसे ही फिर इसके बाद हम आगे आते हैं 20वीं सदी में, तो हमें एक जो है मूवमेंट दिखाई देता है, विमेन एम्पावरमेंट एंड फेमिनिज्म, जो एक नारीवाद और महिला सशक्तिकरण रूप में दिखाई देता है. तो यहाँ सबसे पहले तो हम वेस्टर्न थॉट है, अरस्तु, वो कहते हैं कि नारी की उन्नति या अवनति पर ही राष्ट्र की उन्नति या अवनति निर्धारित करते हैं.
हा हॅलो, अरे हे प्रेझेंट आहे, प्रेझेंटच्या ठिकाणी दाबायचं का आपली पॉवर पॉइंट दाखवायला?
ओके ओके. इसके बाद हम देखते हैं कि पुनः जो एक नारीवादी हैं, वो साइमन डी विवेयर हैं, वो अपनी पुस्तक सेकंड सेक्शन में लिखती हैं कि महिला स्त्री जो है पैदा नहीं होती, उसे बना दिया जाता है। तो यह जो डिफरेंट आइडियोलॉजी है हमारे सोसाइटी में, कहीं न कहीं जो है जो पितृसत्तात्मक समाज है, तो उसी की देन है कि आज हम लोगों को इस मुद्दे पे विचार करना पड़ रहा है कि महिला सशक्तिकरण किस प्रकार हो। तो हमारे भारतीय समाज में जो विधिक व्यवस्था दी गई है, उसमें भारतीय संविधान में मूल रूप से महिलाओं और पुरुषों को समान अधिकार दिया गया है। वह विधि की समझ समानता का अधिकार दिया गया है अनुच्छेद 14 में। अनुच्छेद 15 में यह कहा गया है कि लिंग धर्म जाति के आधार पे किसी भी प्रकार का विभेद नहीं किया जाएगा। अनुच्छेद 16 में समानता का उपबंध किया गया है और अनेक उपबंध किए गए हैं। मूल अधिकार, मूल कर्तव्य, नीति निर्देशक तत्वों में इस प्रकार की व्यवस्था की गई है। और अनुच्छेद 325 में यह व्यवस्था, जी सर, अनुच्छेद 325 में यह व्यवस्था की गई है कि लिंग जाति धर्म के आधार पे वोट देने के अधिकार से वंचित नहीं किया जाएगा महिलाओं को और जो है पुरुषों को, उसमें कोई विभेद नहीं किया जाएगा। हम आगे देखते हैं कि जब अमेंडमेंट की बात होती है कि हमारा सोसाइटी वो डायनामिक है, वो कंटिन्यू जो है विकास की ओर अग्रसर है। तो इसी के उद्देश्य को ध्यान में रखते हुए संविधान में एक उपबंध रखा गया, संविधान संशोधन की व्यवस्था। उस संविधान संशोधन की व्यवस्था के अंतर्गत ही विभिन्न संशोधन किए गए। 73वां संविधान संशोधन किया गया, उसमें जो है पंचायती स्तर पे जो अनुसूचित जाति अनुसूचित जनजाति की महिलाएं हैं, उनके लिए 1/3 सीटों को आरक्षित कर दिया गया, जिससे कि महिलाओं का राजनीतिक सशक्तिकरण हो सके। तो इस प्रकार से हम जब पूरे मैकेनिज्म को देखते हैं तो बहुत ही अच्छा सिस्टम हमें दिखाई देता है। विभिन्न यहाँ अधिनियम पास करके विभिन्न कुरीतियों को, बुराइयों को दूर किया गया। दहेज प्रतिषेध अधिनियम 1961 पास किया गया, सती प्रथा अधिनियम पास किया गया उसे दूर करने के लिए। इसके साथ साथ हिंदू विवाह अधिनियम पास किया गया, और इसके साथ ही साथ 2005 में जो है हिंदू उत्तराधिकार संशोधन अधिनियम पास किया गया, और महिलाओं को बाई बर्थ मतलब जन्म से ही उसे सहदायिकी में एक हिस्सा प्राप्त, जिस तरीके से पुत्र प्राप्त करता है एक हिस्सा, उस महिलाओं को भी एक हिस्सा संपत्ति में समान अधिकार उसे प्राप्त करने का जो है उपबंध कर दिया गया। इस प्रकार हम देखते हैं कि सारी व्यवस्था बहुत अच्छी, लेकिन कहीं न कहीं हम यह देखते हैं कि जागरूकता की कमी की वजह से और प्रॉपर इम्प्लीमेंटेशन न होने की वजह से कहीं न कहीं ये समस्याएं लगातार आ रही है कि जो है विमेन एम्पावरमेंट हो रहा है, लेकिन जिस तरीके से होना चाहिए उस तरीके से अभी नहीं हो पा रहा है। हमें सबसे पहले तो ये जो है एक जो है खुद के प्रति बदलाव लाना होगा, महिलाओं के प्रति सोच बदलने की आवश्यकता होगी, और खुद महिलाओं के अंदर भी यह जागरूकता लाने की आवश्यकता होगी। हमें भी मुख्य धारा में शामिल होने के लिए लगातार प्रयास करते रहने की भी जरूरत होगी। थैंक यू सर इन दिस अपॉर्चुनिटी।
ठीक है,
ओके, थैंक यू सर।
Okay, thank you, sir. Good presentation. Okay. Next, Mamta R from Bangalore University. Okay, next, Miss Neha
Hello, sir.
Sehgal.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Jyoti Kamle. Hello, sir. Jyoti Kamle.
Please wait, Jyoti madam. Please wait.
Sir,
Neha
Neha Sehgal, yes, sir. Her presentation is already made by me with me in serial number 51.
Your name?
And I have informed Sunita ma'am also.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Miss Kirti Patel. कीर्ति मैडम है क्या? विदिशा. ओके, नेक्स्ट निधि श्रीवास्तव. निधि श्रीवास्तव मैडम है क्या? डॉक्टर अरुणा कुमारी, वाराणसी यूनिवर्सिटी. ओके, नेक्स्ट आनंद प्रकाश झारिया. आनंद प्रकाश जी हैं क्या? ओके, नेक्स्ट प्रज्ञा मिलिंद. प्रज्ञा मैडम है क्या?
यस सर.
प्रज्ञा मैडम.
यस सर.
ओके, प्लीज स्टार्ट. प्रज्ञा मैडम फ्रॉम जवाहरलाल नेहरू यूनिवर्सिटी न्यू दिल्ली. प्लीज मैम. ओके, प्लीज 2 minutes मैम. प्लीज स्टार्ट.
श्योर सर. श्योर. The title of the paper is Women's Reservation Bill, a Hope. The paper investigates women political empowerment with special reference to the rationale for the need to get the Women's Reservation Bill passed. The objectives of the study are to investigate the progress of women political empowerment in India and to investigate the rationale for the need to pass the Women's Reservation Bill. In the post-independent era, women have been taking part in every field such as economic activities, daily household chores, governance and politics. After 73rd and 74th Amendment Act of the Constitution of India in 1993 that reserved seats for the women at local panchayats, there has a significant change in proportion of the women at the ground level politics. In spite of the fact that women have represented and held important positions, the participation of women in politics is inadequate except in panchayats. Attempts have been made for Women Reservation Bill in 1996, 1998, 1999, 2008 and 2010 failed each time. Some of the main reasons for the failure are the heated debates over quota within a quota, and as Sushmita Dev, leader of the Trinamool Congress, says, I think it is a pure lack of conviction that women are not given reservation. Men do not want to give up their seats. As data prospects says that the national average of the women in all state assemblies remain around 8%. The figure is grim with just 14.9% women elected to our Lok Sabha. India ranks 144 out of 193 countries in the representation of women in parliament according to Inter-Parliamentary Union's latest report. As we talk about the current scenario, ahead of the 2014 national elections, activists and women rights organizations rallied over Womenifestos, which focused on the socio-economic empowerment of women and greater political representation.
Please short, ma'am.
Yes, sir. One minute. Half of gauging the public mood, both the BJP and Congress in the manifestos for the 2014 and 2019 parliamentary elections expressed their commitment to passing the bill. 1 second, sir. The last one. Bharat Rashtra Samiti leader K. Kavita on 10th March 2023 began a day-long hunger strike in New Delhi demanding the passage of the Women's Reservation Bill. To conclude, I must say this because of the opposition leaders, RJD, SP, JDU, are involved with the protest, so there is a hope for getting past the bill in near future. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, Pragya, madam. Okay. Next, Uma Shankar Singh. Uma Shankar Singh from Bihar University. Okay. Miss Nikta Jain. Nikta madam है क्या?
Yes, sir, I am here.
Okay, please start. Only 2 minutes more.
जी, okay, thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity. मेरा टॉपिक है आज का पर्यावरणीय संरक्षण आंदोलनों में भारतीय महिलाओं की भूमिका। तो स्टार्टिंग से देखा जाए तो आदिकाल में ही पर्यावरण संरक्षण के प्रति महिलाओं की भूमिका अहम रही है। पर्यावरण के तत्वों के प्रति संवेदनशीलता मानवोचित गुणों के रूप में देखी जा रही है। महिलाओं की भूमिका के लिए कुछ विद्वानों ने इस प्रकार स्पष्ट किया है, जैसे कि कार्ल मार्क्स के अनुसार कोई भी सामाजिक परिवर्तन महिलाओं के बिना नहीं हो सकता। इसके अलावा रियो डिक्लेरेशन में माना गया है कि पर्यावरण प्रबंधन एवं विकास में महिलाओं की भूमिका महत्वपूर्ण रही है एवं सतत विकास हेतु महिलाओं की पूर्णतः भागीदारी भी आवश्यक है। यदि भारतीय संदर्भ में बात की जाए तो प्रकृति संरक्षण में महिलाएं प्रकृति की पूजा के प्रति हमेशा से सचेत रही हैं, जिसमें चाहे तुलसी की पूजा हो, नीम, आंवला, केला, पीपल जैसे पेड़ों की पूजा हो, अथवा प्रकृति पूजन में अन्न की पूजन करना, भूमि की पवित्रता, सूर्य को अर्घ्य देना इत्यादि अनेक प्रासंगिक उदाहरण देखने को मिलते हैं। ये सब कहीं ना कहीं प्रकृति संरक्षण के एवं संवर्धन के मार्ग है। इसके अलावा कुछ क्रांतिकारी महिलाएं भी हुई हैं जिन्होंने कुछ आंदोलनों में अपनी भूमिका निभाते हुए इस प्रकृति संरक्षण में अहम भूमिका निभाई है, जैसे कि अमृता देवी के द्वारा खेजड़ली आंदोलन, नवधान्य आंदोलन में वंदना सिवा, नर्मदा बचाओ आंदोलन में मेधा पाटकर, सुनीता नारायण, तुलसी गौरा, अनीता राय चौधरी, शमायरा अब्दुल इत्यादि अनेक महिलाएं हुई हैं जिन्होंने अपना यह योगदान दिया है। परंतु वर्तमान में देखा जाए तो पर्यावरण संरक्षण एक अवसर एवं चुनौती के रूप में उभर कर सामने आ रहा है, जिसमें हर एक व्यक्ति का कर्तव्य है कि इस विघटित होते हुए पर्यावरण को हम केवल महिलाएं ही नहीं बल्कि हर एक नागरिक का कर्तव्य रहेगा कि वह इसे संरक्षण करने में अपना योगदान दे। थैंक यू सो मच सर।
ओके, थैंक यू मैडम, थैंक यू निकिता मैडम।
हेलो सर।
नेक्स्ट
डॉक्टर सर। हेलो सर।
यस मैडम।
सर डॉक्टर श्रद्धा सर, कैन आई स्टार्ट माय?
श्रद्धा मैडम कितना सीरियल नंबर?
सर सीरियल नंबर मुझे नहीं मिल पाया सर, मैं नहीं देख पाई।
प्लीज वेट श्रद्धा मैडम, लास्ट वन ओपन सेशन।
2 मिनट दे दीजिए मेरे को, 2 मिनट बस।
मैडम
हाँ हेलो सर, 2 मिनट में
प्रेजेंटेशन।
जी जी
हेलो सर।
प्लीज वेट ज्योति मैडम। ओके, नेक्स्ट डॉक्टर तिमन्ना सर, तिमन्ना सर फ्रॉम महाराष्ट्र। Next, Yasin.
Yes, sir. I'm present, sir.
Okay.
Yes, I'm present.
Okay, Yasin sir from Gwalior. Please start, sir. Only 2 minutes.
Good evening, every dignitaries present here. I'm Yasin Salik, research scholar at LNIP Gwalior. I'll be presenting a study on establishing content validity of an instrument for analyzing university sports structure of India. So basically the purpose of the study was to test the content validity of a questionnaire which is being developed to analyze the university sports structure of India. So the methods I have taken are the instrument items of the instruments were constructed through exhaustive literature reviews and focus group discussions. The focus group discussions, the focus group involved sports managers, sports directors of different universities, and sports scientists. In that, after that, a content validity test was run. The content validity test was run. The content validity test which I chose was the CVR test, which is a content validity ratio test of Loche, which was been established in 1975. So in this CVR test, I ran a total number of 57 items under 7 different dimensions of sports that involved sports governance, sports competition structure, financial considerations, sports ecosystem, resource mobilization and infrastructure stability, and promotion of AU on the university sports. So after running the content validity ratio test, in the total of 57 items, 17 items was not showing the required content validity, and other 40 items showed high content validity. So the results, the conclusion of the study is for the further procedures of developing the questionnaire, I will be taking that 40 items forward for construct validity and reliability of the items. Thank you so much.
Please sir, मुझे
okay, thank you
sir, Dr. Shraddha.
Thank you, Yasin. Okay, next Dr. Sarita Nema. Dr. Sarita Nema. Please wait, Shraddha madam, after 10 presentation.
Actually sir, यहाँ पे ना सर नेटवर्किंग का प्रॉब्लम है,
प्रॉब्लम
सर ये नेटवर्क एरिया है ना सर।
हेलो सर,
डॉक्टर सरिता नेमा।
Yes, ma'am. Please, Sarita madam. Okay, please wait, Shraddha madam. After Sarita Nema, please wait.
जी, okay, thank you sir.
Okay, Sarita madam, please start.
जी, थैंक यू सर। मैं डॉक्टर सरिता नेमा, सहायक प्राध्यापक शासकीय महाविद्यालय बथरिया। आज शोध पत्र का विषय है राष्ट्रीय आंदोलन और महिलाएं। राष्ट्र को सशक्त, सुदृढ़ एवं आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का उद्देश्य उस देश के प्रत्येक नागरिक को सशक्त बनाकर ही प्राप्त किया जा सकता है। इसके लिए महिला व पुरुष दोनों के सम्मिलित प्रयास की आवश्यकता है। यदि महिलाओं की स्थिति सुदृढ़ और सशक्त है तो निश्चित रूप से देश सुदृढ़ और सशक्त होगा। वर्तमान में महिलाओं की सामाजिक, राजनीतिक, आर्थिक क्षेत्र में हिस्सेदारी बढ़ी है। परिवर्तित परिवेश के महिलाओं को सशक्त बनाने के प्रयास परिलक्षित हो रहे हैं। महिलाओं ने अपने दोहरे दायित्व एवं दुगनी शक्ति से यह सिद्ध किया है कि देश व समाज के विकास में महिलाओं और पुरुषों दोनों की साझा जिम्मेदारी है। भारतीय राष्ट्रीय आंदोलन में महिलाओं की भागीदारी, महिला शिक्षा, महिला संगठन, भारतीय राजनीति में महिलाओं की बढ़ती भागीदारी ने महिलाओं के जीवन को पूरी तरह बदल दिया। महिलाओं का घर से बाहर निकलना, सड़कों पर आना, विधायिका में प्रवेश करना, जेल जाना, इन सब ने मिलकर जीवन के हर क्षेत्र में उन्हें सशक्त बनाया है। अहिंसक आंदोलन ने महिलाओं को न केवल साथ लिया बल्कि उनको आत्मनिर्भर होना सिखाया। 20वीं सदी में महिला संगठनों ने कई मुद्दे उठाए, उनमें से सबसे अधिक महत्वपूर्ण मुद्दा था मताधिकार। गांधी जी ने राष्ट्रीय आंदोलन में महिलाओं की भागीदारी सुनिश्चित करने में महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाई। कई महिला नेता के रूप में सामने आई, कई महिला संगठनों एवं क्रांतिकारी और वाम आंदोलनों में सक्रियता निभाई। महिला भागीदारी और उनके प्रयासों को बताया गया है। इन सबका विस्तृत अध्ययन मैंने अपने शोध पत्र के माध्यम से प्रस्तुत किया है। इस अध्ययन का मूल उद्देश्य भारतीय राष्ट्रीय आंदोलन में महिलाओं के योगदान को स्पष्ट करना है। अध्ययन सीमा, इस अध्ययन का विस्तार राष्ट्र निर्माण के मार्ग में महिलाओं के योगदान का ऐतिहासिक व समकालीन पृष्ठभूमि में विश्लेषण करने तक सीमित रखा है। अध्ययन पद्धति, इस शोध पत्र हेतु ऐतिहासिक अध्ययन पद्धति का प्रयोग किया गया है। वर्णनात्मक पद्धति के माध्यम से विविध आयामों का विश्लेषण किया गया है। तथ्यों का संकलन, शोध अध्ययन के लिए द्वितीय स्रोतों के आंकड़ों को एकत्रित कर विश्लेषण किया गया है। द्वितीय स्रोत राष्ट्र निर्माण के संदर्भ में महिलाओं के योगदान की जानकारी प्रदान करता है। पुस्तक, शोध पत्रिकाएं, ई संसाधन आदि सम्मिलित हैं। निष्कर्ष, राष्ट्र निर्माण की प्रक्रिया में प्रत्येक नागरिक का योगदान अनिवार्य है। देश की संपूर्ण जनसंख्या का आधा भाग महिलाओं से बना होता है। उनके द्वारा विकास व कल्याण संभव हो पाता है। विगत कुछ वर्षों में महिलाओं की जीवन शैली में महत्वपूर्ण परिवर्तन आए हैं, जिससे उनके मूल व्यवहार, संवेदनाएं प्रभावित हुई हैं। वे पुरुषों के कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर चल रही हैं। भारतीय महिलाओं ने अपनी पारंपरिक भूमिका से आगे बढ़कर अनेक व्यापक उत्तरदायित्व संभालने की प्रेरणा मिली है। अब महिलाएं केवल गृहिणी की भूमिका तक सीमित नहीं है। आर्थिक जीवन के प्रत्येक क्षेत्र में आत्मनिर्भरता का परिचय देते हुए अपनी क्षमताओं, साहस और सृजनशीलता से उत्तम व आत्मनिर्भर राष्ट्र के निर्माण में अपना अभूतपूर्व योगदान दे रही हैं। थैंक यू सो मच सर।
थैंक यू सरिता मैडम। ओके, डॉक्टर श्रद्धा मैडम।
Okay, thank you, sir.
Only 2 minutes.
2 minutes, sir. Okay, thank you, sir. मैं डॉक्टर श्रद्धा देवी साहू, स्वामी आत्मानंद निजी महाविद्यालय नारायणपुर छत्तीसगढ़। सर, मेरा टॉपिक है दुर्ग भिलाई नगर संश्लिष्ट की मलिन बस्तियों में महिलाओं की सामाजिक एवं आर्थिक स्थिति। सर, प्रस्तुत अध्ययन जो है प्राथमिक आंकड़ों पर आधारित है और औसतन अनुसार द्वितीयक आंकड़ों का भी चयन जो है किया गया है। आंकड़ों का संकलन जो है चयनित मलिन बस्तियों के परिवारों में साक्षात्कार अनुसूची के माध्यम से प्राप्त किया गया है। प्रस्तुत अध्ययन में दुर्ग और भिलाई के 50 मलिन बस्तियों में उड़िया, छत्तीसगढ़िया और मुस्लिम महिलाओं का चयन जो है उद्देश्यपूर्ण निर्देशन विधि द्वारा किया गया है, जिसमें इसको विषय को सूक्ष्म तर्क संगत और वैज्ञानिक अध्ययन हेतु आंकड़ों को वर्गीकरण, सारणी विश्लेषण किया गया है। सर, मैं शॉर्ट में बताना चाहूंगी कि अगर हम वैवाहिक दृष्टिकोण से देखें तो विवाह के स्तर में मुस्लिमों का जो स्तर है, मुस्लिम महिलाओं में जो है विधवा जो है बहुत कम पाया गया है, क्योंकि इनमें पुनर्विवाह या विधवा विवाह की प्रथा है। इनमें तलाक होने के बाद भी विवाह किया जा सकता है, लेकिन हिंदू परिवार में जैसे छत्तीसगढ़ी और उड़िया आते हैं सर, इसमें विधवा विवाह को मान्य नहीं मिला गया। हालांकि आधुनिकता में मान्य है, लेकिन लोग इसको, अगर हम मलिन बस्तियों के आधार पर वर्णन करें तो वहाँ पे मान्य नहीं है। शिक्षा के दृष्टिकोण से अगर अध्ययन करें सर, तो शिक्षित परिवारों में मुसलमानों में सब शिक्षा का स्तर सबसे निम्न है, लेकिन अगर मात्र साक्षर के दृष्टिकोण से देखें तो मुसलमानों में साक्षरता का स्तर ऊंचा है, लेकिन हाई क्वालिफिकेशन में इनमें शिक्षाता का स्तर जो है निम्न पाया गया है। और उन्हीं परिवारों में मुस्लिम महिलाएं का शिक्षा का स्तर ऊंचा है जो आर्थिक दृष्टिकोण से संपन्न है, और संपन्न वहाँ पे शिक्षा स्तर जो है निम्न है सर। और व्यवसायिक दृष्टिकोण से देखें तो मुसलमानों में व्यवसाय की प्रक्रिया नहीं है, जबकि उड़िया महिलाएं का जीवन का स्तर अत्यंत निम्न है, और सबसे अधिक कार्यशील महिलाओं में उड़िया महिलाएं ही हैं सर। जो निम्न कोटि का कार्य करते, जैसे बर्तन साफ करना, झाड़ू लगाना, पोछा लगाना, ये उनका कार्य, ये बड़े घरों में जाकर इस प्रकार के कार्य करते हैं। और सर इनके लिए बहुत सारी सुविधाएं और योजनाएं जो गवर्नमेंट ने क्रियान्वित किया है, लेकिन ये इतने अनभिज्ञ हैं कि अपने योजनाओं के प्रति भी जागरूक नहीं है और इनकी योजनाओं का इनको कोई भी प्राप्त जो है वो नहीं मिल पा रहा है सर। तो मेरा उद्देश्य यही था कि इन मलिन बस्तियों की महिलाओं को जो गवर्नमेंट के द्वारा जो योजनाएं क्रियान्वित की गई हैं, उन योजनाओं के प्रति इनको जागरूक कराना। तो इसके लिए हम एनजीओ के माध्यम से भी इनको जागरूक करा सकते हैं। नाइट क्लास, सर दिन में तो इन लोग फ्री रहते नहीं है, तो नाइट क्लास के माध्यम से भी इनको जागरूक कराया गया था सर। तो सर ये मेरा छोटा सा पेपर का प्रेजेंटेशन था सर। थैंक यू सर।
ओके, थैंक यू मैडम, डॉक्टर श्रद्धा मैडम।
थैंक यू सर। एक्चुअली में सर यहाँ पे नेटवर्किंग का बहुत प्रॉब्लम है सर, नक्सलाइड एरिया है ना, तो सर थैंक यू सर।
दिलनाज
हेलो
बनी,
सर। हाँ हेलो सर।
दिलनाज बानो।
हेलो
ओके,
सर।
शिवता शांकला मैडम
यस
फ्रॉम
सर।
गुजरात। क्या नाम मैडम?
सर ज्योति संपाड़े। May I present, sir? Sorry to interrupt, but
प्लीज वेट। दीपा मैडम।
Yes.
दीपा मैडम फ्रॉम कालीकट।
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
ओके, प्लीज दीपा मैडम, प्लीज स्टार्ट दीपा मैडम, ओनली 2 minutes.
Yes. Myself Deepa. I am from Kerala. I'm assistant professor at Samarin Suryapur College. I would like to show my gratitude to the organizing committee for giving opportunity to present my paper here. My topic is human capital development of girl child through education, with several reference to scheduled caste and scheduled tribe. And my objective of the study it is divided into 3 phases. That is, one is the socio-economic background of the scheduled caste and scheduled tribe in the vocational schools. And second one is the attitudinal change that is in scheduled caste and scheduled tribe. And third one is their attitude towards the employment. Methodology uses sampling data and sampling method was used, and primary sampling data is used from the schools that is in the Kerala district. And it was divided into 3: lower primary and second primary. And the first data analysis was that from the socio-economic background of scheduled tribe and scheduled caste, that the study reveals that by comparing that, most of the people's socio-economic background was very low, that they are financially inconsistent to support their students or their wards to come as a good people in the society. And their housing condition is also very poor, and the educational background of their parents were also very poor. And the second one, attitudinal change towards education. Both scheduled caste and scheduled tribe people, they had very well disciplined and a caring environment towards learning, and the education is a very important for the successful life. They knew that. But the parents' attention for the SC students received more attention, but for the scheduled tribe, the attention was very less when we compare with that. The SC tribes are unaware about which employment to choose, know what to study and what. So the low economic profile of the parents had led to this. The majority of scheduled tribe students prefer to continue the education. Tribes are not able to do because of that low literacy environment. And I would like to conclude that the literacy rate for SC and ST population is lower than the general population in the state, but that is higher than even the literacy rate for general population in India. So it constitutes that SC students constitute 10.7% and tribal students constitute 1.2% of the total population in the schools. Thank you, sir. Hello, sir.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Okay, next, Dr. Rinki Kumari. Rinki madam from Bihar University. Okay, next, Miss Piyusha. Okay, next, Miss Nancy Jain.
Yes, sir, I'm available.
From Ahmedabad,
Yes, sir, I'm
Gujarat.
available. Am I audible?
Okay, 2 minutes. Okay.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, ma'am, please.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much. So I'm from Ahmedabad. Sir, my presentations are. Sir, can you see my presentation? Can you see my presentation?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
thank
Yes.
you so much. So I worked on mental health amongst the working women. We'll not waste much time, and we'll start the session. I am woman, and I can be anyone. So by this, we have an objective to understand the working women's mental health, influencing the things which affects them the most, social economic factor that affects working women's security, safety. Historical traumas you cannot ask for. They have go and victim of rape, sexual assault, sexual abuse, but then still that does not define us. That will not stop here. Area and challenges faced by working women today's area, social mental aspects we are seeing next in the slides. The first and foremost thing we need to understand that women are the backbone of the society. You cannot change this. This is the actual fact. Then working woman can be anything. She can be a lawyer, an advocate, a chef, a technician, a teacher. But still, even in this age, working women still get the questions like, what is the need of work if you are not the primary provider of the family? What's the point? Now this starts in women's mental health issue. Working day and night, like this picture shows about the woman is working and cooking and cleaning and taking care of the family. Still, persons ask such questions. Any woman who understands the problem of running a home will be nearer to understand the problem of a running country. Making money 6 to 5 is not easy. Significant influence. We did interview with the working woman, which talks about 53% of the women occasionally feel or not okay with working with the male staff. There are legal aspects to this, which people are not aware of. That if offering benefits for sexual favors or gestures or body postures or touching, you can complain for the same. There are few acts for the woman, that is Hindu succession, dowry, immoral trafficking, the medical termination, prohibition of child marriage, sexual harassment of women at workplace. So 67% women feel judgmental about other judging them for their working. So that's what I think it's a major issue in all of the society. The other thing is 61% female feel there are a lot of favoritism at workplace. So now left side is the real expectation of a society from a woman to be happy, work every day long and not get rest, and it's okay. Right side is a real situation of a woman not taking care of her at all while performing this. Now depression comes in when this kind of situation happens. Because of this, you have social responsibility to take care of, stressful events you need to take care of, hormonal disbalance. Because of this, people get depression. So conclusion and recommendation: depression is a real medical condition. Depression can hurt literally. Certain type of depression are unique to women. Depression can be treated. Research are now focused in women's mental health too. The second suggestion I want to give, that stop believing that women are superwomen and can do anything or everything. I think partners need to help their female, family member to get clean, to take care of kids. Other suggestions are for the workplace that they need to carry self-defense instruction, workplace with this CCTV camera. Rest my conclusion is the women support each other. Incredible things happen. I really think patriarchy is not for male. Females are there who literally pull female down. We need to really think on that. That's all for today. Thank you so much for giving me opportunity, sir.
Okay, thank you, madam. Thank you. Okay, next, Mr. Naresh Pitambar from Nashik, Maharashtra. नरेश सर है क्या? मिस योगिता मधुकर. Okay, next, Sarita Bhavani from
Sir, More
Darbhanga.
Manisha.
Okay, next, More Manisha, madam, from Ahmedabad.
Yes, sir.
Please start, ma'am. Only 2 minutes, ma'am. Please short.
Yes, sir. Good evening, all of you, sir. My name is Manisha Ananda More. I am from Bhilia. I am very happy for giving me this stage for explaining my thoughts. My presentation on subject is women representation in Parliament. Abstract. In today's scenario in India Parliament, 14.44 Indian population overall 140 crore. Not positive move gender equality. Some reason behind this gender stereotype computation, lack of political education, lack of political network. Indian government some positive decision encourage percentage in parliament. Women's reservation will 2000 and reservation for women in Panchayati Raj institutions. Introduction. Recently, illustration of ladies in parliament in New Zealand crossed the 50% mark. Objectives are to study the reasons for law representation. Number 2, to study the government efforts increase women representation in parliament. Conclusion. First, women constitution 14.44 of the entire contributors of the Lok Sabha. Number 2, women parliamentary presence from 117 after the 2040 election to 1043 as of January 2020. 3. India is presently in the back of Pakistan 106, Bangladesh 98 and Nepal 43 and in advance of Sri Lanka 182. Number 6, currently New Zealand in top women representing parliament in world. Thank you, sir.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Can I present?
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Okay,
Thank you.
Dr. Nisha Jain.
हेलो सर, मैं सरिता भवानी,
हेलो सर,
सीरियल नंबर 105.
Okay, Sarita, madam, please 2 minutes.
सर, ओके सर.
हेलो
Please
सर.
wait.
गुड
Please wait all. Please. Okay, Sarita Bhavani, madam, please 2 minutes only.
गुड इवनिंग टू ऑल सर. सर, मैं सरिता भवानी, शिक्षार्थी, ललित नारायण मिथिला यूनिवर्सिटी दरभंगा, शिक्षा विभाग. मेरा टॉपिक है नारी शिक्षा और मेरा उद्देश्य है इस टॉपिक के अंतर्गत कि नारी शिक्षा किस प्रकार हो ताकि आज नारी पर दोहरी जिम्मेदारी है, व्यावसायिक और व्यक्तिगत दोनों भूमिका निभाने में नारी शिक्षा किस प्रकार की हो, यही मेरा उद्देश्य है. शिक्षा विहीन मनुष्य पशु के समान होता है. किसी भी देश या समाज की प्रगति के लिए उसमें रहने वाले लोगों का शिक्षित होना आवश्यक है. समाज रूपी सिक्का के 2 पहलू हैं, पुरुष एवं स्त्री. इनमें से किसी एक की कल्पना दूसरे के बिना नहीं की जा सकती. एक नारी जो जीवन के सभी पड़ाव में अलग अलग जिम्मेदारी का निर्वाह करती है, अपनी भूमिका उत्कृष्ट ढंग से निर्वाह करने के लिए नारी शिक्षा आवश्यक है. देखा जाए तो नर से नारी की शिक्षा ज्यादा महत्वपूर्ण है. वेदों में भी नारी को निर्माण कर्त्री की संज्ञा दी गई है. बच्चों की प्रथम गुरु माँ ही होती है. जितनी उत्तम शिक्षा संस्कार वाली माँ होगी, बच्चे भी गुणी होंगे. प्राचीन युग से लेकर आधुनिक युग तक सभी वर्ग की महिला शिक्षा प्राप्त नहीं कर रही है. चाहे कारण गरीबी हो, अज्ञानता हो या निम्न वर्ग के हो, पुरुष की तुलना में नारी शिक्षा की प्रतिशत कम है. स्वामी विवेकानंद का उद्घोष था, नारी का सम्मान करो, उन्हें शिक्षित करो और उन्हें आगे बढ़ने का अवसर दो. गांधी जी ने भी कहा, स्त्री ईश्वर की श्रेष्ठतम रचना है. पुरुष और स्त्री के कार्य क्षेत्र भिन्न होते हैं किंतु सांस्कृतिक आवश्यकताएं समान है, इसलिए दोनों का विकास के अवसर समान रूप से दिया जाए. भारत देश के कई समाज पूर्वाग्रह से ग्रसित हैं. बेटी गृह कार्यों के लिए जन्मी है, पढ़ लिख कर क्या करेगी, किंतु समय बदल गया है। बेटी को अपने कार्यक्षेत्र में बुद्धि विवेक से कार्य करे, सही समय पर सही निर्णय ले, इस उद्देश्य से नारी शिक्षा की आवश्यकता है। रूसो एवं हर्बर्ट स्पेंसर जैसे समाजशास्त्री भी स्त्री को केवल गृह कार्य में कुशल होने के लिए शिक्षा के पक्षधर थे, किंतु बदलते परिदृश्य में 19वीं सदी के बाद नारी शिक्षा में क्रांति आई और शिक्षा के प्रति महिला जागरूक हुई। इस क्षेत्र में रविन्द्रनाथ टैगोर, सावित्रीबाई फुले का योगदान अविस्मरणीय है। डॉक्टर राधा कृष्णन ने भी नारी के उच्च शिक्षा की सिफारिश की, जिसका परिणाम है कि आज सभी क्षेत्रों में महिला योगदान दे रही है। सरकार कई योजना जैसे बेटी बचाओ बेटी पढ़ाओ एवं कन्या उत्थान योजना ने नारी को सशक्त बनाया है। जीवन के प्रत्येक क्षेत्र में बेटियां कार्य कर रही है, किंतु नारी शिक्षा औपचारिक पहलू पर ज्यादा ध्यान दे रहे हैं, अनौपचारिक पहलू पर कम। नारी शिक्षा जीवन जीने की कला पर केंद्रित न होकर व्यवसाय को केंद्र में रखकर जीविकोपार्जन तक सीमित है। नारी शिक्षा द्वारा जिस सभ्य एवं सुसंस्कृत समाज की कल्पना पौराणिक काल से कर रहे हैं, क्या वह आज जो शिक्षा का स्वरूप है उस कल्पना को साकार करने में सक्षम है? आधुनिक युग में शिक्षा के भावात्मक पक्ष पर ध्यान न देकर मात्रात्मक पक्ष पर ध्यान है। हमारी बेटी कितनी गुणी संस्कारी है, उनमें उसमें मूल्यों का विकास हुआ कि नहीं, इस पर हमारा ध्यान नहीं है। बेटी बड़ा पैकेज लेके आए, इस पर कहते हैं एक पुरुष शिक्षित होगा, एक परिवार शिक्षित होगा, किंतु एक महिला शिक्षित होती है तो समाज शिक्षित होगा। आधुनिकता की होड़ में नारी शिक्षित होकर आगे बढ़ रही है, परंतु जीवन उपयोगी कौशल से अनभिज्ञ है। शिक्षा के संकुचित रूप का पोषण हो रहा है, किंतु व्यापक रूप कुपोषित हो रहा है। संकुचित रूप जीविकोपार्जन, इसके ये दिन रात है, किंतु व्यापक रूप मैं अपनी वक्तव्य को बस कुछ ही सेकंड में समाप्त करूंगी। नारी शिक्षा की आवश्यकता एक ऐसे व्यक्तित्व का निर्माण करना है जो भावनात्मक संज्ञानात्मक पक्ष से प्रेरित हो, जिसमें आज के साथ कल की चिंता हो। समाज में कुरीतियों कुप्रथाओं हिंसा का स्वरूप बदला है, किंतु कुछ पक्ष चिंतनीय हैं। स्त्री पुरुष दोनों व्यवसाय पर धन अर्जन पर केंद्रित है। शिक्षा ऐसी हो जो विपरीत समय में हमें संबल दे, जीवन जीने की क्रियात्मक कलात्मक समझ दे। हमारे ऊपर दोहरी जिम्मेदारी है, ऐसे में हम सशक्त कहाँ हैं? नारी शिक्षा हो इस ओर अग्रसर हैं, किंतु किस प्रकार की हो यह विचारणीय है। धन्यवाद। मैं इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ इन्हीं वक्तव्य के साथ अपने शब्दों को विराम दूंगी। मौका देने के लिए आपको धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू मैडम, थैंक यू सरिता मैडम, गुड प्रेजेंटेशन। ओके, नेक्स्ट
Sir, can I do, sir, Mamata and Mahantesh?
प्लीज वेट कृष्णा
Sir,
शाह
I'm
मैडम,
waiting. Yes, sir, I am here.
मैडम ओनली 2
Yes.
मिनट्स प्लीज शॉर्ट।
Firstly, I would like to thank the organizers to give me this opportunity, and good evening to you all. The title of my paper is The Freedom Movement and Participation of Women in India, a study on participation of Dalit women. India is a heterogeneous society. I'm sorry, my introduction is I am an assistant professor, Department of Political Science, Shidupani Besha University, West Bengal, Purulia. India is a heterogeneous society. The differentiations between people on the basis of caste, class, ethnic identity is present in India from the traditional or colonial to recent era. In freedom movement of India, so many women participated. The history of the freedom movement basically is focused on the participation of upper caste women. There were so many Dalit, Adivasi, and Bahujan women participated too. But the history of the freedom movement has not been remembered or discussed about them and their bravery. Firstly, first objective is the study is the representation or participation of women in the freedom struggle movement. And secondly, this study will find out the representation of Dalit women in freedom movement. This study finds out that the Dalit women are excluded from the history of freedom movement. Some upper caste women were like Kittumalla Amma, Ambu Chamal, Badwaja Naidu, Rukini, Lakshmipati, etc. Et al. But the participation of Dalit women, they are the Kuilu Jhalakari Bai, who was the assistant of the Rani Lakshmi Bai, Ura Devi, Helen Lepcha, Savitri Devi, Rani Gaidului, Putlimala Devi Poddar, Asha Devi Gujari, and Avanti Bai. Those are excluded from our historiography of the freedom movement. And the conclusion is that women were neglected in everywhere. After the Gandhi-led movement, the participation of the marginal sections of the society and women in freedom movement was increased. But the Dalit or oppressed caste women are neglected in the historiography. Their representation in freedom movement is so minimal than Dalit male parts. Dalit males participated in large number in several freedom movements. The participation of Dalit movement, the participation of Dalit women in freedom movement carries the legacy of participation of Dalits in the freedom movement. But in recent era, the Dalit women has taken control on the historiography. Thank you, sir, to give me this opportunity.
Thank you,
Yes,
madam.
sir. I'll
Thank
be
you.
starting off, sir. Myself, Mamata and Mantesh from Bangalore.
Please,
Good evening, sir. This is my
sir.
senior
Yes,
now.
yes, Nagamani madam.
Yes,
Next,
yes,
Nagamani
sir. I
madam
am very much there.
from Karnataka University. Please, ma'am.
This is Dr. Nagaveni, University of Mysore, Karnataka. My topic is the empowerment of Banjara Lambadi women through the craft units, Vijayanagar district, Karnataka. Is my voice audible to everyone?
Yes, madam.
Screen, can you all find my screen?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. The empowerment of Banjara, who are also called as Lambadi women, how they could get the empowerment through the craft units of, this is one specimen of the district. This work of mine is exclusively done on my case study. Normally, we speak about women always at the inferior level, hurdles, but it's not always the threats alone. If she minds, she can definitely achieve everything. And the two women whom I am focusing today are from two craft school who have been today identified globally, respected globally. Let me tell you, the Banjaras are the itinerant nomadic group of India, originally from Rajasthan. They have been identified by 27 names. In each region, one name: Banjaras, Lambanis, Lambada, Vanjari, etc. The traditional dress of Banjara women is rich in art and aesthetics. The first transition of Banjara is their migration from north to south India, late 14th century, during Muslim rule. You can see their folk dance. Kindly give attention to their dress. The attire of Banjara community have been always praised by British colonialists. Thirst has opined Banjara dress is peculiar and their ornaments are singularly chosen. That we are confident to see women who have 8 to 10 pounds of weight in metal or ivory round their arm and legs. The profile of Banjara costume, just now you have seen the video, you can see 3 pieces, the attire, the profile of Banjara costume. Kanchali, it is a colorful backless bodice with short sleeves. Fetia, it's a long skirt attached with lepo, ghero and lavan. And the chantia, of course, is a head veil. Banjaras were oppressed during colonial regime. They were self-sufficient transporters of grain on packed bullocks. They helped the company, British East India Company, with their efficient line of supply of grains during the wars. Company officials, as usual, were suspicious of moving nomadic community and their own monopolistic trade policies pressurized them to sedentarize, to halt at one place. Once autonomous and self-sufficient Banjara community lost their source of livelihood and cultural values. Company vilified the community and they were notified as criminal tribes. What happened after the independence? The Indian government constitution recognized Banjaras as denotified tribe. Of course, that was a silver line in the dark cloud. Indian government undertook welfare measures for the advancement of the community by giving reservation, education, agricultural loans, land distribution, etc., which brought Banjara community to the Indian mainstream. But that was not sufficient. That was not enough. They were still under oppression. What happened? The attire which you saw, which you just noticed, is world famous today because of these two languishing units. Two units I have interviewed, I have done a case study. One is Sandur Kushalakala Kendra, Sandur Handicraft Center. Another is Surya Gardens. Based on the fair trade and embroiders they have prepared traditional patterns of embroidery on modern garments. And you can see me, I am there in the picture. The leadership of two Banjara designers, one Shanti Bai, another Lakshmi Bai. Shanti Bai is an illiterate, internationally recognized designer, received many national and international awards, whereas Lakshmi is 10th failed and was invited to inaugurate major exhibition at Vancouver, Canada. You can see Sandur Kushalakala Kendra, and this is Shanti Bai, the lady who has lot of feathers in her cap. She is an expert in embroidery from the age of 12 years, completely an illiterate lady. She is working with this center and now she is a supervisor over that center. She represents the Lambani cultures. You can see she is also training her other Lambani females. You can see that remote village in Karnataka, which is called as Sushila Nagar. This is the hamlet where Shanti Bai lives. This is Shanti Bai's house. She didn't see school at all and she had lost her parents while very young. With the help of her quest, she gained achievement in the world. 29-year-old Shanti Bai, she could win the wall piece, you can see. And she was awarded National Mastercraft from Sweden. The embroidery art of Shanti Bai awarded by late President APJ Abdul Kalam ji and ex-Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji. Shanti Bai, along with her fellow lady Gauri Bai, Mrs. Parvati Bai, all are artisans from this remote hamlet, Sandur, were invited by Boris Konst Museum, Sweden, and to participate in the opening of the show sites of resources.
Please conclude.
Yes. Earnings of these artisans, the Lambani artisans, are paid for their works per piece 5,500 to 7,500 per month. Production and turnover is 8 to 90 lakhs. Lakshmi Bai is another major designer. You should see her work to believe it. But now the Banjara art has been transitioned. You can see that from local they have reached the global. They are towards fashion technology. From coarse cotton, they have switched it over to rich silk fabric. From adopting traditional style to suit, you can see all these things have been made. The embroidery of Banjara is a vivid manifestation of a creative mind of the Banjara tradition. The embroidery of Banjaras have undergone transition in several phases. After 1920s, the Banjara community underwent a transformation through awakening movements. Hence, the dress was already at the verge of extinction. Thanks to these ladies and thanks to those units who have supported, and the age-old tradition is still there. The shift of usage of materials might have taken place, but the art is as it is. The traditional has to be strong enough to face challenges posed by the onslaught of modernity. This is what I would like to tell here is, always let us not see only the black face of women. Women can be empowered. There should be a determination. There should be a confidence among them. Education, etc., falls only next to it. Thank you for giving me this wonderful opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, madam.
Hello, sir.
Namaste, sir.
Sir,
Thank
Mamata
you
and
for
Mantesh
the
want-
presentation and good PPT slides. Okay. Okay. Next, Dr. Vikhyat Singh, Mr. Sahdev Singh. Sahdev Singh.
Hello.
Okay. Please wait. Please wait. Komal Arora.
हेलो नमस्ते सर जफर हमीद खान
Komal Arora.
Sir, Mamata and Mantesh. Sir, Mamata and Mantesh wants to do the presentation, sir.
Your serial number, ma'am?
Sir, serial number is 186, sir.
186.
सर 136
Please wait. Please wait. Last
136
please wait.
186, sir.
Monica,
Mamata, can I start, sir?
136 serial number
Miss Jyoti है क्या? From अमरावती महाराष्ट्र. Okay, Dr. Jyoti Rani. Serial number 114. Dr. Jyoti Rani from.
Sir, I am Monica Lear, serial number 112.
Okay, okay, madam. Monica, madam.
Hello. Okay, Anji, sir.
Hello.
Please
Hello,
short,
good
ma'am.
evening,
Monica, madam. 1 minute.
Anji, sir, yes, sir. I am presenting, sir.
Okay, please 1 minute, ma'am. Please start.
Okay, sir. Good evening to all. My research work title is Role of Indian Women in Conservation of Biodiversity. Firstly, the introduction part. Biodiversity refers to the various life forms found on Earth, such as plants, animals, and microorganisms. And Indian women protects culture and biodiversity, like to planting to tulsi, that is awesome sanctum, a traditionally proven medicinal herb in the courtyard of houses, is a common practice in India, and women worship and water it daily. Women possesses the majority of all local plant knowledge and are primarily responsible for the in situ conservation and management of useful plants, whether domesticated or wild one. Women manage the majority of all plant resources used by humans in villages, farms, forests, and common pastures, fields, and borders of all over the world, particularly in Himalayas. Women predominate as wild plant gatherers, home gardeners, and plant domesticators and herbalists all over the world. And Indian woman is custodian of culture and biodiversity. A purpose of my study is to preserve the diversity of species, to maintain life-supporting system and essential ecological processes, and to preserve our traditional customs. Methodology, data collection by using surveys, by studying the literature review, and by observations. Observations, plants are conserved and worshipped by Indian women as the home of god and goddesses. Here are some of the examples like Arjun, Ashoka tree, Bale, banana, Neem, Kadamba, Kamal, People, that is Ficus religiosa, Chandan, that is Santalum album, Tulsi, Ossimum sanctum, that is for Lord Vishnu, Ark, Calotropis procera, that is for Lord Shiva, and different movements run by the women for the conservation of plant biodiversity. Gora Baby for Chipko movement in 1970 and others. Here are some of the observations. The religious activities done by women. And last, the conclusion. It is concluded that the biodiversity is the foundation of life and that the anthropogenic activities are continuously harming it. Therefore, conservation of biodiversity is must for continuance of life on Earth. Indian women predominate as wild plant gatherers, plant domesticators, and true custodians of biodiversity. Thank you. Thank you all.
Okay, thank you, madam.
Hello, sir.
Dr. Jyoti Rani from Haryana.
Sir, myself,
number 36
Good evening, sir.
Please wait. Jyoti Rani, madam, है क्या?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I am
Sir,
Dr.
Zafar
Jyoti.
Hamid Khan, Sira 36.
Can I present?
Please wait, call madam. Please wait, Jafar, sir.
Serial number
Yes,
36.
Jyoti, madam. Please wait, please wait.
Yes, sir. I am
Jyoti,
Dr.
madam,
Jyoti.
please. 1
Yes,
minute.
sir. I am.
Hello, sir. Mamata
Sir,
and
serial number
Mankesh wants to
36.
present. When can I do, sir?
प्लीज वेट ऑल, प्लीज सभी को चांस मिलेगा, प्लीज वेट. Yes,
Sir, serial number
ठीक है, sir.
36 is. Sir, serial number 36 is Zafar Ahmed Khan.
Okay, sir, please wait, sir. Please wait.
Sir, I am waiting. Serial number 36. I am waiting at least 3 hours.
Okay, after Jyoti Rani, please wait. है ना? Yes, Jyoti madam, please continue.
Good evening, everyone. I am Dr. Jyoti, Assistant Professor in Commerce, Government College, Ulana, District Jean, Haryana. And my topic is legal rights and protection to working women in India. One of the greatest things is that the women facing the problem related to the rights and privileges of women in India, from ancient to still today, women are struggling to find her social status and respectable place in the society. At the time, Indian women were in need of some laws in the order to improve their social position and to ensure the proper safety against the mental and physical torture. The Constitution of India mandates that women must be treated as equal and prohibit any discriminations against women in all areas, including education, vocational training, skill development, and employment. Our Constitution also protects the rights of women workers by ensuring that their health and safety is duly protected in the course of employment, particularly those of pregnant women. The Constitution also safeguards the dignity of women workers and ensure that they are provided a safe working environment free of sexual harassment. In order to fulfill the constitutional mandate, all labor law contain the special provision regarding the health and safety of women by regulating their working hour and by reducing the burden women to carry. Recently, a special law has been enacted to protect against sexual harassment at the workplace. There is many laws were introduced in favor of working women. That is the Factory Act 1948, then the Mines Act 1952, then the Plantation Labor Act 1951, Building and Other Construction Worker Regulations of Employment and Condition of Service Act 1996, the BD and Cigarette Worker Condition Employment Act 1966, and then the various legislation measures adopted by the government and which provide the protection to women workers in certain contingencies are as the Maternity Benefit Act 1961, and the Workmen Compensation Act 1923, Minimum Wage 1948. These are the acts we can say that the government. Hello.
Okay, please conclude, ma'am. Okay, next, Jyoti Kamble madam.
It can be suggested and recommended to government that the government should monitor the implementation of judicial decisions or cases related to the injustice against the women and ensure the victims have prompt access to effective remedies. Organizations should have the internal code to ensure the security of women employees. Government should make it mandatory for the companies to install the global positioning system in the vehicle carrying women. There is a need to educate them through the mass media, seminar and conference, through the adult education program and through the trade union. Steps should be taken by the government to ensure that no exploitations of labor takes place. This is
Please conclude, ma'am. Please short,
yes,
ma'am.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. There is also need to do everything possible to increase the women employment opportunity and to raise their productivity efficiency. It is suggested that the workers are advised to follow the small size family plan and also to make the labor legislation result oriented. Infrastructural facility need to be provided and strengthened. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Jyoti madam. Okay. Next, Harim from Haribagh. Okay. Next, Ritanshu Sharma from Himachal Pradesh. Okay. Next, Dr. Naveen Kumar.
Here it is Harim Kutsi from Hazaribagh.
Good evening.
Okay, Harim. Okay,
Good
Harim,
evening.
madam.
Yeah,
Ji, Harim.
I'll shortly read my abstract. So,
Excuse me, sir.
Wait, Ritanshu sir. Okay, ma'am. Harim, madam, please start.
Sir.
yes. Can I read my abstract now?
Excuse me, sir.
Hello.
Yes, Harim, madam, please continue.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me, sir.
Please, Ritanshu sir, please wait. After Harim, madam.
So my study is a phenomenological study on menstrual hygiene management of adolescent girls, and which the menstrual hygiene combines the health education for adolescent girls, a consistent supply of sanitary napkins, the facilitation of other sanitation methods such as access to water and toilets in school communities through collaboration with the other programs. And this study was to assess the knowledge of adolescent girls about menstrual hygiene, assess the physical and psychological problems of menstruation faced by the adolescent girls, and the menstrual hygiene practices adopted by the girls during the menstruation to ensure the safe disposal of sanitary napkins in environment-friendly manner. And the study was conducted to study the life experience of the student that they faced during their schooling period. And adolescents grow rapidly in terms of physical, cognitive, and psychological development. So this influences their feelings, thoughts, decision, and interaction with the environment around them. This descriptive coding was done, and content analysis was done for the analysis of the data. So this was all about my work in short. Thank you.
Sir, good evening.
Okay, thank you, madam. Okay.
Hello.
Okay, Ritanshu Sharma sir.
Sir, good evening, Dr. Naveen, sir.
Yes, sir. Please wait, Naveen sir, after Ritanshu Sharma. Okay, please start.
Thank you, sir, for giving me opportunity. Sir, can I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening to all of you. My title is Political Participation and Women Empowerment, a study of elected women in Dhera Municipal Council of Kangra, Himachal Pradesh. Women empowerment referred to creation of environment for women where they can make decisions of their own for their personal benefit as well as society. It also referred to increase the improving the social, political, economical, and legal strength of women to ensure equal right of women in every field. The situation of women in India has changed from time to time, never be stable. According to United Nations Development Program Human Development Report 2016, India ranked 131 out of 188 country on the Gender Inequality Index, which position it is medium category. Hence, the PREVENT study is an attempt to explore women political participation or freedom of discussion, decision making. The finding of the study revealed that there is no considerable progress in women political participation, but at the same time, they are not free to make some decision single-handedly. And therefore, the study is conclude that legislation among cannot be empower women, whereas along with the reservation, the societal attitude is also significant. Thank you so much, sir, for giving the time.
Okay, thank you, Ritanshu, sir. Okay, next, Dr. Naveen Kumar.
Sir, good evening.
Ji.
Sir, my topic is rising of Indian women toward excellence in sports. फिजिकल एजुकेशन एंड स्पोर्ट्स के अंदर वुमेन्स की मैं भागीदारी में बताना चाहता हूँ। सर, यदि हम पुराने टाइम को देखें और जिस टाइम ओलंपिक शुरू हुआ था उस टाइम
वुमेन्स को ओलंपिक गेम देखने की भी परमिशन नहीं थी। यदि हम आज के टाइम पे देखते हैं, एट प्रेजेंट वुमेन्स का कंट्रीब्यूशन हर फील्ड के अंदर है। स्पोर्ट्स के अंदर तो इतना है कि यदि पिछले ओलंपिक की हम बात करें तो बहुत ज्यादा से ज्यादा जो मेडल जो आए थे मेन की अपेक्षा वुमेन के हमारे मेडल आए थे। आज के टाइम पे रूरल से लेकर अर्बन तक सभी जगह पर हम देखें कि स्टेडियम्स के अंदर सभी पेरेंट्स वुमेन गर्ल्स को मोटिवेट करते हैं स्पोर्ट्स के अंदर जाने के लिए, ताकि वो इस फील्ड में भी अपना पहचान बना सके। आज के यदि हम पिछले ओलंपिक्स या पिछले उसमें देखें कि अवार्ड्स की हम बात करते हैं तो पीवी सिंधु, दीपिका पादुकोण है या दीपिका है जो अर्जुन अवार्ड तक या पद्म श्री अवार्ड तक भी वो ले चुकी हैं। इन चीजों को देखते हुए यदि हम फीमेल्स की इन ऊंची जो उपलब्धि है स्पोर्ट्स के अंदर, इन चीजों को देखते हुए बहुत सारी ऐसी गर्ल्स जो इस फील्ड के अंदर आना चाहती हैं। यदि हम देखें इन्हीं चीजों को और देखें जो अर्जुन अवार्ड से लेकर पद्म श्री अवार्ड तक, खेल रत्न अवार्ड तक भी यहाँ तक भी गर्ल्स ने अचीव किया है हमारे हाईएस्ट जो अवार्ड है। परंतु इन चीजों को देखते हुए आज के टाइम पे पेरेंट्स भी इतने मोटिवेट हो चुके हैं कि वो अपने इस फील्ड में डालना चाहते हैं, ताकि वो गर्ल्स अपने स्पोर्ट्स के अंदर जो इसका इंडिविजुअली स्पोर्ट्स है उसके अंदर अपनी एक पहचान, अपने स्टेट, अपने डिस्ट्रिक्ट और अपने कंट्री से ही नहीं बल्कि आउट ऑफ कंट्रीज भी वो अपनी पहचान बनाए। सर यही मेरा टॉपिक था, क्योंकि टाइम बहुत कम है, मैं भी स्पोर्ट्स फील्ड में बैठा हूँ फिलहाल, इसलिए मैं
ओके थैंक यू नवीन सर, थैंक यू। ओके नेक्स्ट हितेंद्र सर हिमाचल प्रदेश।
Yes, sir.
Okay, please 1 to 2 minutes, sir. Please start.
Okay, sir. Okay. Good evening, everyone. Myself, Hitendra, student of Central University of Himachal Pradesh. Today, I am going to represent my research paper, and the title of the research paper is "Changing Gender Role in Joint Family and Nuclear Family: A Comparative Study of Working Couple in Chamba District of Himachal Pradesh." Gender roles are the social norms regarding how men and women should act. In Vedic era, there are no fixed role for men and women. There are no gender stereotype. It was free society. In medieval period, role of women and men were fixed. As a result of this, women tied to the four walls of the house and men are connected to go out and work. Objective of the study is to analyze the gender division of labor in both joint family and nuclear family. And second one is to know the social exceptions of gender roles. In methodology, the research design for the current study is descriptive. The information is gathered from both primary and secondary data, including interviews, observation, various book journals. In my finding, I found that the gender division of labor between working couple in joint family and nuclear family, there is no participation of men in joint family. Men wants to help them, want to work, but there are some restrictions, there are some stereotypes and social pressure on them, due to which he is not able to help. In nuclear family, there is no fixed role among working couple. Both women and men are doing the household and outdoor works. They both are cooperating each other. In closing, I want to say that if we want to see the meaningful change, both men and women are implicated. It is not enough to enlighten and empower women and men expect to follow. We must also empower men, of course, not in the conventional secure, but giving men more power over women rather by empowering men to challenge previous norms and change the behavior. Posing my word at the last, I want to say that let's empower women by empowering men. Thank you so much, sir.
Sir, thank you, Dr. Hiten, sir.
Hello. Hello.
Okay, next.
Hello. Hello.
Niharika Singh from Himachal
Present,
Pradesh.
sir.
Niharika
Present, sir.
madam hai kya?
Yes, sir. Present, sir.
Niharika madam, yes, please continue.
Yes,
ma'am.
sir.
Please, only 1 minute,
Uh,
ma'am. Please.
Okay, sir. Good evening, everyone. My name is Niharika Singh, student of Central University of Himachal Pradesh, Department of Sociology and Social Anthropology. My title is Empowerment of Women in Panchayati Raj Institution, a study of village Bungal in Pathankot, Punjab. I will start with introduction. Women empowerment can be defined as their freedom to make choice in life, whether it's social, economic, or political. Panchayati Raj Institution, a unit for local self-governance from ancient time. And in ancient time, the headman of village is known as Gramini Jataka in Vedic literature. In medieval period, Guptas and Maurya Empire also mention about the institution of Panchayati Raj. It is known as a different name in different times. I will directly to the objective. My objectives is to highlight the role of women in decision-making process, and the other objective is to analyze the participation of married and unmarried women in Panchayati Raj institution. In methodology, the study use the interview schedule method, and variable are age, marital status, caste, education, and political participation. Findings: the study find that women are getting empowered slowly, but we only found that married women are working in PRI. Not even a single unmarried woman in PRI working in the village. And the women who are working, those who are married, they are not working as member of sarpanch because that is their dream. Most of them are working because they contest the election because their husband or their son want to be sarpanch, or they will not able to win the election, so they want them to contest the election and want them to win so that they can work at their place. So at last, I would like to conclude that only constitution provisions are not sufficient. If we want to empower women, society needs to change their perceptions also. Because we have heard that be the change you want to see in the world, and if you want to empower the women, you want that they will feel worthy and they will feel safe, then we will start from ourselves. We have to make them comfortable first. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Niharika
That's
madam.
all.
Thank you. Okay, next, Deepak Kumar ji. Deepak Kumar.
Yes, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, Deepak sir. Only 1 minute, sir. Please start.
My topic is women equality and education in India. So I am just starting my this subject by saying that women were considered second-class citizens. But in recent times, we can see that there are laws, there is awareness, and there are social movements, etc. Even wants their consciousness. But there is discrimination, still there is discrimination in spite of laws, in spite of all awareness, there is discrimination. Wherever women are unaware of their rights, they are directly discriminated. But they are aware. There is also discrimination, but that is unconscious. In mass unconscious, we can say in the total unconscious, there is a resistance. There is a resistance that women are doing better than their male counterparts, but there is a resistance. But definitely there are times that resistance will be divided. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Next, Radhika Avasthi from Lucknow. Okay, next, Swati Mehta.
Present, sir.
Yes, Swati madam, please start.
सभी को मेरा नमस्कार। जी सर, और सभी को मेरा नमस्कार। स्वाति मेहता, केंद्रीय विश्वविद्यालय हिमाचल प्रदेश के समाजशास्त्र एवं सामाजिक निर्विज्ञान विभाग की MA की छात्रा हूँ। आज का जो मेरा विषय है वो है मलिन बस्तियों में महिलाओं की स्थिति रोरू मंडल के संदर्भ में। मलिन बस्तियां समाज में एक प्रमुख समस्या के रूप में उभर रही है। मलिन बस्तियों से अभिप्राय समाज में रहने वाले उन लोगों से है जो सभी प्रकार की सुख सुविधाएं, आरामदायक जीवन तथा खुशहाली वंचित है। प्रस्तुत शोध में मलिन बस्तियों में रहने वाली महिलाओं को केंद्र में रखा गया है। प्राचीन परिप्रेक्ष्य में देखा जाए तो वैदिक काल में महिलाओं की स्थिति सामान्य थी, परंतु मध्य काल तक स्थिति में गिरावट आई तथा समाज में महिलाओं के प्रति कुरीतियां फैलती गई, जिसके कारण उनकी दिनचर्या तथा उनके स्वास्थ्य पर गहरा प्रभाव पड़ा। हालांकि आधुनिक काल में कुछ कुरीतियां समाप्त हो गई, परंतु आज भी महिलाएं अनेक सामाजिक समस्याओं से घिरी है। इस शोध का मुख्य उद्देश्य मलिन बस्तियों की महिलाओं का स्वास्थ्य स्थिति तथा आर्थिक भागीदारी का अध्ययन करना है, जो हिमाचल प्रदेश शिमला जिले के रोहडू उपमंडल में किया गया है, जिसमें परिणाम स्वरूप पाया गया है कि मलिन बस्तियों की महिलाओं की स्वास्थ्य स्थिति अति दयनीय है। गरीबी तथा अनपढ़ता के कारण उनके माता पिता उनका विवाह 14 से 15 वर्ष की आयु में करवा देते हैं, जो कि एक कानूनी अपराध है। किशोर अवस्था में गर्भवती होने वाली लड़कियों को मृत्यु का तथा नवजात शिशु को रोग का अधिक खतरा रहता है। इसके अलावा उन्हें पौष्टिक आहार तथा शौचालय की व्यवस्था उपलब्ध नहीं है, जिससे कि अनेक बीमारियां उत्पन्न होती है, जिसका इलाज करने में वे असमर्थ महसूस करते हैं। यदि आर्थिक भागीदारी की बात की जाए तो कुछ महिलाएं सिर्फ घर गृहस्थी की कार्य करती है तथा कुछ कचरा उठाने तथा उसे बेचने का कार्य करती है। इससे प्राप्त धन उनके दिनचर्या के खान पान में व्यय हो जाता है। ज्यादातर महिलाएं गृहस्थी संभालती हैं, जिसमें उनकी आर्थिक भागीदारी कम दिखाई पड़ती है। इस शोध के माध्यम से ये परिणाम सामने आए हैं, जो इस प्रकार से है। मलिन बस्तियों में रहने वाले मजदूर ज्यादातर अंत में इस शोध के माध्यम से यह निष्कर्ष निकल के आया है कि मलिन बस्तियों में महिलाओं की स्वास्थ्य स्थिति अच्छी प्रतीत नहीं होती, क्योंकि वहां छोटी उम्र में विवाह, अस्वच्छ वातावरण तथा किशोर अवस्था में गर्भधारण के कारण उनके स्वास्थ्य पर गहरा प्रभाव पड़ा है। इसके अलावा आर्थिक भागीदारी में ज्यादातर महिलाएं गृहस्थी का कार्य करती हैं, जिसमें उनकी आर्थिक भागीदारी में कटौती देखने को मिलती है। धन्यवाद।
Okay, thank you, madam. Thank you, ma'am.
और सर क्या हुआ? सेमिनार चल रहा है।
Hello, sir.
Next.
Sir, may I present, sir, my paper now? Sir, this is Jyoti Sampale from Maharashtra. If you
Your
permit.
serial number, ma'am.
Sorry, sir.
Your serial number.
Sir, I registered at very end. So.
Oh, please, ma'am. Please wait, ma'am. Please wait after 5 presenter. Next.
Sir, can I start my presentation? Sir.
क्या नाम?
Sir, Komal Arora, serial number 211.
Serial number 56, Zafar Ahmed Khan.
Okay, ma'am. Please, ma'am. Komal, madam.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. A very good evening to all present here. Today's research topic for the conference is Analysis on Uniform Civil Code, a constitutional mandate with special reference to human rights and women. There is a famous quote in Sanskrit that Yatra Naristu Pujyanti Damayanti Tatra Devata Yatra Nasti Pujyanti Sarva Satra Phalakriya. It means where the women are honored, divinity blossoms there, and where they are dishonored, all the action remains unfruitful. India is a home to world's major religions. The primary religions are Hinduism, Islam, Christianity, and Jainism. Generally, the people of India follow their own personal laws, and these laws apply to them. Means for different religions, people's different personal laws are applicable in India. There is a huge contradiction in all these personal laws in respect of the marriage, adoption, maintenance, divorce, and the succession. And women have to play in the society. In this research paper, primarily talks about the meaning and the concept of the Uniform Civil Code. And this paper discussed in two parts. First part will be the Uniform Civil Code is the constitutional mandate, and the second part
deals with the human rights and the women. This paper also talks about the approach of the Indian judiciary as well as the government schemes towards the protection of the woman's right. And lastly, the paper concludes with the certain recommendations and the conclusion. The various objective of the research paper is first to analyze why the Uniform Civil Code mandate according to the Constitution of India. Second, to examine various rights available to women at international level. And third one is to examine various rights available to women in Constitution of India. Fourth one is to study about the various government initiatives for the protection of the rights of the women. Methodology for this research paper is doctrinal. Uniform Civil Code, a constitutional mandate. Article 44 of the Indian Constitution speaks about the Uniform Civil Code. Uniform Civil Code is there is a proposal to make one unified set of law that will comprise all the personal laws. And there are 3 international covenants for the protection of the human rights and the women rights. First one is Universal Declaration of the Human Rights, 1948. Second one is International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, 1966. And third one is UN Convention on the Elimination of All the Forms of Discrimination Against Women, 1979. Lastly, I will conclude my topic. Right to freedom of religion and right to equality are central of constitutional freedom. But the present situation is the personal law does not provide the proper freedom, especially to women. And if we evaluate the status of the woman in India, has been constant up and downs throughout the history. And the main reason behind this situation is religious and personal laws. If we eliminate the problem of the gender justice, equality, and ensure the women's human rights and other rights protected, then India will have to adopt the Uniform Civil Code. It will create the uniformity towards the both men and women. Thank you so much, organizers, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, Komal ma'am. Okay, next, Sarmad Yashi. Sarmad Yashi. Okay, next, Dr. Neeti Buddhi Sagar. Dr. Neeti, madam. Okay, next, Navjot Kaur.
Good evening, sir.
क्या नाम मैडम?
I would like to present paper on topic effect of age and related parameters on cognition of women.
Madam.
Cognitive transition with normal age is impacted in natural way, but exposure to society and own experiences also impact cognitive health. Cognitive decline with age depends on lot of factors: physiological health, mental health, hereditary factor, another health, and due to environment this is also impacted. Gender also plays important role in this case. Women suffers a lot of responsibilities because of various kind of role play. Women sometimes suffer lot of emotional disturbances in the father's home. When a lady go to school as a child, she suffers a lot in competitive tasks. Also she suffers a lot due to other kind of hormonal issues such as menstrual cycle. Then as a role of mother, she suffers a lot of stress, depression and anxiety, and due to individual personality and individual differences with the man, she suffers a lot. As we see on our daily life, women become mature at early age than men. When compared with male, physiological differences play significant role. In older days, male go outside while women stay at home, but nowadays professional and home responsibilities are important for women. So due to this, woman suffers a lot with her cognitive health. Thanks, sir. Thanks,
Okay,
sir.
thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. Next,
Can I?
Dr.
Can I?
Arpana Singh. Dr. Arpana Singh.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Yes, please start, ma'am. Only 2 minutes.
Yes, sir. Actually, my topic is women empowerment, and with a special reference to the uses of intersectional analysis in this particular area. From the very morning, we are just discussing the issue of women empowerment. This whole platform seems to be devoted to the cause of this women empowerment. And we are busy devising new areas, new means, new ways through which we can achieve this objectivity. So what I think that intersectional analysis, the theory of intersectionality can help us in this area a lot. Intersectionality, in short, stands for analyzing a person's social location at a very deeper and nuanced level. Like, for example, in this women empowerment issue, I can certainly cite an example that a woman be a university professor. So seemingly it would be a very highly influential post, but simultaneously, if she's coming from very depressed class or caste, so she would certainly have a very different standpoint with which people or women coming from higher classes and higher castage are rarely to attain or have that standpoint. So my point is that woman itself is not very monolithic construction. Women, this category has not only become, it was always a very diverse category. As even at this platform, as I was listening, that we had stories, we had experiences shared by different women. We had cases coming from household women, working women, tribal women, Banjara women, women coming from the slums. So this aforesaid category of women have become very diverse. So we cannot have any universal predetermined policies to meet the contingent needs and problems of these aforementioned categories of women. And so when we talk about women empowerment, it would always be a contextual exercise in any case at any point, and whom we really need to empower is very individualized, is very contextual question, and whom we wish to empower, those we really wish to empower those who are already empowered, or we need to empower those who despite looking empowered are not empowered originally. So that question forms the crux of this pious exercise of women empowerment. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Hello, sir. Can I do some Mamata and Mantesh?
Okay, please start, Mamata, madam.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. So, the title of the paper is Empowerment of Women Through Law and Policy, a Critical Analysis. Critical Analysis number 2. Sir, till now we have looked into how many laws have been made, what is the role of constitution, including preamble, fundamental rights, fundamental duties, directive principles of state policy, which is talking about empowerment of women in different ways. And what is empowerment has been defined by various people, including United Nations, Indian thing. And in the era of globalization, empowerment of women plays a very important role as such. And when we have so many laws, when we have so many policies, when we have so many judgments passed by the Supreme Court of India, but then also we have one problem is that we are not able to empower women. Yes, in certain areas, women is doing really well, but that is not the fact of the Indian society. There are many thousands of women in many places. They are not empowered. They have not tasted the flavor of empowerment. What is the rule for this? We have law, we have constitution, we have policies. They have been implemented. Yes, when we critically analyze, first problem is that it has not been implemented properly. Second thing is that society has not given that much of scope and importance for development of women or empowerment of women. Many a times, woman is an enemy to women also in many circumstances. And very important one, when we critically analyze, we are not able to empower women in the Indian society when we have all laws, when we have policies, when we are trying to talk about 33% reservation to women in Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha. Even with all these things, why it is not getting success is that only because societal mindset have not changed. Woman herself has to change. If she does not change, then none of the law, none of the policies can really empower ourselves. With these words, I thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to present my paper on behalf of Mantesh GS and Mamata R, Assistant Professor, Alliance University, Bangalore. We thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
करवा रहे ना. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Okay, next.
Sir, can I?
Hello, this is
Hello.
Vaishnavi from Bangalore. Can I present my paper?
Your serial number, ma'am?
123, Vaishnavi, yes.
Okay, please start. Only 1 minute, ma'am. Please short.
Okay. My paper is on power of education in empowering women and achieving gender equality. This paper focuses on the significance of women's education. Women are the pillars of society. They are multitaskers. Educating girls will not only help in individual development, also it helps the social welfareness. Educating girls is the best investment that society or the country can do for the betterment. A good education will reduce the inequality and enables the development of a country as an individual. A proper knowledge training gives the strength to fight against social problems such as violence, sexual abuse, exploitation of women rights, or education inequality, discrimination against women. Many social problems are there which can be curbed through education. My conclusion with this paper is it is important to realize that how people are concerned about women education will reveal a lot about their country, how it grows in advance. The new strategies and initiatives must be incorporated and tools must be provided for the empowerment of women, such as right access to education, health care, then adequate nutrition, the right to property, access to equal opportunity. All these measures should be taken to provide empowerment to women. This is about my paper. Thank you. Thank you for providing me such good opportunity.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Anyone?
सर डॉक्टर प्रभाकर
प्रेजेंटेशन के लिए जिसका लिस्ट में नाम नहीं आया है.
डॉक्टर
Sir, my name is not there.
हेलो
हेलो.
हेलो सर मैं दे सकती हूँ. मैं डॉक्टर स्वाति जाजू.
क्या सीरियल नंबर है मैम?
मेरा नंबर नहीं दिया है सर, अभी तक मुझे मिला नहीं. आई एम वेटिंग.
Sir, can I?
हेलो.
ओके, आप एक एक से प्रेजेंट कर सकते हैं मैम, है ना? ओके, डॉक्टर स्वाति मैम प्लीज ओनली शॉर्ट मैम 1 मिनट, है ना?
ऑलरेडी जी. थैंक यू सर. थैंक यू सर. गुड इवनिंग ऑल ऑफ यू. कैन आई स्टार्ट?
जी सर.
गुड इवनिंग ऑल ऑफ यू. आई एम डॉक्टर स्वाति जाजू. हेलो.
जफर अहमद खान.
हेलो.
प्लीज वेट जाफर सर आफ्टर स्वाति मैडम, है ना?
जी मैम. जी मैम. जफर, बरकतुल्ला यूनिवर्सिटी.
गुड इवनिंग ऑल ऑफ यू. माय सेल्फ डॉक्टर स्वाति जाजू.
जी जफर हमीद
मैं
खान.
स्वाति जाजू बिलासपुर छत्तीसगढ़ से मैं अपना पेपर प्रेजेंट कर रही हूँ. मैंने जो पेपर लिखा है वो महिला सशक्तिकरण की सशक्त आयाम शिक्षा के संदर्भ में. एक महिला को शिक्षित करने का अर्थ है एक परिवार को शिक्षित करना, तथा जिस परिवार में वो शादी होके जाती है उस परिवार में भी वह शिक्षा की ज्योति फैलाती है. यही नहीं केवल वो परिवार को देखती है बल्कि समाज में हर क्षेत्र में सशक्त भूमिका निभा रही है. परंतु भारतीय समाज आज भी पुरुष प्रधानता विचारधारा के कारण पूरी तरह से स्वतंत्र नहीं है. इस आलेख में महिलाओं की शिक्षा के विविध आयामों पर चर्चा की गई है. अगर महिलाएं शिक्षित होगी तो हमारे समाज के विकास भी होगा और हम अपने अधिकारों के प्रति जागरूक होगी और इसी प्रकार किसी भी प्रकार के दुर्व्यवहार से डटकर समाधान कर सकेगी. मैं विविध आयामों पे आती हूँ सीधा. महिला सशक्तिकरण के विविध आयाम है. आजादी के इतने वर्षों के बाद भी महिलाओं की स्थिति दयनीय है. हमारा भारत गांवों में बसता है, लेकिन शिक्षा के अभाव में समाज का विकास आज भी अवरुद्ध होता नजर आता है। महिला सशक्तिकरण के लिए निम्न प्रमुख बिंदु है, जिसमें सबसे पहला है व्यक्तिगत सशक्तिकरण। आज महिला को व्यक्तिगत सशक्तिकरण की बहुत आवश्यकता है। महिलाओं के सशक्तिकरण से तात्पर्य है कि महिलाओं को पुरुषों के समान एक व्यक्ति के रूप में पहचान एवं सम्मान तथा उन्हें समान विकास के अवसर उपलब्ध कराना, जिससे उनके व्यक्तित्व का पूर्ण विकास हो सके। दूसरा है आर्थिक सशक्तिकरण। आर्थिक सशक्तिकरण से तात्पर्य है कि महिलाओं को पुरुषों के समान चल अचल संपत्तियों का अधिकार हो, इसके उपयोग की स्वतंत्रता और इन पर नियंत्रण रहे। महिलाओं को पुरुषों के समान रोजगार, प्रशिक्षण एवं आय निर्माण के साधनों की उपलब्धता, इच्छा अनुसार रोजगार, प्रगतिशील गतिविधियों को चुनने तथा स्वतंत्रता के साथ कार्य करने का अवसर और समान वेतन के अवसर पुरुषों के समान उन्हें अधिकार देना है। तीसरा, राजनीतिक सशक्तिकरण। इसका अर्थ महिलाओं की शक्ति संबंधी एवं सत्ताधारी पुरुषों के बराबर भागीदारी, विभिन्न पारिवारिक, सामुदायिक, धार्मिक तथा सामाजिक कार्यों में सार्वजनिक रूप से महिलाओं के विचारों व निर्णयों को पुरुषों के विचारों व निर्णयों के बराबर रखना ही राजनीतिक सशक्तिकरण है। चौथा, सामाजिक सशक्तिकरण। सामाजिक कार्यों में भागीदारी के साथ समाज कानून द्वारा समान महत्व को स्वीकार करना सामाजिक सशक्तिकरण है। नेक्स्ट है मनोवैज्ञानिक सशक्तिकरण। हमारे पुरुष प्रधान समाज में महिलाओं को बल, बुद्धि, व्यवहार में पुरुषों की अपेक्षा निम्न आंका जाता है, जो उनके मन में अनेक तरह की कुंठाओं, हीन भावनाओं और स्वयं के महत्व एवं स्वयं की क्षमता के प्रति संदेह और मानसिक बाधाओं को जन्म देती है। अतः ऐसे व्यवहार को स्वीकार न कर मानसिक पोषण देकर उन्हें समाज में सम्मानजनक स्थिति में लाना ही मनोवैज्ञानिक सशक्तिकरण होगा। हमारे भारतीय समाज की कुछ सशक्तिकरण की प्रमुख समस्याएं हैं, जिसमें सबसे पहला घटक है साक्षरता की कमी, दूसरा है जनसंख्या की वृद्धि, तीसरा है लैंगिक भेदभाव और चौथा है गिरते मूल्य।
ओके, थैंक यू मैम। थैंक यू मैम।
एक मिनट सर, मैं कुछ मैं कंक्लूजन पे आती हूँ सर।
ओके नेक्स्ट।
ओके थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू वेरी मच सर।
थैंक यू मैम। डॉक्टर जाफर खान सर। जाफर सर।
सर जी,
प्लीज 1 मिनट सर, प्लीज स्टार्ट।
Hello, sir.
Hello, sir.
Hello, sir. I'm from Jharkhand.
Hello, sir. Zafar Ahmed. Hello. Hello, sir.
Sir, my name is Dr. Prabhakar Kumar. Should I complete my paper?
Okay, Prabhakar sir, please start. Only 1 minute, Prabhakar sir.
Okay, sir. My name is Dr. Prabhakar Kumar, Assistant Professor, MC College, Chausa, Buxar, Bihar. My topic is impact of foreign direct investment in Indian economy. Foreign direct investment is an investment made by a company or an individual in one country into business interest located in another country. FDI is an important driver of economic growth. FDI is not just an inflow of money, but also the inflow of new advanced technologies, skills, and knowledge. Any investment from an individual or firm that is located in a foreign country into a country is called foreign direct investment. Foreign direct investment has an important impact on trade balances, labor standards, and business of country. FDI also plays a vital role on the entry of foreign cash. It has allowed India to improve its infrastructure, increase productivity, and also increased employment. FDI also helped in creating the competitive environment in the country, which leads to high efficiency and superior quality of goods and services. FDI allows to fulfill the technological gap between foreign and domestic firms to boost the scale of quality production and also provides employment opportunities for the people of India. Thus, this study concludes that the government of India recent revisions to the FDI policy framework in 2017 had added in the removal of numerous layers of obstacles for the international investors. The reform in FDI policy regime indicate that the Indian government would continue to liberalize the FDI regime in the year ahead. Thank you very much, sir.
सर
जी सर
हम
जफर हमीद खान
ओके जाफर सर 1 minute only.
जी सर जफर मेरा टॉपिक है रोल ऑफ एडवर्टाइजिंग
हेलो सर
ऑन कंज्यूमर सो बाइंग ऑफ हिंदुस्तान यूनिट लिमिटेड इन भोपाल सिटी. हेलो हेलो
Proper sir.
Hello.
Finally present.
हेलो हेलो.
Yes, audible, sir. Audible.
Sir,
Please
audible.
continue, Jafar, sir.
Sir, my topic is role of advertising on consumer buying behavior of Hindustan Unit in Bhopal city. Sir, I have conducted the research on soap industry. I have taken the respondents, about 90 respondents, and I have seen that there is a various advertising plays an important role in the consumer buying behavior of Hindustan Unit Limited.
अभी 68 आदमी जुड़ा हुआ है.
Thank you, sir.
वो तो 6 बजे यहाँ पे 5 को दिखा रहा है.
सर हम पढ़े सर
यार देखो
सर
अब टाइम मिला है तेरे को पास.
Yes, Pragati madam, 1 minute only.
इस
Pragati
गाड़ी में
madam,
तो 5 बजे.
Sir, I didn't get opportunity
हम
to
पढ़े
present my paper.
just 1 minute sir. It is 1 minute
Hello,
only.
sir.
Manisha.
Okay, please.
I'm
Okay.
from Jharkhand.
Manisha. Yes sir. Can I?
Yes, Manisha madam. 1 minute
Thank you.
only.
Yes sir. Thank you so much sir. My topic is on female self-narratives. I am assistant professor from the Department of English. Sir, the autobiographies, as you know, it is like remembering and sharing stories, which is a requirement of every human being. And we know perfectly well that life is a true story of self, and we use stories to make sense to the flux of experience that our lives present us with. Reading stories based on subaltern women give us the opportunity to accompany them on their journey to their inner beings and identify with their feelings and experiences. Despite the high chance that our lives may be very different from these subaltern women, we read ourselves into their stories. So literature is usually produced by members of the dominant classes, as we have seen in many of the books related to history or any other book in society, and represent ideas as seen from their social as well as cultural position. Subaltern people have long been relatively powerless in presenting themselves in the literary world. They have not been better represented, rather socially and politically misrepresented. So John Beverley also suggests that the best way to approach the subaltern is through their self-narratives. In the stories, we find experience which is discussed in the pages, because we find that experience is the thing we share equally, and everyone who needs it can sense it. When we read these women, we tend to recognize ourselves in their experience and the narrative search for the self. Since autobiographies also deal with true events and the people, we find it affects the reader's mind to a large extent. Reading the narratives can thus be called a special form of an art which mirrors both the reader and the narrator. Therefore, here endeavor is made to study the marginalized women life stories that serve as a tool to bringing forth the harsh realities of life which lay hidden since ages. This results in their works being recognized far and wide, as these were the ones who, without any fear of consequences, work to get the rightful place in society when they voice their problems, therefore becoming the agents of change. Hence, it serves as a tool of empowering women. Thank you so much, sir. I put an end to my presentation over here. Thank you so much.
May I speak, sir?
Hello, sir.
Hello,
Can I present?
May I speak,
Hello,
sir?
sir. May I present?
Hello,
Yes,
sir.
madam. Yes, 1 minute only.
Hello, sir.
Sir, ma'am. Hello,
sir.
sir.
Yes, continue,
Yes,
ma'am.
continue, Reba, madam.
ओके थैंक यू सर। सर मेरा जो टॉपिक है वो ग्रामीण महिलाओं की समस्या है। मैं रीबा वानी तिर्की, सहायक प्राध्यापिका, मानव शास्त्र विभाग, गोड्डा कॉलेज गोड्डा। ये सिद्धू कानू मुर्मू यूनिवर्सिटी के अंतर्गत आता है, झारखंड में है। मेरा ये जो टॉपिक है ये मुख्य रूप से मेरे पीएचडी थीसिस से संबंधित है। मैं बहुत ज्यादा नहीं जाऊंगी, पीएचडी थीसिस से संबंधित है और इस पे मैंने महिलाओं की कुछ बुनियादी समस्याओं की ओर ध्यान आकृष्ट करना चाहूंगी। जैसे कि बहुत बार घर में ही महिला को बोला जाता है, गांव घर में उस महिला को बोला जाता है कि तुम थोड़ा सा कम पढ़ो या फिर अभी मत करो, अपने भाई को आगे बढ़ने दो। ये सारी छोटी छोटी समस्याएं होती हैं, लेकिन ये भी एक समस्या है जिससे महिलाएं जूझ रही है आज भी। भारत के ही गांव में, झारखंड भी भारत के अंतर्गत आ रहा है और इन सभी समस्याओं से महिलाएं जूझ रही है। इसके अलावा भी बहुत सारी समस्याएं, स्वास्थ्य की समस्या है, सुरक्षा की समस्या है, उपेक्षा की समस्या है और स्त्रियां खास करके आर्थिक रूप से आज भी निर्भर हैं अपने घर के पुरुषों पर या अपने घर के मतलब अपने पतियों पर, अपने बच्चों पर, अपने बेटों पर। यही मुख्य समस्याओं की ओर मैं ध्यान आकृष्ट करना चाहूंगी अपने पेपर के थ्रू। और कंक्लूजन पर अगर मैं आऊं तो ये कहूंगी कि इन सभी समस्याओं को सुलझाने के लिए न केवल योजनाएं, विभिन्न तरह की योजनाएं लागू करने की आवश्यकता, पर उनको एकदम जमीनी स्तर पर लागू करने की आवश्यकता। और इसके लिए सबसे अधिक आवश्यक है कि महिलाओं को खुद अपने लिए आगे आना होगा, अपने निर्णय वो खुद ले सके, अपने हर एक सोच पर वो किसी और को हावी ना होने दे। बस यही मेरा रिसर्च है। थैंक यू सर।
Hello,
Okay,
sir.
thank you, ma'am.
May I present, sir?
Please.
Yes, sir.
Yes, please continue.
Yes, sir. Myself, Mrs. Jyoti D. Kamel, from Sevadal Mela Mahavidyalaya, Nagpur. And I am the PhD scholar of Sant Garge Baba Amravati University, Amravati. My research topic is evaluative study of midday meal program in Amravati and Nagpur district. So my research paper is on contribution of women in midday meal program. The midday meal program is a scheme of a lunch program for school-going children to remove malnutrition from them, and also the attendance of the student is rolling on. So this is the very important scheme for children run by the government and established from 15th August 1995 to till date. Now the program is run by Mahila Bachat Gat, and the scheme is run by the government, ruling by the government wholly. So the government of India pays 40% of expenditure and 60% is borne by the state. The meal is usually prepared from special foods such as balahar, fortified bread, Indian multipurpose food, milk powder and wheat, etc. The leafy vegetables and eggs and cereals and pulses are also given to the school-going children, which are full of vitamins, minerals, and remove the deficiency symptoms of the children. So, woman is a key player of midday meal scheme. She cooks all meals at home and school lunch program also. She happily serves nutritious meals to students. Cookmaid is lady and observer teacher is also a lady teacher. Women working in midday meal program take all efforts for lunch for children and try to make it successful. So women contribute very important role in midday meal scheme. The conclusion of my topic is women maid, cook maid, women and supervisor contribute in midday meal program and help school in implementing this program.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Already late, already
Okay.
6:23.
Okay.
Okay,
Hello, sir.
thank you all of you. Anna, thank
Hello,
you.
sir.
Yes,
These are
only.
some references.
Hello, sir. Can I present, sir? Can I present?
Okay.
Hello.
Okay,
Hello.
Mahesh sir, only 1 minute, sir. Only.
Hello,
Yes,
sir.
sir. Yes,
एक
sir.
मिनट. Hello.
Thank you very
Please
much
wait, Dipali ma'am,
for
please
your
wait.
Dipali Kumar.
privilege.
Hello.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
I'm audible, sir.
Hello.
Hello,
Yes,
hello.
Mahesh
I'm
sir,
audible,
please
sir.
continue.
Okay, okay, sir. Thank you for the privilege. Myself, Dr. Mahesh Shetty. I'm presenting my paper on transforming rural India through women empowerment, a study on the LEDP initiatives of SKDRDP. The study makes an attempt for to evaluate the performance of self-help groups and sustaining the reduction in poverty through women empowerment programs. The study is designed with the objective of examining the impact of livelihood and enterprise development programs of SKDRDP through self-help groups on economic empowerment of women and offer policy suggestions for transforming rural India through women empowerment. The study is based on the secondary data collected from the annual reports of SKDRDP websites and magazines. It is found that a greater extent of self-help group members, particularly women, have actively taken part in livelihood and enterprise development programs so as to have economic independency through which contributing towards rural development. In spite of several intricacies in the process, NGO like SKDRDP has been more successful in mobilizing women members and building their economic and social empowerment and thereby bringing them to mainstream of development of the rural economy. Even the sustainable development goal of UNDP or UNO has 17 major objectives or features, in which the fourth and fifth was uh, uh, quality education as well as gender equality. Relating to the same, SKDRDP is giving its best towards women empowerment programs. So not only NGOs efforts, but also along with that, government should also put its efforts in the same stream so that it is possible to achieve inclusive rural development, sir. Thank you for
Okay,
the
thank you,
privilege.
sir.
Thank you very much.
Hello.
Thank you.
Hello, sir.
जी मैम हेलो.
Okay,
सर
okay.
मेरा
Start, sir.
Okay, please
May I
wait.
present now?
Dr.
मेरा
Sunita madam.
presentation हो चुका है सर पर 47
Okay,
मिनट
no
तक
problem. Okay, no
जी
problem.
मैम.
हेलो
Okay, ma'am.
करके लिखा गया है.
सर
हेलो.
मैं कुलदीप ओझा बात कर रहा हूँ.
हेलो.
Okay, okay. Okay, any
आप
problem
प्लीज मेरा
after
नाम
conference
आप प्लीज
call
मेरा
or
नाम टिक कर
WhatsApp?
दीजिए वहाँ पे.
सर मैं
47.
कुलदीप ओझा बात कर रहा हूँ सर.
Please,
हेलो
please wait
जी
all.
सर 36 serial number.
Please wait all.
प्लीज प्लीज सभी अपना
Sir, please
म्यूट
join us
करें
on
म्यूट करें.
WhatsApp. Sir, please join us on WhatsApp.
Okay, please wait, please, है ना, please. After
हाँ
conference,
Thank you.
please call, है ना. Any problem, please call or WhatsApp, है ना.
सर
Yes,
मैं
sir.
कुलदीप
But
ओझा बात कर रहा
मिल
हूँ.
जाएगा तो no problem,
मेरा
no
नाम नहीं है.
problem,
sir,
है
WhatsApp
ना.
group join नहीं हो रहा है. कृपया join
Okay, no
करवा दीजिए.
problem,
Thank you.
no problem, madam, है ना. Please call, है
सर
ना.
मेरा नंबर
Okay, sir.
47 है.
Thank you.
हेलो
Okay,
सर मैं
doctor,
कुलदीप
please,
ओझा बात कर रहा हूँ.
Sir,
please
how
wait,
to
sir.
get the
हेलो
certificates
हेलो
and
हेलो
attendance certificates, sir?
Please wait, Doctor
प्लीज
Sunita,
आप
madam.
हाँ
Doctor
जी सर
Sunita,
प्लीज सभी अपना म्यूट करें.
सभी अनम्यूट करें अभी, है ना.
इस सब लोगों ने अपना पेपर जो है हमारे टेक्निकल एक्सपर्ट को मेल भी किया है और पीपीटी भी मेल किया है. तो आई हैव रिसर्च रिजल्ट गिवन बाय आवर टेक्निकल एक्सपर्ट. 2 रिजल्ट है हमारे पास. एक है बेस्ट पेपर का और एक है बेस्ट पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन का. तो बेस्ट पेपर जो जिनका है वो है सीरियल नंबर 84 डॉक्टर जयश्री वेंकटेश, बेंगलोर यूनिवर्सिटी. और बेस्ट पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन है सीरियल नंबर 109 नागावेलिटी मैसूर कर्नाटका से. तो ये 2 रिजल्ट हमारे सामने हैं. और लास्टली मैं आप सबका अब मैं कहूँगी कि द टाइम टू वोट ऑफ थैंक्स. In today's international seminar, I thank all the guest organizers and participants of international and national level who cooperated in making this seminar successful, that you have made this program successful with your presentation. Thank you also to all the paper presenters for giving your pen to this burning topic. Once again, thank you all the organizers for giving us this platform so that the women society can put together and discuss their rights, their skill, their problems. Thank you once again. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Ma'am, I am not
Only
presented,
anyone
ma'am.
feedback for conference? Anyone feedback? Okay, Meena madam.
Hello, sir.
Sir,
Can I give my
I would
feedback?
like to present my paper. I have not
No,
presented
ma'am,
yet,
no
sir.
presentation, ma'am. Only no presentation, ma'am. Only feedback for conference. Today conference only feedback, है ना? Okay. Okay, Meena madam.
जी मैंने व्हाट्सएप पे दे दिया है, मुझे बोलने का मौका नहीं
Only
मिला।
feedback, ma'am. फिर आज के कार्यक्रम का only 1 minutes में end करें, है ना? Next, Jayashree madam, ready?
Madam, can I give my feedback on organization?
Okay, Mahesh sir. Okay.
Sir, it was well organized from 11:30 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. The work and effort made by the whole team is very marvelous. Thank you very much for giving all for presenting our papers on different areas. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Professor Nada madam from Korea. लंबे समय से join हुई मैडम.
Yes, I will say from the early.
Only 1 minute, ma'am. Please feedback.
Wonderful conference from the
presenter.
early morning. Great organizer, great speakers, great presenters, great papers. I can say excellent conference for all, full of learning, full of knowledge, new knowledge. So I'm really, really honored and grateful to be here today. Thank you.
जी
मैडम ओके
जी नमस्कार आप सभी को। मैं मीना रवि कहना चाहूंगी। बोलना तो बहुत कुछ चाहती थी लेकिन समय नहीं है और आप सभी ने बहुत अच्छा बोला है। मैं केवल इतना ही चाहूंगी कि मैं महिलाओं को देखती तो हूँ कि काफी पढ़ी लिखी हैं, अच्छे ऊंचे पदों पर भी विराजमान हैं, लेकिन जिस तरह से समाज के विकास में उनका योगदान होना चाहिए, समानता स्वतंत्रता के क्षेत्र में उनका सहयोग होना चाहिए, उस प्रकार से मैं देख रही हूँ। उनके जो पिछड़ने का कारण है महिलाएं स्वयं
Madam, you are not audible.
Okay, Meena madam. Okay, okay. Dr. Jayashree Venkats ma'am.
नमस्ते। मुझे बहुत खुशी होता है कि मेरा पेपर आपने सेलेक्ट। तो एक तो मुझे बहुत खुशी हुआ जब मैं नर्सिंग पैकेज पे काम कर रही थी, उस पे मुझे एक माइनर प्रोजेक्ट का फंडिंग भी मिला है। तो ये एक बहुत बड़ा मेरे लिए एंकरेजमेंट है, क्योंकि आगे ऐसे ही विमेन रिलेटेड एरियाज में और एक और है कि जो मल्टी डिसिप्लिन एरिया है, जैसे मैं प्लाज्मा ट्रीटमेंट और टेक्सटाइल्स और डिजाइन और इवन सोशल जो मैं कह रही थी, उसके बारे में सब मिला के जब सोचते हैं तो मुझे लगता है डेफिनेटली इस टाइप का जो थीम है इसके लिए डेफिनेटली सोल्यूशन मिल सकता है। तो मुझे बहुत खुशी है। आई थैंक द ऑर्गेनाइजर्स फॉर एनकरेजिंग मी इन दिस मैनर and I hope that such events keep happening where people from all over India and all over the globe meet up with the global challenges. तो अभी हम लोग को सारों को सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल्स की तरफ अगर काम करें तो डेफिनेटली इस टाइप के प्रॉब्लम्स का
सोल्यूशन भी मिल सकता है। सो इसी यही कह
Okay, thank you, madam. Thank you, Jayashree, madam, from Bangalore. Okay, anyone feedback?
Sir, I want to give feedback for the whole session. And sir, I am resource scholar from Jabalpur, sir, Purvanchal University. Our name is Vishwakarma. Am I audible to you, sir?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yeah, sure, sir. I want to give entire feedback of this. Actually, sir, it has gone for about 7 hours, and it was just amazing. So, being a part of it, this is the first time I am signing in, and I have this kind of experience. I'm so happy, sir. And lastly, I would say it was just an amazing experience with this. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir, I would like to add something
Okay,
as a
okay,
feedback.
Jyoti.
May I continue, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Is a very good evening, the organizing team and all the dignitaries present here. This is Sampali Jyoti from SHMU, Assistant Professor English, Maharashtra. Sir, today's international conference, I found it very helpful because all the resource persons, they gave their insights of all the topics from different areas with different perspectives. So it is very wonderful, sir, for me. It is very different kind of learning experience. And as well, in the second session, that is paper presentation session, all the presenters, they have focused on different perspectives on women empowerment. So I really found it very helpful and enlightening, sir. Thank you so much for this wonderful experience of this one day international conference. I'd like to add one thing, sir. I wanted to present my paper, but I didn't get chance to present, sir.
Okay, okay, no problem. Thank you. Okay, thank you very
Thank you, sir.
Can I give feedback?
अगर किसी ने फुल पेपर नहीं भेजा है तो वो 7 डेज में अपना फुल पेपर भेज सकता है। उसको हम एक इंटरनेशनल जर्नल में पब्लिश करेंगे, है ना। और अगर किसी ने रजिस्ट्रेशन अभी किया नहीं है तो वो आज भेज सकता है। एनीवन प्लीज सेंड फुल पेपर आफ्टर 7 डेज, उसको हम इंटरनेशनल जर्नल में पब्लिश करेंगे, है ना। ओके, थैंक यू डॉक्टर नादा मैडम फ्रॉम क्रोटिया, आपने। ओके, थैंक यू डॉक्टर सुनीता मैडम फ्रॉम हिमाचल प्रदेश। थैंक यू डॉक्टर गीताली तिलक, वाइस चांसलर ऑफ महाराष्ट्र यूनिवर्सिटी। डॉक्टर इनू मैडम फ्रॉम इंडोनेशिया। रानिया लंपू मैडम फ्रॉम ग्रीस। प्रोफेसर बीनू थॉमस फ्रॉम सिक्किम यूनिवर्सिटी। डॉक्टर रीता मैडम फ्रॉम झारखंड। ओके, थैंक यू very much all of you. Thank you. End is today's session.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so
नमस्ते
much.
सर, मैं
Sir,
कुलदीप
is there
से बात
any
Wonderful.
link to get the certificates?
Okay, okay. Any query, please call or WhatsApp. है ना?
Sir,
Okay, okay,
WhatsApp
sir.
join
may
नहीं हुआ है, उसके
may
लिए
I
फोन
get
करें?
सर मेरा नाम नहीं
may I
आता
get
है
the
जी।
contact details of madam?
Please check message box, है ना। मैंने अभी नंबर डाल दिया है, उस पर आप कांटेक्ट कर सकते हैं। एनी प्रॉब्लम प्लीज कॉल और व्हाट्सएप, है ना। एंड प्लीज सेंड ऑल पीपीटी, है ना। ओके, थैंक यू ऑल ऑफ यू। एंड दिस सेशन।
Thank you.